Chapter 61. The Dread of Lin Yuhang. Little Bamboo Shoot had picked up a QBZ-95 and asked Chen Zhao how to use it. This gun has a slower firing rate, but its other attributes are impressive. The first 10 rounds are particularly stable, Chen Zhao explained. Just remember, try to fire no more than 10 rounds at a time. Then adjust and shoot again, that will be more efficient. Little Bamboo Shoot nodded, somewhat understanding, and followed Chen Zhao as they moved through the grass. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in another city, Lin Yuhang had not gone live that night and had posted a leave note in his streaming room. With the PK player kill session approaching, he was focused on a more crucial task gathering intel on his opponents. Lin Yuhang jotted down a note bearing the names of his competitors, Guochang, Erpang, and Chen Zhao. Notably, he drew a triangle beneath Chen Zhao's name, as Guochang leaned on her beauty, and Erpang relied on his outrageous humor, leaving only Chen Zhao, like himself, as a skilled technical streamer. Being of a similar ilk, he certainly warranted closer scrutiny. He began by watching Guochang's livestream. After 5 minutes, he switched it off, pulling out a pen and marking 3 stars beside her name. This indicated that her threat level was 3 out of 5 stars. Next, he tuned into Erpang's stream. His incessant banter resembled improvisational comedy. Lin Yuhang maintained a stern expression for 5 minutes without a smile and ultimately added 4 stars next to Erpang's name, signifying a higher threat level than Guochang. Finally, Lin Yuhang opened Chen Zhao's livestream. Upon entering, he felt an immediate shock. He clearly recognized that Chen Zhao's squadmate was none other than Xiao Zhushun, a well-known streamer with 8 million fans on the Duxianmo platform. Could this be a matter of connections? How could he possibly know Xiao Zhushun? The presence of such an influential ally filled Lin Yuhang with trepidation, and he dove for his pen once more, marking 4 stars next to Chen Zhao's name. He continued watching the stream. Chen Zhao was leading Xiao Zhushun through a patch of grass, the surroundings eerily silent as if they were in a no-man's land. Suddenly, Chen Zhao raised his gun and fired 3 quick shots. Before Lin Yuhang could fully comprehend, the screen flashed with a notification. Headshot kill. Stunned for a few seconds, Lin Yuhang noticed a wisp of smoke rising from behind a distant rock. The target was nearly 400 meters away, appearing no larger than a sesame seed on the screen. And Chen Zhao had managed to achieve a headshot with just 3 bullets? What kind of divine marksmanship was this? Lin Yuhang felt that Chen Zhao might be far more formidable than he had anticipated and quickly focused his attention back on the stream. As Chen Zhao and Xiao Zhushun approached to loot, suddenly, Chen Zhao took a leap to the left, narrowly avoiding a bullet from a 98K rifle. He promptly raised his gun and fired 3 precise shots, another headshot down. Lin Yuhang was dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen the enemy. Yet Chen Zhao not only evaded the deadly sniper fire, but retaliated with astonishing speed. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. What was this extraordinary technique? Even aimbots couldn't be this rapid. Lin Yuhang, deeply impressed, added another star to Chen Zhao's name, bringing it to a full 5 stars, an indication of the utmost level of threat. He continued to observe. Despite having little experience in rainforest maps, Chen Zhao displayed an unparalleled prowess, dominating the playing field by taking out opponents as he moved from the southern to the northern safe zone and back again, each magazine yielding 4 or 5 kills. He was like a walking aimbot. While Lin Yuhang knew he could often secure headshots on stationary targets, Chen Zhao's skill had reached an unbelievable height. Effortlessly shot a speeding jeep, a small, fast-moving target nearly a few hundred meters away. While most players would find it challenging to even land a bullet on the vehicle, Chen Zhao merely aimed and perfectly directed his shot to the driver's head. Many enemies, humming to themselves as they drove, suddenly fell to the ground, bewildered, unable to identify where the shot had come from. Lin Yuhang began to sweat. This was terrifying. He questioned his capabilities as a retired professional player. Could he achieve such feats? Obviously not. Yet here was Chen Zhao, effortlessly pulling it off as if such godlike precision was customary for him, drawing minimal reaction from the viewers in his stream, as if this level of marksmanship were an everyday occurrence. Lin Yuhang felt a creeping tension. He had earlier dismissed his agent's remarks about Chen Zhao's formidable skills, believing that a self-taught newcomer couldn't possibly surpass an experienced veteran like himself. But after watching for just over 10 minutes, Lin Yuhang's pride had evaporated entirely. He recognized that Chen Zhao's talent was far beyond anything he had imagined nothing short of extraordinary. As the final circle approached, Chen Zhao rushed toward a few buildings with Xiao Zhuxian, while the last remaining opponents hid inside, too afraid to emerge. Lin Yuhang held his breath, fixated on the screen, contemplating what he would do in this situation. After deliberating for a while, he determined that since the enemies were holed up on the second floor, the best strategy would be a direct assault via the stairs. Perhaps he could use his teammate as a shield while he secured the kill on the enemies. A safe approach indeed. While his teammate might be taken down, he could seize the moment to eliminate the adversaries. What then would Chen Zhao do? In a flash, Chen Zhao produced grenades 3 in total and deftly tossed them all to the second floor where the enemies were concealed. 2 enemies, frantic and panicking, leaped out of the window. Yet before they even landed, Chen Zhao blasted one down with his Uzi, while Xiao Zhuxian simultaneously gunned down the second enemy, emerging victorious in a swift and seamless chicken dinner. The entire maneuver was executed in under 5 seconds, quick, accurate, and ruthless, flawlessly synchronized. Furthermore, Chen Zhao's method proved remarkably superior to Lin Yuhang's plan of having a teammate take the hits while assaulting the building. Whereas Lin's approach invited counterattacks, Chen Zhao had the opponents reacting defensively, turning the tables an exceptionally clever strategy. Lin Yuhang shut off the stream, staring blankly for a while before scratching out the 5 stars next to Chen Zhao's name, replacing them with 3 question marks. This symbol signified that he was utterly perplexed by the magnitude of Chen Zhao's threat and skill level. In the gaming world, players labeled with were exceptionally challenging bosses. Clearly, Chen Zhao's outstanding performance in that match had utterly astonished Lin Yuhang. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhao was unaware that someone had spent half an hour analyzing him. After completing a couple of matches with Xiao Zhuxian, he ended his broadcast and went to sleep. With an alarm set for 6 in the morning, Chen Zhao planned to rise early for a marathon livestream, aiming to broadcast for an entire day, no, rather 3 consecutive days. Currently, Chen Zhao's follower count stood at 520,000, the lowest among his 3 competitors. However, this initial figure was of little consequence. What mattered more was the rate of growth rather than the total numbers. All eyes were set on the upcoming 3 days of PK to see how much his follower count would increase. If his followers surged, the platform would offer substantial support, and he might quickly ascend to the status of a super streamer with millions of fans. Conversely, if his growth remained stagnant, the platform would likely neglect him, and things would remain as they were. Chapter 62. Can a handgun win? On Saturday morning, Chen Zhao woke up and hastily downed a bowl of plain water for breakfast before popping a golden throat lozenge into his mouth. He powered on his computer and began his live stream. The battle of the next 3 days was about to commence. As he went live, Chen Zhao took a moment to glance at his fan count, which was still quite respectable, 560,000. He also checked the follower counts of his 3 competitors, and his face turned pale. Wuchang had 600,000 fans. Lin Yuhang had 610,000 fans. Erpang had 650,000 fans. All of them had several thousand more followers than him. Chen Zhao instantly felt an immense pressure. When everyone signed contracts as resident deities, they all had 500,000 followers, yet others were gaining followers at an astonishing rate while he was stagnating. He needed to put in the effort. He aimed to turn the tide in 3 days. Even if he could not claim the title of the top competitor, he at least wanted to avoid being last. Being at the bottom was truly dire. The livestream platform would not provide much support afterward, and the chances of gaining followers would dwindle significantly. Chen Zhao addressed the viewers in his livestream. For the next 3 days, I will be engaging in crucial PK battles. I will be streaming more, aiming for over 10 hours a day. That I welcome everyone to introduce my livestream to friends and invite everyone to join our big family. Although it was quite early, many viewers were already online, eagerly watching Chen Zhao's broadcast. Upon hearing his words, the fans became excited. One fan remarked, "I'm opening a secondary account to help the streamer gain followers." Another said, "I'll make sure all my roommates follow the streamer. Let us help the streamer win this PK." A third chimed in, "Zhao Go, you can do it. Claim the first place in the PK." Yet another fan added, "It seems like more gift donations could elevate us on the daily gift leaderboard." Increasing popularity saw donate a wave. Let us give the streamer a helping hand. The user named Tablet Crushing Instant Noodles sent the streamer Heart of the Universe X10. Upon seeing this donation notification, Chen Zhao was instantly astonished. The Heart of the Universe is the highest-priced gift on the Duxianmo livestream platform, with each one costing an astounding 2,666 yuan. This fan, tablet-crushing instant noodles, had generously sent 10, totaling over 26,000 yuan. Chen Zhao had just earned more than 10,000 in one go. He quickly opened his microphone to express his gratitude. Thank you to the wealthy tablet-crushing instant noodles for the generous donation. The fans in the live stream were equally astonished and excited. Wealthy one, I want to be friends with you, exclaimed another. Wealthy one, do you need any accessories for your thighs? Called out another. Wealthy one, let us go hiking, suggested a third. I've been following the streamer for 2 weeks. Watching him play every day. It's quite enjoyable, but I'm getting a bit of aesthetic fatigue. Can the streamer try something more challenging? With such a generous fan making suggestions, Chen Zhao was more than willing to oblige, especially given the hefty donation. However, the question remained, how could he increase the difficulty? Typically, for a chicken dinner streamer, the challenge would involve achieving consecutive wins that an average streamer might aim for 3 consecutive wins. A seasoned one for 5 and a professional for 10. An impressive feat indeed. However, Chen Zhao was different. He had rarely been killed by other players, mostly succumbing to bomb zones or accidental deaths caused by teammates. As long as he stayed away from teammates and avoided the bomb zone, he could easily manage 2 or even 30 victories without breaking a sweat. So, what could he do to heighten the challenge? Before going live, Chen Zhao contemplated and decided to select the solo mode on the island map. Earlier, a fan mentioned wanting to see a more difficult gameplay. He said, after some thought, I've decided to attempt a handgun-only chicken dinner. I will solely use handguns and melee weapons throughout. And let us see if I can secure a victory that I haven't tried this before, so I can't guarantee a success rate, but let us wait and see. As Chen Zhao made this announcement, the livestream chat erupted. A handgun chicken dinner? Isn't that a bit unrealistic? True. Even though the streamer is skilled, a handgun against submachine guns and assault rifles will surely lead to disaster. I doubt it. Getting to the final circle seems like a stretch. I've tried that before. It's practically a death sentence. With just a handgun, you're prey for others that at a distance. You can't hit anyone, while they can snipe you from afar. Up close, with a handgun, while you shoot, they gun you down with their submachine guns. I hope the streamer can at least make it to the final circle, making it there would be a victory. While a chicken dinner seems like a pipe dream, a chorus of fans voiced their skepticism, most believing that Chen Zhao's goal of achieving a chicken dinner with just a handgun was fanciful and unattainable. Rapidly contemplating how to proceed with his handgun strategy, Chen Zhao decided it was best to play it safe. In simpler terms, it was time to be cautious. Boarding the plane, he opened the mini-map and noted the flight path that extended from the military base to City S. Chen Zhao decisively marked a spot by the river adjacent to City RWS. The plane flew. He jumped out when they were still 1,500 meters from the marked location. Gliding down, he deployed his parachute, splash, and landed in the water. He swam a bit and positioned himself in the center of the river, with only his head visible above the surface. This location allowed him to keep an eye out for any approaching enemies while also providing cover from bullets beneath the water. Even if he were unfortunate enough to be spotted, he could swim away to safety. Truly, a sanctuary for survival. All right, our thrilling handgun chicken dinner battle begins now, Chen Zhao announced. The viewers in the live stream collectively fainted. So this was the strategy for achieving a chicken dinner. It turned out that there was no shooting with handguns against rifles or submachine guns. Instead, he was simply soaking in the river. We can do that too, the fans exclaimed. One fan shouted, how can you pull this off? Unfollowing. Another echoed, unfollowing. A third chimed in, unfollowing. A fourth added, unfollowing. Chen Zhao panicked and quickly responded, no. I'll play properly. No more hiding. He reluctantly emerged from the river and ran to search for supplies in a 3-story building on the edge of City R. This building was surprisingly bountiful. On the first floor, he found an M416 and a PP-19 Bison. However, having promised to use only handguns, he reluctantly walked away. Heart-heavy dead on the second floor, he picked up an M1911 along with 30 rounds of 45 ACP ammunition. Chapter 63. The Toilet Massacre. After rummaging through several small rooms, he managed to gather a level 2 helmet and vest that he also acquired a frying pan, 3 medical kits, and 5 drinks and painkillers each. He was well stocked on medical supplies. Typically, Chen Zhao wouldn't need many meds during a game, as most enemies would fall to his gunfire within 5 seconds. To be precise, most enemies would be eliminated in a single encounter, leaving them no chance to retaliate. City R appeared devoid of enemies, allowing Chen Zhao to scour freely. To his fortune, he stumbled upon a P-18C, a rather flashy handgun that used 9mm ammunition and could fire in full automatic mode, boasting explosive firing speed and damage. Truly the king among handguns. With an extended magazine, the P-18C could almost be considered a modified submachine gun, incredibly formidable for many novices if they landed and encountered an enemy, and had the choice between an S-1897 shotgun or a P-18C. Grabbing the P-18C would increase their chances of survival. Chen Zhao promptly discarded the M1911 in favor of the P-18C that he continued searching through various buildings, collecting a total of 220 rounds of 9mm ammunition, which should suffice. His luck continued as he acquired a quick-draw magazine, silencer, and red dot sight, fully equipping the P-18C. Simply delectable. With his gear complete, the question arose: what to do next? Normally, after gathering supplies, Chen Zhao would opt to drive around recklessly in search of enemies to eliminate. However, with only a small handgun at his disposal, driving around would be tantamount to courting death. Chen Zhao found himself at a loss for direction. "It's so hot today. Can I just soak in the river for a few more minutes?" Chen Zhao asked his viewers. The fans immediately erupted. "No. Soaking in the river is so boring. If you stay in the river, we'll unfollow. Now that you have a gun, go out and shoot. Go for it, young man. Go out and fight. Anywhere but the river." "Exactly. Don't you go back to the river." Chen Zhao felt dejected. He longed to soak in the river and wait until the circle shrank. Yet the fans were unwilling to allow it. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao found himself running into a small toilet. Then he became motionless. Chen Zhao's reasoning was simple. If he couldn't hide in the river, he would hide in the toilet. After all, such small toilets were generally devoid of visitors. As long as he could remain concealed, he would reach the final circle. The viewers in the live stream were left disappointed. Hiding is so dull. We want to see the streamer shoot. What is the difference between hiding in a toilet and hiding in a river? Stop hiding and bravely seek out enemies. Chen Zhao wore a bitter expression. They urged him to go out and shoot. But how could he do so with only a small handgun? Wasn't he that akin to an old man hanging himself, impatient to live? Yet it was he who stood to lose. Chen Zhao began to reason with and emotionally appeal to his fans, persuading them to endure. Confucius once said, "To survive is to endure." Lu Sun also remarked, "If you can endure, you can thrive." After a moment of frivolous banter, Chen Zhao suddenly fell silent. That he heard footsteps. The sound was unmistakably clear. There were enemies nearby. Chen Zhao felt a jolt of adrenaline, snapping out of his jovial interaction with his fans. His gaze sharpened. His expression instantly became grave, and he began to focus intently on the game. That he adjusted the volume of his headset, straining to discern the enemy's location. That it appeared they were lingering near the restroom, where a small 2-story building stood, presumably searching for items. Chen Zhao remained motionless, deliberately avoiding any sound that might attract the enemy. The live stream grew quiet as fans held their breath, awaiting the impending confrontation. Chen Zhao hoped the adversaries would move on, but they did not. After a tense wait of several seconds, someone flung open the restroom door and rushed in. Chen Zhao raised his P-18C, aiming at the enemy's head, and fired. Simultaneously, the enemy, wielding an AKM, panicked and retaliated. In the blink of an eye, over 29mm bullets struck the enemy's head, while Chen Zhao also sustained several hits. In the confined restroom, a fierce gunfight erupted. Finally, a prompt appeared on the computer. "You killed Sanjineoli Gu with a P-18C pistol headshot. A successful kill. First blood claimed." Although the skirmish was brief, Chen Zhao was drenched in cold sweat from the tension. He glanced at his health bar, which showed barely a sliver remaining. One more shot, and he would be finished. Fortunately, the enemy was the one who fell. A crate lay at the restroom entrance. Chen Zhao quickly applied a medkit before crouching down to loot the crate. The enemy was well equipped, with a fully decked SCAR and an AKM with a 6x scope. along with a plethora of ammunition. However, Chen Zhao had vowed to use only his pistol, so he could not loot the weapons or bullets, that he could only take a computer, which was essentially a comprehensive medical kit. Humorously referred to as a computer by many players due to its resemblance to a laptop. Before he could fully heal, he suddenly heard footsteps again. Chen Zhao inwardly cursed, thinking one was not enough. Now another was coming. After a brief moment of reflection, Chen Zhao decided he could not leave the restroom. The enemy was too close. If he dashed out, he would likely be riddled with bullets. The only viable option was to hide behind the open door and wait for the enemy to approach the crate. Ready to deliver a headshot, Chen Zhao swiftly positioned himself in the corner between the open door and the wall, affording him a perfect angle to observe the doorway and the outside. While the looting enemy remained oblivious to his presence, that as soon as he closed the door, he would be face-to-face with the enemy, mere feet away. After a few tense seconds of waiting, suddenly someone dashed in. Standing atop the crate, eagerly looting. They appeared utterly oblivious, completely unaware of the hidden figure lurking in the narrow gap between the open door and the wall. Now was the moment. Chen Zhao switched his pistol for a frying pan, abruptly closed the door, and swung down ferociously toward the enemy's head. You killed Dai Yuqing Wenzi with a frying pan headshot. The kill notification popped up, double kill, and another crate appeared at the restroom entrance. In the live stream, the fans erupted in excitement. Wow, is he really that strong? Unbelievable. A double kill in the restroom. The streamer is closer to becoming a restroom god than old 8. Great job, here's a reward. This frying pan kill is truly exhilarating. The streamer is indeed impressive. All his shots are aimed straight at the enemy's head. He only targets the head, never the neck. Before the fans could finish their praises, Chen Zhao suddenly ducked back behind the door, that I in the next moment. Another enemy rushed in, glanced at the two crates, and cautiously surveyed the surroundings before tossing a smoke grenade between the two crates. Clearly, he suspected an ambush, yet was eager to loot. The white smoke enveloped the restroom. The enemy believed he was safe, standing between the two crates, joyfully looting. Suddenly, the restroom door burst open, and Chen Zhao emerged from behind it, frying pan in hand, leaping into action, and came crashing down. Clang! The resounding impact echoed, with a frying pan headshot. Chen Zhao achieved a triple kill. Chapter 64. Advancing to the final circle. Chen Zhao was exhilarated, his hands trembling. It was thrilling to think that enduring in the restroom could lead to eliminating so many foes. Crates were strewn about. However, excitement aside, the restroom was no longer a safe haven. With 3 crates lying in plain sight, any enemy passing by would be tempted to loot. Just because he had been fortunate enough to kill enemies before did not guarantee continued luck. His goal was not merely to gun down foes, but to secure victory. There was no need to engage recklessly. Chen Zhao peered outside. Noticing that the area seemed cleared, he quickly crouched and made a dash away from the graveyard of corpses. The circle was closing. The next safe zone lay between the ruins and Peace City, devoid of substantial structures, save for scattered trees and undulating terrain. Essentially an open field. This landscape was ideal for long-range sniper duels. In the past, Chen Zhao would have sought out a central position, found high ground, and methodically eliminated enemies one by one, an exhilarating and domineering strategy. But this time, he only possessed a P-18C pistol. Chen Zhao was on the verge of tears. Why was his luck so abysmal? In the final circle, with the safe area shrinking, he could have taken cover behind a building, but now he was left exposed in the open. How was he to manage? Yet, there was no choice. Having boasted, he had to finish the match, even if it meant doing so while kneeling. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhao dashed into a nearby building, frantically searching that he seemed desperate. As if he had forgotten something crucial. The fans in the live stream noticed Chen Zhao's urgency and began to speculate. Has the streamer finally reached his limit and is now in search of a proper weapon? It seems a pistol won't hold up in this scenario. No! Don't search for a gun. Surviving the final circle is victory enough. There's no need to seek a chicken dinner. It looks like the streamer isn't looking for a weapon. Indeed, he seems to be searching for smoke grenades. The keen-eyed fans quickly deduced that Chen Zhao was not seeking a weapon, but rather one item: smoke grenades. His strategy was clear, that in an open combat scenario, if he wanted to ambush an enemy, he needed cover. Lacking buildings for protection, he had to rely on bushes and large trees. And when those were insufficient, smoke grenades would serve as a shield. Thus, before entering the final circle, he needed to stockpile ample smoke grenades. The more the better. After rummaging through several rooms, he managed to gather 8 smoke grenades. The circle was already closing, and Chen Zhao, clutching his P-18C, climbed out the window and began his sprint toward the safe zone. Suddenly, a flurry of gunfire erupted in the distance. An intense skirmish was underway 500 meters away. In the past, Chen Zhao would have seized such an opportunity to set up a sniper position, employing a strategy of ambush. Yet with only a small pistol in hand, he could not engage and had no choice but to keep moving forward. Upon entering the safe zone, Chen Zhao immediately dropped to the ground, becoming a prone sniper that he had no choice. If he was spotted, the enemy's bullets would come raining down, and with his limited firepower, he would be utterly defenseless. Chen Zhao maneuvered as discreetly as possible, seeking cover behind trees and rocks, ensuring that if enemies spotted him, he could swiftly take refuge behind a tree or rock that if caught in the open, it would be game over. Fans in the live stream grew anxious. There are 11 remaining. The streamer is actually progressing to the final circle with just a pistol. It's surreal. I'm fully geared with a level 3 suit and a complete weapon. Yet I struggle to reach the final circle. The streamer managed to do so with just a pistol. Perhaps this truly highlights the disparity. If anyone discovers the streamer wielding just a pistol in the final circle, they'll be utterly bewildered. Where did this jester come from? If he can secure a chicken dinner, I'll donate 10,000. Wow, awesome. I love you, wealthy benefactor. This financial backing is impressive. Consider this a like. Is there any room on the rich man's lap for me to cuddle? Chen Zhao had no time to pay attention to the fans' lively chatter in the live stream. His muscles were tense, and he was in a heightened state of alert. The circle had shrunk considerably, and he was now nearing the center. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he saw no enemies, only the wild grass swaying in the breeze. Whether he could secure a chicken dinner hinged on this final moment. Chen Zhao quickly scanned the grassy expanse, attempting to locate any enemies. But clearly, as the climax approached, everyone was lying low, hidden in the grass, rendering them invisible. The only opportunity lay in waiting for the circle to shrink, hoping to catch sight of any enemies who might stand up to move. The countdown for the circle began. 20 seconds. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 0 seconds. A new circle materialized, 8 meters behind Chen Zhao's left, that he retrieved smoke grenades from his pocket, low-throwing 2 of them, one into the circle and the other toward the side in the distance. Typically, when individuals deploy smoke grenades, they do so in close proximity to themselves for cover. However, Chen Zhao diverged from this common practice that in the final circle, the smoke grenades undoubtedly drew attention. If positioned nearby, it would certainly result in adversaries aiming at his location, leading to a perilous exposure. Conversely, casting them at a distance would entice impatient foes to approach for a clearer view, thereby revealing their positions. As Chen Zhao cautiously crawled toward the next circle, he remained vigilant to the movements around him. Suddenly, he noticed someone rise and crouch behind him, bending forward to sprint toward the next circle. Just as Chen Zhao prepared to raise his weapon and take aim, a sharp crack echoed, the crisp sound of a 98K rifle. The fleeing individual was instantly stripped of his helmet, panicking and jumping erratically in an attempt to evade the sniper's shot. Yet, within the confines of the final circle, such frantic movements proved futile. Crack! Another gunshot rang out, and the wounded enemy fell lifelessly, becoming yet another box on the battlefield. This was merely the beginning that a fierce exchange of AKM and Thompson gunfire erupted from the east. Abruptly ceasing moments later, observing the kill notifications, Chen Zhao noted that 2 players had perished within seconds, likely due to the sniper wielding the 98K who had revealed his position, only to be gunned down by nearby players. The individual who eliminated the 98K sniper was then opportunistically dispatched by another FOEIN Chapter 65. Top of the donation list, Chen Zhao felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. The final circle was alarmingly treacherous. Remaining inconspicuous was one thing, but once one's position was revealed, a hail of bullets would ensue. A brief silence enveloped the live stream as fans tensed up. Initially, many believed it impossible for a handgun to secure a victory. Yet now that Chen Zhao had reached the final circle, A flicker of hope ignited within them. Perhaps he could indeed triumph. Chen Zhao crawled into the final circle, retrieving 2 smoke grenades and hurling them into the distance. 2 large plumes of smoke erupted, hissing ominously. Suddenly, a dark object soared into the smoke, followed by a thunderous explosion. Someone had tossed a grenade into the smoke Chen Zhao had unleashed. This grenade seemed to be a precursor, as multiple grenades soon erupted from the nearby grass, followed by a cacophony of explosions resonating throughout the final circle. Clearly, the grenade thrower had inadvertently revealed their approximate location, prompting hidden players in the grass to retaliate with their own grenades, resulting in a chaotic bombardment that exposed even more positions. Chen Zhao observed a flurry of kill notifications, the number of remaining players dwindling rapidly. Ultimately, only 3 remained. Aside from Chen Zhao, merely 2 enemies were left. His heart raced. Having survived to this point, the potential of achieving victory with a mere handgun hinged upon this moment. As the circle shrank once more, it now lay a distance of 10 meters away from Chen Zhao. He had no choice but to crawl forward immediately. Halfway there, he paused momentarily, tossing the remaining smoke grenades ahead. The circle was instantly enveloped in thick smoke, massive white clouds expanding over the grass. The scene morphed into a bewildering haze. Suddenly, an enemy emerged from the edge of the smoke, diving into the obscurity. Shortly thereafter, another enemy charged in as well. Chen Zhao heard the fierce gunfire from an Uzi and a shotgun. The 2 adversaries were engaged in combat within the smoke. Chen Zhao's excitement surged. This was the perfect scenario, allowing them to battle fiercely until one emerged gravely wounded. At that moment, he could simply rush in and eliminate the injured foe, reaping the rewards of a well-timed intervention and securing victory. After a brief wait, the gunfire within the smoke ceased, and a kill notification flashed across the screen. The Uzi wielder had been slain. Now was the time. Chen Zhao sprang to his feet and charged. A silhouette appeared at the smoke's edge, facing away from him. This final adversary had evidently been severely injured and was attempting to drink a potion. Chen Zhao raised his P-18C handgun and fired relentlessly. A barrage of 9mm bullets struck the enemy's head, blood splattering, and the victory screen materialized. He had triumphed. Chen Zhao was ecstatic. What began as a boastful claim had transformed into a reality. He had indeed secured victory with a mere handgun. The livestream chat erupted with excitement. Fans flooded the chat with 666 and showered him with gifts, exclaiming, "Zhao Ge, I want to give you piglets," and "The Heart of the Universe X1. Chen Zhao continually expressed gratitude for the fans' generosity, overwhelmed with joy as the surge of donations reached an astonishing 8,000 in a matter of minutes. It was faster than robbing a bank. Suddenly, a fan shouted, "Streamer, hurry and check. You've topped the donation leaderboard today. And it's first place. Streamer, you're incredible. First in donations, brothers, let's go." Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to comprehend, before hastily navigating to the donation leaderboard on the Douyu live streaming platform. Indeed, his name boldly displayed as the top donor of the day. Chen Zhao was elated. His fans were truly phenomenal. He had never anticipated that as a newcomer, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the platform. Though the daily donation leaderboard was not particularly prestigious, merely reflecting the contributions made since midnight, it nonetheless stood as a testament to his achievement that he quickly snapped a photo of the screen, then turned to address his viewers. "Thank you immensely for your generous donations. You've truly overwhelmed me, propelling me to the top of the daily leaderboard. Although I suspect I'll soon be overtaken by more prominent streamers, I've captured this moment to share with my friends." Chen Zhao beamed with delight. Meanwhile, in another city, a fair-skinned beauty with exquisite makeup checked her reflection for any imperfections, then smiled as she opened her computer to begin her broadcast. As soon as she started streaming, a multitude of fans flooded in, indicating her popularity was still robust. "Sister Chong, you look ethereal today. Ah, so beautiful. I can't handle it. Someone save me. You started streaming so early today. That's wonderful. Sister Chong, are you playing chicken again today? Please share your makeup tips. Your look is stunning. And I want to learn." Indeed, she was one of Chen Zhao's competitors in the simultaneous PK. Chong, today marks the first day of my streaming PK, so I will be broadcasting from now until 10 in the evening. I hope everyone can lend me their support. Feel free to invite friends to join my stream. Guo Chang spoke with a charming tone, and her fans enthusiastically responded. Remarkably, her fan count surged by 10,000 within mere minutes, showcasing her strong appeal. Let's check on the other streamers I'm pitted against. Surely they haven't started, yet it's still early morning, and many streamers are likely still asleep, unlike my diligent self. Guo Chang mused, searching for the names of her competitors on the streaming platform. The first streamer, Airpang, who is also in the PK with me, hasn't gone live yet. The second streamer, Lin Yuhang, is also not broadcasting. The third streamer, Chen Zhao, he's already live, and moreover, Guo Chang's expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the golden emblem beside Chen Zhao's name, signifying he was at the top of the donation leaderboard. She quickly navigated to the leaderboard section, horrified to discover that indeed, Chen Zhao's name towered as the day's top donor. Had he truly reached first place? How impressive! The fans noticed Guo Chang's changing demeanor and began to rally. Sister Chang, don't worry. We'll help you reach first. Let's start donating to boost Sister Chang up the leaderboard. Let's take down Chen Zhao. The top spot belongs to Sister Chang. Chapter 66, The Battle for Donations, saw a surge of fans fulfilling their promises, showering Guo Chang with gifts. Sister Chang is the most beautiful, sent the Unicorn X10. An iPhone tossed into the water, sent the Heart of the Universe X2. Bathing in gold coins daily, sent the Helicopter X10. Guo Chang expressed her surprise, continually thanking her affluent supporters. Within mere minutes, Guo Chang's ranking on the donation leaderboard soared, ultimately surpassing Chen Zhao to claim the coveted top position. Her fans erupted in jubilant celebration within the chat, flooding it with messages like "Cheers to this magnificent victory," and "We successfully elevated Sister Guo Chang to first place." The atmosphere was electric. Guo Chang, touched by their support, declared, "Thank you all for helping me climb the leaderboard. Now, let's get started." On the other side, Lin Yuhang and Airpang commenced their broadcasts. Upon starting, they quickly noticed the daily donation leaderboard, showcasing their familiar rivals, Guo Chang in first place and Chen Zhao in second. Lin Yuhang stared at the screen in disbelief. He never anticipated that his fellow PK competitors would perform so impressively, both securing the top 2 spots on the donation leaderboard. The fans recognized Lin Yuhang's astonishment, fully understanding the reason behind it. "Dear host, do not be disheartened. We shall assist you in climbing the rankings immediately. Climb the ranks, climb the ranks. Let us help our esteemed host secure the top position. We must achieve first place. Anything less is unacceptable. Our host is a professional player. How could they possibly be compared to those mere amateurs?" The fans cheered enthusiastically, showering gifts as Lin Yuhang, astonished, watched his name ascend from obscurity on the donation leaderboard to 100th place, then to 80th, then to 50th. Ultimately, he reached the pinnacle of the daily donation chart. Lin Yuhang was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you to all the generous patrons for your donations. Your support has propelled me to the top. And today I shall challenge myself to achieve 10 consecutive victories in sniper warfare. If I fail, I shall not end the broadcast." 10 consecutive victories in sniper warfare means securing a chicken dinner in 10 consecutive matches. If even one match ends without victory, it counts as a failure. For instance, if one wins 9 matches but places second in the 10th, the challenge is deemed unsuccessful, and they must start anew. This is undeniably an exceedingly formidable challenge. Lin Yuhang had previously only attempted 5 consecutive wins, but now, moved by the fervor and generosity of his fans, he was determined to push his limits that I end the live stream of Airpang. Upon witnessing Lin Yuhang surge to the top of the daily donation leaderboard, Airpang felt envious and began actively soliciting donations from his fans. "Brothers, lend me your strength. Help me, fat brother, climb the ranks. Will you?" "Dear friends, donations are stagnating. Please assist fat brother. If you don't donate and I don't donate, when will fat brother make it to the leaderboard? You donate, I'll donate, and fat brother will immediately ascend the ranks." Airpang's fans were quite enthusiastic upon seeing their supported host being surpassed by another competing streamer. They became agitated and began showering donations rapidly, causing the donations in Airpang's livestream to flood in a mere 5 minutes. Airpang successfully claimed the top spot on the daily donation leaderboard. As Air Pang ascended to first place, Chen Zhao, Guochang, and Lin Yuhang's fans grew displeased. After all the effort to reach first place, how could they allow someone else to easily overtake them? That would render their climb meaningless. Consequently, the fans of several competing streamers went wild. Chen Zhao must reclaim first place. Let us boost sister Guochang's rank. Everyone, let us go. Lin Yuhang's name must surpass the other streamers. We must solidify Fat Brother's dominance. He cannot be usurped. The fans began to donate fervently once more. As gifts poured into the streamers' live broadcasts like a torrent, the competition quickly escalated to a fever pitch, with many fans becoming frantic, determined to shower gifts. Within just 5 minutes, the leaderboard saw 8 changes in the top position, leaving many observers dumbfounded. While new PK streamers emerged daily, such intense competition was unprecedented. This demonstrated the remarkable prowess of this group of competing streamers. Initially, Chen Zhao was filled with fervor and eager to secure the top position. However, when the donations surpassed 200,000, he swiftly regained his composure. This level of donations was already absurd. Many fans even donated thousands, which was far from a normal occurrence. Chen Zhao understood donations to be a token of appreciation for impressive gameplay. A few dollars here and there. However, if it escalated beyond that, it could adversely affect the fans' daily lives. Aware that such competition could disrupt fans' normal routines, Chen Zhao felt a heavy burden of guilt. Thus, he addressed his audience. I appreciate your generosity, but if you are not in a comfortable financial position, please refrain from making further donations. Spending excessively to chase this leaderboard is counterproductive. Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to stop donating. Chen Zhao spoke sincerely. Thank you all. The fans commented in the live chat, expressing their willingness to continue donating. Yet Chen Zhao persistently declined. All right, let us stop the donations and focus on watching me secure a chicken dinner. I succeeded in the last round with a pistol. This time, ILL used the first weapon I encounter after landing. As Chen Zhao spoke, he initiated the game, got on the spawn island. He boarded the plane and parachuted down, landing on the outskirts of Peace City. Upon entering a building, he looked down to see his first weapon. The moment he spotted it, his expression turned sour at a crowbar. The first weapon he encountered was a slender crowbar. The fans erupted in laughter. Zhao Ge, you look so cool. Haha, a crowbar. This is worse than a pistol. A backflip to get up. Is the host really going to use a crowbar for the entire match? This luck is exceptionally unfortunate. If the host can secure a chicken dinner with a crowbar, I will eat my keyboard on the spot. Chen Zhao hesitated for a moment, then sighed and picked up the crowbar. But if he could win with this, it would mean this game was a farce. Not only did the fans doubt his ability to secure a chicken dinner, but Chen Zhao himself had reservations. Armed with the crowbar, Chen Zhao embarked on his quest for victory, while on the other side, 3 other streamers were fervently clawing their way up the ranks. Air Pang exclaimed, "Everyone, lend me your strength. I've just been surpassed by Guochang. It's so embarrassing for a grown man to lose to a lady. Let us rally and help me climb the ranks. I'll treat you all to a segment of Report the Dishes." Guochang chimed in. "Thank you to all my brothers, sisters, and fans. Can you help me secure the top spot? If I do, I'll sing Itchy for you tonight." Lin Yuhang added, "I have achieved 3 consecutive chicken dinners. Do you want to see me continue to 4? Let us shower those gifts." Chapter 67. Million in donations. The daily donation leaderboard had gone completely haywire, with the top position changing hands an average of 4 to 5 times per minute. Initially, the 4 competing streamers took turns occupying the first place. However, after Chen Zhao announced he did not want any more donations, his donation volume began to dwindle gradually, eventually coming to a near standstill. The remaining contenders, Lin Yuhang, Guochang, and Air Pang, fiercely competed for the top position, and the intensity of the competition only increased. With the crowbar in hand, Chen Zhao remained hidden in the water, successfully reaching the final circle. That he attempted his old trick of using smoke grenades for cover, hoping to strike when enemies were disoriented. However, unexpectedly, after landing a hit with the crowbar, an enemy swiftly turned around, unleashing a barrage from an Uzi, turning Chen Zhao into Swiss cheese, thus halting his progress at 3rd place. Subsequently, he attempted 2 more rounds using the first weapon he encountered. One was an AKM, which effortlessly secured him a chicken dinner, while the other was a frying pan, which once again led to a halt in the final circle. Feeling a bit fatigued, Chen Zhao exited the game and glanced at the donation leaderboard. To his shock, the amounts at the top had reached an astonishing level. First place, Guochang, today's total donations, 418,997. Second place, Airpang, today's total donations, 412,300. Third place, Lin Yuhang, today's total donations, 409,800. The top three had each garnered over 400,000 in donations. It was terrifying. In just a few short hours, these three streamers had earned over 200,000 each. It was faster than robbing a bank. Chen Zhao then looked at his own total, fourth place, with donations amounting to 125,309, roughly a quarter of the leading totals. However, Chen Zhao did not regret halting the donations. A gentleman appreciates wealth, but through righteous means that if fans wish to contribute a small amount, he would gladly accept. Yet, if the pursuit of meaningless rankings caused fans to sacrifice their living expenses, he would feel immense guilt. Feeling somewhat weary, Chen Zhao took a brief respite, pouring himself a cup of coffee, sipping it while engaging in pleasant conversation with his fans. His streams had always been face-off broadcasts, leading many fans to request a glimpse of his face. Chen Zhao smiled and politely declined. "I want to show my face. I'm not good-looking, and I fear you'll unfollow." The fans inquired about Chen Zhao's age and profession. "I'm still a senior in high school. My profession is that of a student and a gaming streamer," Chen Zhao responded honestly. The fans expressed disbelief, questioning how a high school student could excel at gaming to such a degree. Many speculated that Chen Zhao was a renowned esports figure using a smurf account and a voice changer. Some even suggested he might be an international gaming prodigy. Chen Zhao refuted these claims, insisting he was indeed a high school student with only a few weeks remaining until the college entrance exams. However, due to his good grades, he did not need to study late into the night like others, allowing him time to stream. Suddenly, a fan posed a remark that silenced the entire chat. "Could the great host aim for a kill count? If you can achieve over 30 kills, I will immediately donate 1 million. Chen Zhao paused, taking a moment to glance at the fan's ID, which consisted of a single character. Quite peculiar. There are often legendary figures on the streaming platform known for their astronomical donations, and whenever these figures enter a stream, both hosts and fans give them a warm welcome. Chen Zhao had researched some of these IDs, but had never heard of the person could be a genuine wealthy individual or merely boasting. It was difficult to determine. "I do not require such exorbitant donations, but the challenge you propose is intriguing, as I have never attempted to achieve a record for the highest kill count." Chen Zhao spoke into the mic. "So in the next match, I shall take on the challenge for the highest kill count." The fans in the live chat erupted with excitement, cheering for Chen Zhao's endeavor. Everyone is aware of Chen Zhao's exceptional skills. Yet the precise number of kills he can achieve in a single match remains an enigma. Chen Zhao opted for solo play on the island map and dove into action upon landing. He chose P City, the holy land for gunfights. Swiftly, he scavenged a UMP submachine gun and a 98K sniper rifle, racing towards the sounds of gunfire echoing through the city. Mere seconds later, he secured a triple kill, eschewing the loot boxes without hesitation, sprinting out of the building, and leaping onto a two-wheeled motorcycle, accelerating with breathtaking speed. Chen Zhao's skills were almost superhuman, as long as his weapon had sufficient range. Every enemy he encountered met a swift demise. The only challenge in aiming for the highest number of kills in a single match was locating more enemies within a short time frame. The motorcycle was the key to this strategy. The two-wheeled motorcycle is among the fastest vehicles in the game, agile and efficient, akin to a missile darting through the air. When descending slopes, it could reach speeds of up to 140 miles per hour, making it nearly impossible for many to hit such a rapidly moving target. As Chen Zhao zigzagged on the motorcycle, he incessantly honked the horn. The reason for this was simple: to draw fire from enemies, thus revealing more targets. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric. Riding like a maniac while honking the horn, how audacious! I love it. So brazen, so flamboyant that horn honking is impressively showy. Our esteemed streamer is a titan, filling the heavens with his might. Hey, someone's foolishly trying to shoot at our esteemed streamer. Headshot, nice, it's indeed a headshot. Oh, another soul seeks to challenge the esteemed streamer. Beautiful. Down they go. Chen Zhao sped from one end of the map to the other and back again. Each time spotting an enemy, he would swiftly brake, jump off the bike, pull out his sniper rifle and secure a headshot, executing the entire sequence flawlessly. The kill count surged, 3, 5, 7, 9, before he knew it. Chen Zhao found himself in the final circle, having eliminated a remarkable total of 20 opponents. However, with only 9 foes remaining in the final circle, even if he dispatched them all, reaching the goal of 30 kills would be impossible. Finding enemies to kill across the entire map was undoubtedly a high-level skill. Chen Zhao continued to ride the motorcycle, ultimately finishing with an astonishing 25 kills and securing a chicken dinner. Well, it's lunchtime now and my stomach is growling. Please bear with me for an hour while I grab a bite to eat. Chen Zhao began, only to suddenly halt. He noticed an enormous message pop up in the live stream. Has gifted streamer Dragon King 100. Dragon King is the highest denomination gift on the Do Panda live stream platform, with each valued at 10,000 yuan. Now, this fan named had generously gifted 100 Dragon Kings, equating to a staggering 1 million yuan. Holy cow! Chen Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, his face flushed with disbelief. Chapter 68. The invitation from Mr. Wang. What is true astonishment? This is true astonishment. 100-inch Dragon Kings gifted, amounting to a full 1 million yuan. According to the previous profit-sharing contract, Chen Zhao instantly earned 600,000. 600,000. That's enough for a down payment on a small apartment in a modest city. For someone like Chen Zhao, a financially struggling student for over a decade, receiving such a colossal sum was enough to leave him breathless with joy. Simultaneously, on the daily donation leaderboard, Chen Zhao's name soared, surpassing Lin Yuhang, Pang, and Guo Chong, claiming the top position. Moreover, he had doubled his previous scores. Many fans who were actively supporting streamers suddenly noticed Chen Zhao had rocketed to the top of the daily leaderboard. Momentarily stunned, some even thought the website had frozen, refreshing multiple times before realizing that Chen Zhao had received a substantial donation, propelling him to the #1 spot. The 3 other streamers engaged in a PK were also taken aback. Initially, they had observed Chen Zhao lagging behind and assumed he had lost his competitive edge, only to witness a meteoric rise. Looking at the total donation amount, over 1 million, Lin Yuhang was flabbergasted. Guo Chong was stunned. Pang, who had been urging fans to donate, was left speechless. A wealthy benefactor had gifted Chen Zhao 1 million in one go. How could they possibly compete with that? The 3 PK streamers fell silent, no longer urging their fans to donate or making promises of gratitude. They simply resumed their gaming streams, remaining quiet for an extended period. That it wasn't that they didn't want to compete. It was simply impossible to match such a staggering amount. After 2 hours of dry throating and shouting, they had barely accumulated around 400,000 in donations. Meanwhile, one single donation on Chen Zhao's end had surpassed 1 million. That the disparity was monumental, almost overwhelming. Even if they continued to rally for donations, who could say whether Chen Zhao would receive yet another 1 million? Just as Chen Zhao was about to express his gratitude to the benefactor, he suddenly saw a message pop up in the back end. Has added you as a friend. On the DoPanda livestream platform, there is a regulation that anyone donating over 10,000 can directly add the streamer as a friend. This mechanism is also designed to entice fans to donate. That, of course, once added, if the streamer dislikes the fan, they can promptly remove them from their friend list, providing protection against potential harassment from wealthy but unruly fans. Naturally, Chen Zhao had no intention of removing the friend. After all, this person had generously donated 1 million. What a wealthy benefactor. What a substantial ally. Hello, I'm the one who just donated 1 million. I have some personal matters I would like to discuss with you. When would you be available? The benefactor messaged. Chen Zhao quickly informed his fans that he had something to attend to and then closed the live stream interface, initiating a chat with the benefactor. I'm available now. Thank you for the generous donation. Please feel free to share what you wish to discuss. Chen Zhao promptly replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Could you reveal a bit about your true situation? You mentioned being a senior high school student. Is that accurate? The other party inquired. Yes, it is true. I am a science student, and my college entrance examination is approaching. Chen Zhao responded. Your age truly surprises me. It is indeed true that heroes emerge from youth. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yingwu, and I am the owner of the Chaofeng Esports Club. Recently, our club is looking to form a team to compete in this year's Global Chicken Dinner League. I have observed your exceptional skills and hope you would consider joining our team. The 1 million donation is a token of my sincerity." The other party replied. Chen Zhao was taken aback, finally realizing the purpose behind the million-yuan donation. The name was indeed derived from the last character of Wang Yingwu's name. The substantial donation was intended to recruit him into their esports club team. Chen Zhao quickly searched for information about the Chaofeng Esports Club and was astonished to discover its impressive background. Chaofeng, the third son of the dragon, resembles a beast and is known for its love of danger and admiration for the sublime. The mythical creature often adorns the corners of ancient architecture. The Chaofeng Club, having been established just 2 years prior, had already achieved commendable results in minor competitions and garnered considerable attention from esports enthusiasts. The owner, Wang Yingwu, was a major shareholder in a prominent domestic internet company, boasting ample financial resources and ambitious aspirations. I apologize, I am genuinely interested in competing in professional leagues, and I am thrilled by your recognition, Mr. Wang. However, in a few days, I will be facing my college entrance exams, so I must prioritize my studies, Chen Zhao replied. We can sign a long-term contract for 5 or 10 years. The money you earn would be sufficient to support you for a lifetime. Please consider it, Wang Yingwu continued to persuade. I truly appreciate the offer, Mr. Wang, but I do not intend to pursue esports as my primary career. I hope to engage in a scientific profession in the future, Chen Zhao politely declined. The two engaged in several rounds of discourse, with Chen Zhao consistently refusing. It was evident that Wang Yingwu was genuinely eager to recruit him into his team, yet Chen Zhao remained steadfast in his decision. Most individuals would have jumped at such a golden opportunity, but ever since Chen Zhao's intellect had increased, so had his vision and aspirations. He desired to make a significant contribution to the scientific community. Utilizing a mind capable of extraordinary intellect for esports, while it may guarantee success, would also be somewhat of a waste. How about this? The Global League takes place during the summer. I will need a reliable substitute player then. Once your exams are over and you have time, you can join as a substitute. However, the compensation for substitutes will certainly be considerably less than for official members. Wang Yingwu ultimately offered a compromise. That would be a tremendous honor, Chen Zhao readily agreed. After all, there would be little to do post-exams. Stepping in as a substitute would be no issue. Wang Yingwu shared his WeChat ID, and Chen Zhao added him, thus informally agreeing to the arrangement. They would reconnect after the exams concluded. Chen Zhao ordered some fried chicken for takeout, devoured it in a whirlwind, and then hurriedly resumed his live stream that he streamed throughout the afternoon and into the evening. Ultimately feeling utterly exhausted, his vision blurring from staring at the screen, it turned out that being a gaming streamer was no easy task. It was hardly less taxing than memorizing notes in a classroom. After finishing dinner, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 11 o'clock at night. The other 3 PK streamers were all worn out and had logged off. Chen Zhao checked his follower count, astonished to find it had skyrocketed to 700,000. In a single day, it had surged to 70,000, the fastest growth he had ever experienced, with results that were nothing short of remarkable that if he had continued at the previous rate. It would have taken him a week to reach this number. The rapid increase in followers was not only due to his extended live streaming that day, but also because he had maintained the top position on the daily donation leaderboard for an extended period, garnering significant exposure. However, in the realm of PKs, one need not fear swift growth in their follower count, but rather be wary of others growing even faster. Chen Zhao once again checked the follower counts of the other 3 PK streamers, eager to discover who had gained the most followers. Chapter 69. Explosive Follower Conversion Rate. Guo Cheng's follower count. 668, 500 at Air Pang's follower count. 651, 403. Lin Yuhang's follower count. 652, 180. All were fewer than Chen Zhao's. It is worth noting that prior to the PK match, Chen Zhao had the least followers among the 4 streamers. Yet, in the span of just 1 day, he had managed to surpass them, which was nothing short of astonishing. Chen Zhao felt elated. Having established an advantage on the first day, the following 2 days would surely be easier. Perhaps by the end, his PK results would exceed his expectations. Consequently, his streaming revenue would also rise in tandem. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Chen Zhao picked up his phone to find that he had just been added to a group chat titled 266 PK Results Announcement Group. What on earth is this? The group admin suddenly spoke up. May I confirm if Chen Zhao, Guichang, Peng, and Lin Yuhang are present? Chen Zhao promptly replied, I am Chen Zhao. A profile picture of a chubby pig responded, I am Peng. A beautiful woman's avatar chimed in, I am Guichang. A profile picture featuring a team logo stated, I am Lin Yuhang. The admin sent an OK emoji followed by a smiley face. Hello. Esteemed streamers, I am a staff member from the Duxiamo live streaming platform. The admin continued, each group of PK streamers has a designated results announcement group chat. You are part of this year's 266th batch of PK streamers. Hence, this is the 266 PK results announcement group. Every evening after you finish your streams, I will share your PK data in this chat. Chen Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. Such a thing exists? Daily result announcements? It felt akin to a teacher creating a group chat and revealing the entire class's scores after each exam. Quite terrifying. As you can see the follower counts in real time in the back end. I will not be announcing the changes in follower numbers. Instead, I will be focusing on the follower conversion rates, the admin continued. You all should be familiar with the concept of follower conversion rate, which indicates how many viewers of your stream chose to follow you. If 100 people enter your live stream and 80 of them follow you, that means the conversion rate is 80. The streamers all expressed their understanding. They were all seasoned streamers, so such fundamental knowledge was certainly clear to them. Let's begin the announcements, the admin stated. Chen Zhao's heart raced. While follower counts were undoubtedly significant, the conversion rate was even more crucial. It directly influenced the extent to which his streaming could attract new fans. Peng, today's follower conversion rate is 45. The admin announced that Peng replied, thank you, one person enters my stream, and I split them in half stay and half leave. Not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Guichang exclaimed, wow, that's impressive. I know many streamers have conversion rates below 10, and you've hit nearly half. Lin Yuhang remarked, that's strong. Fat Brother's eloquence is indeed commendable. This humorous and charming style is quite popular now. Chen Zhao chimed in, incredible, incredible. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the chat fell silent again, awaiting the admin to reveal the results for the others. Guichang. Today's follower conversion rate is 49, the admin continued. Guichang gasped, really? That's amazing. Peng added, impressive, that's 4 percentage points higher than mine, that if I had even a tenth of Sister Cheng's good looks, I'd be satisfied. Lin Yuhang agreed, very strong. Good looks are indeed paramount. Chen Zhao, unabashed, sent a message. Would you like to add me on WeChat, miss? The chat fell silent once more, waiting for the next results announcement. Lin Yuhang, today's follower conversion rate is 44, the admin stated. Not bad. Not bad. I'm relatively satisfied, Lin Yuhang humbly replied. His data was the lowest among those announced thus far, so only he truly knew how he felt about it. Actually, they're all quite similar. It's just a matter of a few followers, Guichang reassured. I'm about the same, Peng added. Quite good. Quite good, Chen Zhao echoed. The chat fell silent again as everyone awaited the final announcement. Chen Zhao's data. All the streamers had observed each other's follower counts and recognized that Chen Zhao had gained the most followers today. The only way to surpass him was to outdo him in conversion rates. After a brief pause, the admin finally spoke. Chen Zhao, today's follower conversion rate is 76. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned. 76. How could it be so high? Other streamers had even surpassed 50, and he had achieved a staggering 76. A fantastique, Chen Zhao messaged. I was lucky today to encounter a big spender. Who knows what tomorrow holds? Guichang lamented. Why do I suddenly have a sour taste in my mouth? So bitter. Lin Yuhang remarked. Zhao Ji's skills are indeed impressive. Even though I've retired from the professional team, I doubt I could last 30 seconds against Zhao Gu in the wild. Peng cheered. Incredible. Incredible. Here is a 666 for my bro. Chen Zhao's current mood was euphoric. He had initially thought that his quiet demeanor, lack of banter, and absence of a professional team background would render him the streamer with the lowest conversion rate among them. Yet, the results revealed that this seemingly disadvantaged individual had claimed the top spot with dominating figures. How could he not feel elated? Once the data was announced, the chat returned to silence as everyone drifted off to sleep. Chen Zhao, undeterred by the demands of streaming, mustered his energy to complete a test paper before retiring for the night. At 6 the next morning, he rose to begin streaming. As he opened his mic and spoke, he yawned. Good morning, everyone. It's the second day of PK, and today we'll stream just like yesterday. This first match will serve as a warm-up, and after we finish, I'll grab some breakfast before diving back into the fray. Chen Zhao, still bleary-eyed, announced. The live chat was already flooded with tens of thousands of fans, who immediately began showering him with gifts. Wow! Thank you for the early morning donations, Chen Zhao exclaimed, somewhat surprised. He hadn't even launched the game yet, and donations were already coming in. It seemed the fans appreciated his early rising to stream, so they wanted to show their support. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao discerned a clear truth. He was gradually gaining popularity. In the past, it took him half an hour of streaming before receiving any donations, typically during the final circle of a game, or only after executing remarkably skilled plays. Yet now, donations were coming in right from the start. It was evident that his fans were becoming more devoted. The strategy he employed yesterday of winning with the first weapon encountered could not be reused today, lest the audience grow weary. Chapter 70. Streamers in Full Force. Chen Zhao pondered for a moment and decided to seek the fans' opinions. Does anyone have a preferred streaming mode? Drop your suggestions in the chat, and I'll choose one that I can manage. Chen Zhao said. The fans began to chime in, each offering their ideas, and the chat quickly descended into chaos. Chen Zhao focused intently on the messages, and despite the rapid pace, his keen eye and agile mind allowed him to discern every single one. Eventually, one suggestion caught his attention. Dear streamer, let us go eat some chicken together. We want to win alongside you. Many streamers typically invite fans to join them for chicken dinners, especially those who have made significant donations, essentially granting them the right to team up with the streamer. However, Chen Zhao had yet to invite fans to team up with him. This was a perfect opportunity to attract more followers. By randomly selecting lucky fans to join him, he might garner even more attention. Thus, Chen Zhao began to take fans along for chicken dinners, 3 at a time, chosen at random. The selected fans cheered with delight, while those not chosen eagerly awaited the next round. While other streamers faced the risk of failure when teaming with fans, Chen Zhao, as long as he didn't encounter any hackers, would lead his fans to a crushing victory, securing chicken dinners with ease. On another front, Guochang had also begun her stream. Today, she was determined to give it her all, starting with a zombie mode, inviting the top contributors to join her team. Let me share a little insider information. Yesterday, my performance on the first day of PK was decent, but not the best. Therefore, to ensure my success in the PK, I need to put in the effort today. Guochang's expression was serious, her eyes shining with determination. Sister Chang will surely win. Her fans cheered enthusiastically. A few minutes later, Air Pang went live. Brothers and sisters, Fat Brother is going to exhaust himself today. I'll pop a couple of throat lozenges first, and then we'll get started for a thrilling experience, Air Pang declared, tossing 2 throat lozenges into his mouth. His streaming style relied heavily on his vocal delivery, which demanded ample throat care. The results of yesterday's PK are out, and I didn't perform very well. I felt good about myself. But the competition was fierce. When comparing oneself to others, one can feel inadequate. Air Pang explained. So today, let us stream from morning till night. Aiming for a 10-hour marathon, I expect my voice will be wrecked by the end, but for the sake of my fans' happiness, it's worth it. To all of you tuning in, I'll give it my all to honor you. My dear patrons, Air Pang added, before launching the game. Lin Yuhang logged in shortly after. As soon as he entered, someone sent him a team invitation. Lin Yuhang accepted it in a heartbeat. Allow me to introduce you all to our esteemed professional player, Li Geng, who has confirmed his participation in this year's Global PUBG Professional League. Behind the scenes, we share a strong camaraderie, akin to brothers who have shared many experiences together. Today, I invited him to help me boost my popularity, Lin Yuhang remarked. Instantly, the live chat erupted with excitement. Ah, it's Li Geng. Li Geng is so handsome. Incredible, incredible. I've always followed Li Geng's matches. I can't believe the streamer has such a close relationship with Li Geng. I truly chose the right idol. Li Geng is currently a highly sought-after figure in the esports arena, possessing both youth and striking looks, making him immensely popular among female fans. Given Lin Yuhang's favorable rapport with him, he hastily called him over for support, as anticipated. The moment he arrived, a throng of female fans could hardly contain their exhilaration, screaming wildly in the live stream. Although Lin Yuhang had reservations about troubling his good friend, he found himself with no alternative. Yesterday's performance in the PK was dismal, and he needed to devise a remedy. All the streamers exerted their utmost efforts today, employing every tactic to attract fans. Chen Zhao, however, paid little attention to the other three streamers, focusing solely on his own broadcast that he understood that constantly monitoring others was futile. He simply needed to concentrate on executing his responsibilities. Ultimately, whatever the outcome may be, it would be what it would be. After an exhaustive day of streaming, the several PK streamers tirelessly persevered until nearly midnight, gradually winding down to bid their viewers good night before logging off. Subsequently, while indulging in instant noodles for a late-night snack, Chen Zhao remained glued to his phone, awaiting the announcement of today's results in the 266 PK results announcement group. Today had indeed seen a more vigorous competition, as he relished the thrill of the game alongside a multitude of fans. While the fans were elated, Chen Zhao felt utterly drained. Regardless of whether today's statistics were favorable or not, he knew he had given his all and felt no regret. "Is everyone present?" The group leader suddenly chimed in. "Here, Miss." Guo Chong was the first to respond, deducing from the tone of the previous day's conversation that the group leader was likely female. "Present," Lin Yuhang replied curtly. "Here." Peng sent a sunglasses emoji. I'm here," Chen Zhao added. "Since everyone is here, let us announce today's results," the group leader stated. "Just like yesterday, you can check your fan counts yourselves. I will disclose the conversion rates." The streamers all expressed their agreement, and the group leader began to relay the results. Peng, yesterday's conversion rate was 45, and today it has risen by 5 points to reach 50. Congratulations, the group leader declared. Guo Chong sent a congratulatory emoji, followed by Lin Yuhang, who echoed the sentiment, and then Chen Zhao, who joined in the chorus. Peng spoke up. "Thank you all, it's quite good. My throat feels like it's bleeding from all the effort today. But hard work does yield rewards. The AN increase is excellent, and 5 more points is even better." Peng's words were quite reasonable. Indeed, with diligent effort, one could expect at least a modest uptick in figures. Achieving over 50 left him thoroughly satisfied. After all, for every 2 viewers who entered, 1 remained, which is quite an impressive ratio. Many lesser-known streamers struggle to even reach a 10 conversion rate. Guo Chong. Yesterday's conversion rate was 49, and today it has risen by 3 points to 52. Congratulations, the group leader announced. Guo Chong sent a cheerful emoji, clearly pleased with the increase. The others also exchanged polite congratulations. Lin Yuhang. Yesterday's conversion rate was 44, the lowest among everyone. Yet today, against the odds, it surged to an astonishing 77, surpassing Chen Zhao's performance from yesterday. The group leader proclaimed. "Congratulations!" Lin Yuhang was immediately filled with excitement, sending a flurry of heart emojis. Indeed, having a prominent figure lend their support proved advantageous, resulting in an unexpectedly significant boost in his numbers. Something he never anticipated. Peng and Guo Chong gasped in astonishment, while Chen Zhao sent a cascade of thumbs-up emojis. It was undeniably impressive. Now only Chen Zhao's results remained unannounced. With Lin Yuhang having surpassed Chen Zhao's previous performance, could Chen Zhao still claim the top spot today? Chen Zhao. Yesterday's conversion rate was 76, and today it has risen by 10 points to reach 86. Congratulations, the group leader declared. A heavy silence fell over the group. How much? 86. This figure was simply outrageous. Behind the screen, the 3 streamers went pale. They had thought that after a grueling day of streaming, even if they couldn't surpass Chen Zhao, they could at least narrow the gap. Yet, they found the disparity only widening. The harder they worked, the greater the divide became. It was utterly despairing. Chen Zhao sent 2 smiley faces, and the other streamers exchanged thumbs-up emojis, falling silent as the group returned to an eerie quiet. After others' results were revealed, there had been a spirit of camaraderie, as their statistics were relatively similar, placing them on an even playing field. However, Chen Zhao's figures were overwhelmingly dominant, rendering any further conversation moot. The group atmosphere instantly cooled. After finishing his late-night snack and sipping a bowl of warm water, Chen Zhao collapsed in a bed. Monday saw him streaming all day, primarily alongside Xiao Zhuzhu. The past few days, Xiao Zhuzhu had been less active, explaining that she was assisting with her sister's wedding preparations. With some free time on her hands, she began helping Chen Zhao with the PK. Xiao Zhuzhu was remarkably effective, rallying her fans to support Chen Zhao. Everyone, please help out by following Chen Zhao, even if you're not fond of him. Just a click of the follow button would be appreciated. The emerging star's live PK results are crucial. You can unfollow after the PK is over, she urged her fans. Xiao Zhuzhu's influence was immense. Chen Zhao watched in astonishment as his fan count surged to 3 million. Just this morning, he had noticed his fans barely reached 960,000, that with a single announcement from Xiao Zhuzhu, his followers increased by over 2 million in a mere 5 minutes. It was astounding. Truly, having a popular streamer as a supporter proved invaluable. Meanwhile, the 3 other concurrent PK streamers, Guochang, Peng, and Lin Yuhang, observed the explosive growth of Chen Zhao's numbers with disbelief. Chen Zhao's fan count surpassed the combined totals of the 3 of them. How could they even compete? This 266 PK group was undeniably a death match. How did such a formidable contender emerge? Chen Zhao's figures had already been impressive. Today, they were simply absurd. The 3 streamers simultaneously sighed. Having completely lost confidence in competing with Chen Zhao, adopting a more laid-back attitude, Guochang ceased singing, Peng became taciturn, and Lin Yuhang began to make occasional blunders, frequently going offline. It appeared that the 3 streamers were somewhat half-hearted in their efforts. It was not a lack of dedication. Rather, they were physically exhausted from the intense competition of the previous days, now merely continuing out of sheer unwillingness to concede defeat, realizing that no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up to Chen Zhao. They began to feel deflated and fatigued. After another day of streaming, the PK streamers all logged off in the evening. The final results were undeniable. Chen Zhao claimed first place. His manager, Qin Lu, sent him a congratulatory message, informing him that his profile would frequently be featured on the live streaming platform due to his outstanding performance during the PK, which had caught the attention of the game department at Douxiong Panda live streaming. During a meeting that day, Chen Zhao's name had been specifically mentioned. Chen Zhao was elated, thanking Qin Lu while also recognizing that he owed Xiao Zhuzhu a significant favor. His fan count, which had skyrocketed by 2 million, was largely thanks to her enthusiastic shout-out, a tremendous act of kindness. Typically, streamers do not simply give followers that a few days prior, Chen Zhao had added Xiao Zhuzhu on WeChat and messaged her. Thank you for the fan boost. I owe you one. Is there any gift you'd like? Moments later, Xiao Zhuzhu replied. No need to mention it, just a small favor. However, if you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, sending me some local specialties would be wonderful. Chen Zhao pondered this. He realized he didn't have any notable local delicacies. But there were some exceptionally delicious peaches from the market. Juicy, sweet, and unlike any he had encountered elsewhere. Perhaps he could send her a box of those. After all, women generally love fruits, and fruits are known for their beauty-enhancing properties. After all, she sure's family cultivated juicy peaches. Please send me your mailing address, Chen Zhao typed. I'll send you some peaches. We have some really good ones here. Xiao Zhuzhu paused for a moment before quickly sending over an address. Just as Chen Zhao was about to save the address in his phone's notes, he suddenly felt something was amiss. This address. Why does it seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. You live in the same city as me, Chen Zhao messaged. What? Xiao Zhuzhu was momentarily confused. You live in the same city. My apartment complex is just 5 intersections away from yours. Chen Zhao elaborated. Xiao Zhuzhu. What a coincidence, since we're so close. Shall we meet up? Meet up? Chen Zhao was taken aback. What do you mean? Just to see each other, Xiao Zhuzhu clarified. Chen Zhao contemplated this and felt a rush of excitement. He had seen Xiao Zhuzhu's photos, and she was stunning. The prospect of meeting such a popular figure thrilled him, since they lived in the same city. There was certainly no need for local specialties that he could simply invite her out for a meal to repay the favor. I have classes in the coming days, but I'm free on Saturday. Mornings are too early, and we both have streams in the evenings, so how about I take you out for lunch at a restaurant? Chen Zhao proposed. Do you have time this Saturday at noon? I should be available. Yes, replied Zayas Hussein. Let's find a restaurant where we won't be seen by outsiders, perhaps a private room, because many people know me. If they see me, they might come over to ask for my contact information, which would be quite troublesome. Understood, understood. Chen Zhao sent an okay gesture, and the matter was settled. The following day, Chen Zhao returned to school for class. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that his classmates seemed to be looking at him with peculiar expressions. Chen Zhao dismissed it, assuming it was due to his absence the previous day, which might have sparked their curiosity about his reasons. He walked straight to his seat at the back, unloaded his backpack, sat down, and took out his problem set, ready to begin working on it. However, he suddenly realized that even his classmate Su Lanlan was looking at him with a strange gaze. What's wrong? Chen Zhao wiped his face with his hand. Is there something on my face? I heard that you were dating Zhao Xiaobai? Su Lanlan inquired. Suddenly, a large group of classmates surrounded him, all wearing expressions of gossiping curiosity. They seemed to share the same question. Chapter 72. The suffocating old professor Chen Zhao was utterly bewildered. What on earth, dating Zhao Xiaobai? Whose wild imagination concocted this nonsense? Why were all these people surrounding me? Su Lanlan pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and thrust it in front of Chen Zhao. This was posted on our school forum, and it has received over 1,000 likes. It's currently the hottest topic on campus. Sizzling hot. Su Lanlan stated. Chen Zhao glanced at the phone screen, and there it was, a candid photo of him conversing with Zhao Xiaobai on the roadside. Evidently taken by a passerby. It appeared to be from when they had bumped into each other at school, discussing the subject competition. Just this one photo, and you're jumping to conclusions? Chen Zhao said, somewhat speechless that if a photo could serve as evidence of a romantic relationship between two people, he could just as easily produce a photo with a bald principal. Did that mean he was dating the principal too? And this? Su Lanlan swiped her phone again, revealing another picture. This one was taken at the milk tea shop by the school gate, showing Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai sitting by the window, laughing and enjoying their drinks. They looked like a couple out for a meal. Chen Zhao felt overwhelmed. Who would have thought that a simple meal could lead to being photographed? This photo does seem a bit suggestive, but it was just a casual meal. She helped me out, and I treated her to dinner. Isn't that quite ordinary? Chen Zhao explained. Then what about this one? Su Lanlan swiped again, and yet another picture appeared. In this one, Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai stood by the school flower bed, the sunlight casting a beautiful glow on the blossoms. Zhao Xiaobai looked ethereal, resembling a scene from a romantic drama. Chen Zhao felt his head spinning. This photo truly made it seem more than it was. Is our school employing a fleet of paparazzi? Chen Zhao exclaimed in frustration. Why is there one photo after another? I'm not a celebrity. What is there to photograph? Didn't the school rules state that students are not allowed to bring smartphones to school? Has everyone disregarded the rules? You may not be a celebrity, but Zhao Xiaobai is the goddess of our school. Wherever she goes, boys will capture her likeness. Previously, she was always alone in the photos. But now there's suddenly a boy by her side. Shouldn't you explain this? Su Lanlan shot a knowing look at Chen Zhao, implying that he should confess. Shouldn't you clarify this? The surrounding classmates chimed in, echoing Su Lanlan's words with amused expressions. Chen Zhao was exasperated. I have nothing to confess. She and I are just ordinary friends, not even close friends, just acquaintances who exchange a few words. Why are you all making such a fuss? With the college entrance examination approaching, shouldn't we focus on studying instead of gossiping? The group of students continued to surround Chen Zhao for a while, but when the morning reading bell rang, they returned to their seats to study. Chen Zhao sighed, feeling helpless against the rampant gossip among his classmates. However, he was too lazy to vigorously defend himself. After all, he had nothing to hide. And besides, having rumors about being linked to the school beauty didn't seem too bad. He opened his problem set and began to work through the problems. The next stage was the national examination for the subject competition. And in order to win an award, he needed to study diligently. The preliminary round had already posed considerable challenges, and the national finals would undoubtedly be even more demanding. Another day of mundane study passed, and Chen Zhao had developed a habit of intense focus, often losing himself in the problem set for several hours at a stretch. Amidst the restless students in the class, Chen Zhao stood as an unmoving rock in the flowing stream. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived, and feeling fatigued with aching back and eyes, he strolled to the cafeteria for dinner. He ordered a plate of knife-cut noodles, found a secluded table, and began to eat. As he was eating, Chen Zhao sensed something was amiss. Several students around him were clearly staring at him, but whenever he turned to look, they all quickly averted their gazes, pretending to be nonchalant. Chen Zhao was puzzled. Why were they looking at him? He didn't have money on his face or any interesting problems to share, that he wasn't showing off his legs or anything. What was so fascinating? Was it because of the rumors with Zhao Xiaobai, or perhaps due to his recent achievement of ranking first in the grade? After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, he decided to dismiss it and continued eating his noodles. Suddenly, his system ring buzzed. Chen Zhao froze. Was there a new task? Lines of system text appeared before his eyes, visible only to him, that if the students nearby observed him, they would only see him staring blankly while eating, with no signs of abnormality. Urgent task: rescue the choking old professor. Task description: an elderly professor is about to choke on a quail egg that if not rescued in time, he will be in grave danger. Please proceed to assist, using the Heimlich maneuver to succeed. Task reward: 2 extra days of high intelligence experience. Note: the Heimlich maneuver will be provided to the host. Before Chen Zhao could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a peculiar sensation flood his mind, like someone had lifted his skull and poured in something light and airy. That something was knowledge. An abundance of knowledge and strange sensations filled his mind, and Chen Zhao closed his eyes, absorbing a wealth of medical experiences. Undoubtedly, what had just entered his mind was the Heimlich maneuver mentioned by the system. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in a corner of the cafeteria. With many students standing up in alarm, that a wave of voices surged, indicating that something was happening. However, from Chen Zhao's distance, he could not see the specifics of the situation, that he immediately stood up and strode towards the crowd. Although he couldn't see, based on the task just assigned by the system, he already knew what was occurring. That in the southeast corner of the cafeteria, a frail old professor with white hair was flushed and coughing violently. His distress palpable, as if he were being stabbed. The old professor struggled and coughed, knocking over a table, causing food to scatter everywhere. He fell to the ground, continuing to cough violently and thrashing about. The surrounding students were paralyzed with fear, frantically unsure of what to do. In a flurry of anxious voices, they exclaimed, "The professor is choking. What should we do? Quick, call 120. I've called. The school doctor is on the way. But I feel like the professor can't hold on much longer. Who will save him? The professor is fading fast. Pat his back. Help him cough it out. Yes, pat his back." Several boys rushed over to pat the old professor's back. However, after several attempts, it proved ineffective at this point. The professor's struggles had diminished, but his face was turning purple, his lips a ghastly white, and it was evident he was on the brink of death. Chapter 73. How to Recharge Intelligence. Seeing the old professor nearing his end, many students were growing frantic. A few boys, unable to bear the thought of witnessing death, turned away in terror. Many girls, overwhelmed by anxiety, began to cry. Someone was shouting into the phone for 120, but no matter how loud they yelled, it wouldn't hasten the arrival of the ambulance. The scene was chaotic. Chen Zhao had reached the outer edge of the crowd. However, the throng was so dense that he could hardly push through. Furious, Chen Zhao shouted, "Make way!" His voice boomed, and in his rage, it sounded like a lioness roar. The students in front jumped in surprise and quickly parted. The old professor was still on the ground, writhing and convulsing in agony. Unable to breathe due to choking, it felt akin to being executed by hanging. He was likely close to losing consciousness. That in a matter of seconds, he would suffer irreversible brain damage from oxygen deprivation. The longer they waited, the closer he came to death. Chen Zhao called out to 2 burly boys nearby. "You two, help me, one on each side, lift him up." His tone was firm and his expression resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Given the urgency of the situation, the 2 boys complied without hesitation, stepping forward to support the old professor's arms and helping him to his feet. Chen Zhao positioned himself behind the old professor, wrapping his arms around the professor's abdomen. The onlookers were bewildered, wondering what he was doing. What was the purpose of this embrace from behind? It seemed utterly futile. That a voice rang out amidst the crowd. "Hey, what are you doing? Save him. Do you even know how to save him? What's the point of just holding him? Pat his back. Help him expel it. If you can't treat him, then don't act like a hero." Chen Zhao paid no heed to the surrounding clamor, for his sole focus lay on the task of saving a life. When it comes to human life, there is no time to engage in idle disputes with onlookers. After securing the elderly professor's abdomen with a firm grip, Chen Zhao interlocked his hands, one resting atop the other, with his thumbs pointing downward. He located the professor's upper abdomen, just beneath the shoulder blades and around the navel, and then he thrust upward and inward with fervor. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts, 4 thrusts. Finally, the professor let out a gasp, expelling a ruptured quail egg, and began to inhale frantically, drawing in the air he had been deprived of for several minutes, his body trembling violently. He was saved. The onlooking students erupted in excitement. It was unclear who started it, but soon the entire crowd joined in a thunderous applause. Their clapping was vigorous, a heartfelt tribute to Chen Zhao's successful rescue. To save a life through such a simple method was indeed a monumental blessing. The applause grew louder, nearly shaking the cafeteria to its foundations, with many girls wiping away tears of joy while they applauded, and several boys' palms turning red from the fervor. Chen Zhao, along with 2 other boys, helped the professor to a nearby seat, allowing him to catch his breath and rest. Then, Chen Zhao parted the crowd and exited the scene, returning to his small table, picking up his chopsticks to begin eating noodles. After finishing a couple of bites, he handed his bowl to the cafeteria lady, turned, and left the dining hall, heading back to the classroom to work on exercises. As he walked, he felt a jolt from the system ring, and a line of text appeared before him. Detected that the professor's vital signs have returned to normal. Reward has been issued. High IQ trial period extended by 2 days. A smile crept upon Chen Zhao's lips. An extension of the high IQ trial period was splendid news. The previous duration granted by the system was dwindling, so an additional day was a welcome boon. That he had grown fond of the sensation of heightened intelligence. It was nothing short of divine. The thought of returning to his former state as an ordinary dull student was quite unsettling. As this notion crossed his mind, Chen Zhao suddenly recalled something important. Rubbing the system ring with his hand, he engaged in dialogue with the system. System, how does one recharge the high IQ trial period? Internally, he pondered, wasn't it said that my IQ could be recharged? Where's the recharge portal? After a brief wait, the system finally responded. There are 2 methods for IQ recharging. The first is cash payment, with the cost being 10,000 per day for an IQ of 400. Chen Zhao's hair stood on end. 10,000 a day? What the hell is this? Why is it so exorbitant? By all accounts, shouldn't the system be selflessly aiding the host in becoming stronger? Why does his system feel so greedy and mercenary? 10,000 a day. One could rent a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel for that price. I see I cannot afford the first method. Is there an alternative? Chen Zhao inquired. The second method is through fame points. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Fame points? What on earth is that? Fame points are accrued when others remember the host's name or when the host's actions evoke strong, emotional responses in others. In simpler terms, the more people who are left with a deep impression, the higher the fame points. Fame points can be exchanged for the high IQ trial period, with the cost being 100,000 points per day for an IQ of 400. Chen Zhao's hair stood on end once more. 100,000 a day. Why not just rob a bank? This system is utterly heartless. What a shameless merchant. So how many fame points do I currently possess? Chen Zhao asked. A line of deep blue data appeared from the system ring. Fame points, 2,804,633. 2,800,000 fame points. Chen Zhao was stunned. He never imagined his fame points could be so high, having initially thought they would be low. With this in mind, his current fame points could be exchanged for 28 days of the high IQ trial period, nearly a month, which was quite substantial. It was certainly more economical than spending money. After all, fame points cannot be spent like money and serve little purpose aside from exchanging for high IQ. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhao began to piece together the source of his fame points. Primarily, the largest contributor was his live stream, with millions of fans providing a substantial influx of fame points. Additionally, achieving top scores recently and being embroiled in rumors with Zhao Xiaobai had also garnered him significant fame points within this school of several thousand students. All these factors combined contributed to the impressive total of over 280,000 that IT seemed he would need to devise a way to earn more fame points to maintain his high IQ. But how could he achieve that? Chen Zhao pondered and then asked the system. Now that I am a prominent live streamer, having completed the first phase of the tasks you provided, can I begin to develop my literary pursuits? After a moment of tense anticipation, the system replied, affirmative. Chapter 74. Writing online literature upon receiving the system's approval. Chen Zhao was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. Fantastic. In his past life, he had memorized countless classic literary works that no longer existed in this world. While his writing skills were average, he now had a wealth of literary masterpieces swirling in his mind. Would Li Bai and Du Fu be intimidated? Would wildly popular web literature be daunted? Nobel Prize-winning works, just tossing one into the fray, could create a sensation. Just as he had previously submitted an essay titled On Learning, which not only received full marks but also made it into national magazines. Furthermore, with the method for IQ recharging clarified, venturing into literature had another advantage. When readers encountered Chen Zhao's writing and found it appealing, they would immediately contribute fame points, and the more readers, the more fame points accumulated. Moreover, literary works tend to have lasting impact, so producing quality pieces could provide a continuous stream of fame points for Chen Zhao over the years. This would greatly extend the time available for exchanging high IQ. Chen Zhao hurried to the school's convenience store to purchase a thick notebook and an automatic pencil. The notebook was intended for writing, while the pencil would allow for easy corrections. With these items, he was now equipped to embark on his literary journey. To be honest, the barriers to entry in literature were quite low. Becoming a race car driver could cost millions to purchase a racing car. Entering the esports realm might require thousands for computers and accessories. Aspiring to be a singer could demand hefty fees for studio rentals and hiring bands. Yet, to become a writer, one merely needed to spend a few dollars on a pen and a notebook. Chen Zhao returned to the classroom, took his seat, opened his pencil, and flipped to the first page of the notebook. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, he hesitated. His hand, poised with the pencil, remained suspended in the air for several seconds before he ultimately set it down. The sole reason for this was simple. He didn't know what to write. Despite having a plethora of immortal masterpieces in his mind, the moment he was ready to begin, he found himself at a loss for words. Could I borrow your phone for a moment? Chen Zhao suddenly turned to his deskmate. Su Lanlan was taken aback, retrieving a brand new phone from her desk drawer, seemingly just purchased and still in its box. I just bought this foldable screen phone and haven't had the chance to switch the SIM card. Feel free to use it, but be careful. It's quite expensive, Su Lanlan said. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Su Lanlan must be quite affluent, quietly acquiring a foldable screen phone. How much does a foldable phone cost nowadays? 1,000 or two? He had no idea, but it was undoubtedly beyond his means. This device was a luxury among personal items, a true marvel of technology. Taking the foldable phone, he found it heavier than he had imagined. Powering it on, he noticed the battery was still full. It seemed she hadn't used it since purchasing. Chen Zhao accessed the internet to browse literary news, eager to discern what type of article he should write. In his exploration, he accidentally clicked on a web literature site, Tomato Novel Network. He had heard of Tomato Novel Network a few days prior. It was the largest novel website in this world, boasting over 30 million active users daily. Other web literature sites paled in comparison, their collective size dwarfed by Tomato Novel Network, that if there was a place in this world known for its abundance and quality of web novels, it was undoubtedly Tomato Novel Network, with no competitors in sight. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Chen Zhao considered writing an online novel himself. Having devoured numerous web novels in his previous life, he was quite the seasoned reader, well-versed in the tropes, plot devices, pacing, and narrative structures prevalent in the genre. However, mere familiarity was not sufficient. He needed to understand the current state of web literature in this world. In other words, what types of stories were currently trending in the market? Chen Zhao opened the ranking list on Tomato Novel Network and began perusing the first book that he read the initial 30,000 words. Then skipped to the middle for another 30,000, and finally jumped to the end for yet another 30,000 to be by the time he finished with the first book, he moved on to the second. This endeavor seemed never-ending. He spent an entire day engrossed in reading, managing to peruse over 30 books in total. His hands ached and his eyes strained. What he was undertaking was known as scanning the rankings, a task every web novelist engages in. Before launching a new book, they typically review the top-ranking titles to study their plot setups, pacing control, climactic moments, and structural design, allowing them to gain insight into the current preferences of readers. This process was akin to martial artists of old, striving to master unparalleled skills by observing and learning from various schools, becoming acquainted with diverse techniques, and then synthesizing the best elements from each. In simpler terms, it was a process of learning from accomplished peers. Su Lanlan was unaware that Chen Zhao was busy climbing the rankings to write online literature. All she saw was Chen Zhao engrossed in novels on her phone for an entire day. Su Lanlan felt a wave of astonishment and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you studying? Are you utterly captivated by online fiction?" Chen Zhao shook her head. "I'm attending to important matters." Su Lanlan s'occupe internally. Thinking, what kind of important matter could reading novels be? Just keep boasting. After a day of reading, Chen Zhao returned the phone to Su Lanlan, a faint smile gracing her lips, having explored dozens of novels. Chen Zhao had gained a rudimentary understanding of the online literature landscape. In a nutshell, it was remarkably primitive. It resembled the state of online literature in her previous world around 2002, where many genres had yet to emerge, and countless tropes had yet to be invented. Fixed formulas and writing styles typical of online literature were conspicuously absent. Most authors seemed to scribble aimlessly or leaned heavily on traditional classics. As long as the word count was sufficient, they could attract a modest readership. Upon grasping this reality, Chen Zhao was filled with exhilaration. On her way home, a profound smile lingered on her face. Though the online literature of this world was still in its infancy, the literature she had encountered in her own world had undergone extensive development, reaching a remarkably advanced level that if she were to present her previous world's literature here, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. While achieving a perfect replication of her former world's successful works might be unattainable, even recreating half of it would likely garner a substantial following. Upon arriving home, Chen Zhao powered on her computer, hastily conducted a lackluster live stream, and then quickly ended it. Opening word, she began to write her online novel. Which one should she choose? After some contemplation, Chen Zhao decided against immediately unleashing her best work. She intended to spend more time developing in the online literature realm. If she debuted with her top-tier piece, she risked a downward spiral in popularity afterward. Initially, it would be wiser to release a more conventional piece, although it was merely average in her previous world. In this vastly underdeveloped realm of online literature, it would be considered a masterpiece. With her fingers poised over the keyboard, she typed the title, Chapter 75, Contract Successfully Signed My Avatar Printed on the Dollar. This book was the last online novel she had read in her past life. It was quite mediocre, not particularly good, yet not terrible either. She chose this book partly because it aligned with her plan to start with an average online novel, and partly because her memory of it was still relatively clear, allowing her to replicate it with ease. Many other novels she had read were also suitable, yet the time elapsed since she had read them had nearly erased her recollection. Chen Zhao recalled the general beginning and began to type away furiously. With her enhanced intelligence, her typing speed soared, and since she merely needed to recollect rather than devise plots, she managed to produce over 7,000 words in just an hour. This typing speed was truly extraordinary. The submission requirement for the Tomato Novel Network was 20,000 words of content. At 7,000, she was still short. Chen Zhao sipped some tea, stretched lazily, and resumed typing to by the second hour. Fatigue set in. Her fingers ached, and her mind felt weary, yielding only 5,000 words. 7,000 plus 5,000 brought her total to 12,000 words, still 8,000 short. After some hesitation, Chen Zhao resolved to push through the night, typing for another 2 hours to complete the remaining 8,000 words. She then packaged the 20,000 words, included a book synopsis, outline, and conceptual design, creating a complete submission file. Chen Zhao exhaled deeply, relieved to have finished her manuscript. She hadn't anticipated that even writing an introduction could be so exhausting. The task of writing appeared to be a mental endeavor. Yet she soon realized it was, in fact, quite physically demanding. The next step was to determine which editor she would work with. Chen Zhao accessed the submission page of the Tomato Novel Network, where several editors' QQ numbers were listed. The editors used pseudonyms: Fox, Green Bamboo, Hippo, Cashew, Tang Yuan. Nothing could be discerned from these names. Chen Zhao was momentarily engulfed in confusion. Which editor should she choose? They all seemed quite similar. It was either plants, animals, or food. It was impossible to discern gender. However, she couldn't choose randomly. After all, an editor was crucial for an author, as a good editor could offer valuable advice and support. After much deliberation, Chen Zhao decided to employ a scientific approach to select her editor. First, she obtained a blank sheet of paper. Then, she tore off several strips of equal size, and on each strip, she wrote the name of an editor, crumpled them into small balls, and placed them all into a box, shaking it vigorously. Indeed, Chen Zhao's method was drawing lots. Opening the box, it was impossible to distinguish one crumpled ball from another. Everything was in disarray. Chen Zhao silently chanted a little incantation and drew one of the paper balls, opening it to reveal Axe. The name of this editor was quite forceful and masculine, suggesting he was a robust character. Chen Zhao felt a slight reluctance, as she preferred to find a charming female editor. However, having drawn this name, she felt it was fate and decided to go with it. She noted down Axe's QQ number and promptly sent her prepared manuscript to his email. Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. If editor Axe found the introduction suitable for a contract, he would respond via email. Given the late hour, it was likely that Axe had already gone to bed. Moreover, hundreds, if not thousands, of submissions flooded editors daily, so it might take several days before he reviewed her manuscript. Chen Zhao quickly washed up and went to bed. The next day at school, she specifically brought her phone, just in case there was any news. The reason she said, just in case, was that she believed it would take at least until the day after tomorrow to receive a response about her manuscript. She carried her phone merely as a precaution. To her surprise, during lunch, she received an email. The message was astonishingly brief. Okay, go ahead and publish. Just 5 words, with the sender listed as Axe. Chen Zhao confirmed it multiple times before realizing this was indeed a response from Axe regarding her manuscript submission. A wave of elation washed over her. It was true. Her past life's online literature had caught the attention of an editor in this world, having already created an account on the Tomato Novel Network. She swiftly operated her phone to initiate a new book, entering the title My Avatar printed on the dollar, and began uploading chapters. She copied and pasted the manuscript stored on her phone. Uploading 1 chapter at a time, in one go, she uploaded 10 chapters, transferring the entirety of the 2,000 words she had written the night before she could exit the upload interface. She received a notification from the backend. Contract Signing Station. The so-called contract signing station was a term used in the online literature community, referring to a message received in the novel creation backend inviting authors to sign a contract. Chen Zhao clicked on the message, which contained a unique literary agreement. The contract process in this world was surprisingly advanced, allowing for online signing. Following the prompts, she completed the signing step by step. Watching as a yellow V symbol appeared in the lower right corner of her account, signifying that she had officially become a contracted author of the Tomato Novel Network. Chen Zhao opened the Tomato Novel app on her phone and searched for My Avatar printed on the dollar. Indeed, it was already searchable. It was a new book. There was no cover yet, just a simple black text on a white background. It had only been 2 minutes since uploading, and no one had clicked to read it yet. The reading count, rating count, and rewards were all zeroed. Chen Zhao put her phone away, finished her meal, and returned to class to study. Writing a book could not be rushed. It required a gradual approach. Updating a few thousand words daily. Chen Zhao planned to write her novel after returning home in the evening, while still focusing on her studies during the day. The national subject competition finals were approaching, and Chen Zhao felt considerable pressure to review. Once she immersed herself in studying, she lost track of time, working through problems until evening dismissal. After school, she followed her usual routine, powered on her computer, and conducted a perfunctory live stream. Chen Zhao's fans were quite animated, expressing their discontent about the decreasing length of her live streams. Chen Zhao chuckled without offering any explanation. She was busy preparing for the competition and writing her novel. There was little time for live streaming. After closing the live stream, Chen Zhao opened Word and began writing her novel. The sound of her fingers flying over the keyboard echoed as lines of online literature appeared on the computer screen. She distinctly remembered the opening of her novel, making the writing process effortless. All she needed to do was type without overthinking. In 1 hour, she produced 4,000 words, with 2,000 words per chapter. She split it into 2 chapters and submitted them to the author backend, clicking to publish the chapters. After publishing, she suddenly felt curious about whether her book had attracted any readers, so she opened the Tomato Novel app on her phone. Chapter 76, Contempt from Peers. She was shocked to see that, while the statistics had previously been 0, they now displayed unexpected numbers. Reading count: 688. Rating count: 263. Book rating: 9 out of 10. Upon seeing the book rating, Chen Zhao felt a surge of excitement. This rating was based on the reader's progress. If most readers completed the book, the rating would be high. Conversely, if many readers left after reading only a few pages, the rating would plummet. With a rating of 9, it indicated that a significant proportion of readers had thoroughly engaged with the book. In other words, Chen Zhao's writing was well received. Readers enjoyed it. A few reviews had already appeared, and Chen Zhao eagerly perused them. Hanwu Dadi. This book seems quite good, though the word count is a bit short. I finished it in one go. Added to the bookshelf, the excessive words overwhelm. With a swift motion, 1,000-year kill was executed. I was drawn in by the title. It's quite absurd, yet I find it appealing. Longfu Mountain Spring. It's captivating, absolutely captivating, incredibly captivating. Tissue. It looks quite different from other books, yet it's rather interesting. So, I've decided to keep it. Previously, Chen Zhao had worried that his earlier web novels from that world would not resonate here, but it seems there was no such issue. The web novels that thrived in that world continued to flourish in this one. Moreover, as the standard of web literature in this realm is relatively low, they are even more sought after as long as readers remain engaged. Consistent updates will suffice. Receiving praise from readers invigorated Chen Zhao, prompting him to spend 40 minutes crafting another chapter before heading to bed. Before he knew it, the weekend had arrived, and Chen Zhao's novel serialized on the Tomato Novel website had reached 50,000 words. With ample time on the weekend, he decided to utilize it to accumulate more drafts. After finishing breakfast in the morning, Chen Zhao sat down at his computer and began typing in one continuous stretch. He typed for a full 5 hours, during which he remained in a state of intense concentration, not taking a sip of water, consuming no food, nor visiting the bathroom, apart from the occasional brief pause to contemplate the plot. He was wholly absorbed in his writing. After 5 hours, he felt utterly exhausted. His back ached, his fingers were weak, his head spun, and he was out of breath. Exhausted as he was, the results were commendable. In just that morning, he completed 10 chapters, totaling 20,000 words. Chen Zhao had consistently updated 2 chapters of 4,000 words each day, and with 20,000 words, he had enough material for 5 days of updates. This way, he could focus on reviewing for the national finals from Monday to Friday without any worries. At 18 noon, he ordered a takeout of pot stickers and devoured them hungrily before returning to his writing. In the afternoon, he again worked for a full 5 hours, producing another 20,000 words. However, due to his depleted energy, he could distinctly feel that the quality of the afternoon's writing was not on par with that of the morning. To ensure his reader satisfaction, after dinner, he dedicated 2 hours to revising the afternoon's work. After a final read-through, he felt it was satisfactory. Should he release an additional update? Deciding to do so, Chen Zhao uploaded 5 chapters in one go. Meanwhile, in a certain authors group on the Tomato Novel website, which had been established for quite some time with only 366 members, all top-tier authors who had achieved notable success on the platform, conversations occasionally sparked up. Suddenly, someone spoke up in the group. Lonely Fallen Leaf. Recently, there's a book on the new releases list that's making waves. Have you all seen it? Prince Frog. Is it that one titled My Avatar printed on the dollar? Lonely Fallen Leaf. Yes. In just a week, it surged from over 500 to 101. I've never seen such speed. Dragonwell. That's terrifying. When I launched my new book, it took a month to climb from the bottom to over 100. This new book achieved it in just a week. Thief of Hearts. I've read that book. It's utterly devoid of substance, lacking any literary merit, not even a single idiomatic expression or quote that it reads like casual conversation. Its rapid rise on the new releases list is probably just due to frequent updates and a flashy title. Canon. Indeed, it's a worthless book, filled with nothing but fragmented paragraphs, even one-sentence paragraphs. The title is misleading. And with updates at 4,000 words a day, we take 3 to 4 days to produce that much. The author likely has a backlog of drafts to boost the rankings. One-hit kill. It's akin to a middle school essay, merely writing on a catchy title. Readers will take a glance and quickly realize it's subpar, leaving soon after. ISNT there a list correction today. It'll likely plummet soon. A chorus of esteemed authors chimed in, most believing that Chen Zhao's book was lacking, and its ascent on the new releases list was merely a stroke of luck. Every weekend, the Tomato Novel website conducts a thorough review of the rankings, promoting books with good data and demoting those with poor statistics. Once the list is corrected, it is expected that my avatar printed on the dollar will see a significant drop in ranking. Thief of Hearts, it should fall to around 300. Canon, 300? It might plummet straight to 500, dropping off the new releases list altogether. That a book with such little literary value shouldn't even be on the list. It's absurd. One hit kill. Regardless, it will definitely drop. The past few weeks, the list has been refreshed at midnight. It's currently 11:50. Let us see at midnight. Chen Zhao was also monitoring the new releases list, aware that a significant adjustment was made every weekend. Having added over 10,000 words today, he hoped to climb further up the rankings. The higher he rose, the more beneficial it would be for the book. Suddenly, a small red circle appeared on the author's backend on his computer, indicating a new message. Chen Zhao opened it to find a brief note. Please promptly add the editor on QQ to discuss various matters regarding the new book. It dawned on Chen Zhao that he had yet to add the editor. Axe on QQ. Previously, he had only submitted his work via email, but daily communication would certainly require QQ. After locating Axe's QQ, Chen Zhao sent a friend request. The friend verification question was, please enter your pen name and book title. Chen Zhao replied with Chen Zhao my avatar printed on the dollar and clicked submit. Merely 2 minutes later, the friend request was accepted. As soon as he added Axe as a friend, Axe messaged him. The new book is impressive. It's climbing the ranks and could earn a substantial profit. Avoid plagiarism and focus on your writing. Chen Zhao was elated. Receiving positive feedback from the editor indicated that the book was indeed commendable. However, he pondered, what did climbing the ranks mean? All right, thank you, editor, he replied in the blink of an eye. It was midnight. The new releases list should have updated by now. Chen Zhao opened the Tomato Novel app on his phone to check his book's statistics. Chapter 77 Axe is not optimistic. Readers, 3876. Number of ratings, 788. Book rating, 9.1. Both the number of readers and ratings had surged significantly, and the book's rating had increased by 0 to 1. It appeared that the book's data was improving, a positive sign. Chen Zhao exited his book's page to check the homepage of the Tomato Novel website for the rankings, eager to see if his book had advanced or regressed on the new releases list. Holy cow! Chen Zhao exclaimed suddenly. It was in first place on the new releases list. Stunned, Chen Zhao's mouth fell agape. Just that morning, it had been ranked 101, and now, with a refresh, it had rocketed to the top. The speed of this ascent was akin to a rocket launch. Chen Zhao refreshed the page several times to confirm that his book indeed held the first position on the new releases list. He suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with Axe, who had mentioned the book climbing the ranks. At the time, he hadn't fully understood. Now it all made sense, since editors had access to extensive backend data. They could anticipate a book standing. Axe must have already known that my avatar printed on the dollar would ascend to the top of the new releases list. Chen Zhao was filled with excitement. But others in the esteemed authors group were even more exhilarated. Lonely Fallen Leaf. The list has refreshed. My new book has risen to 20th. Prince Frog. Congratulations. The Fallen Leaf Master is about to dominate the list. Right. Let us not forget the humble beginnings. Dragonwell. Wow. Look at the top. My avatar printed on the dollar has reached the summit. Thief of Hearts. Thief of Hearts. What is going on? How did such a terrible book reach the top? Canon. What the hell? How is this even possible? A book this bad didn't drop but actually climbed to the top. One hit kill. It must be a statistical error. I've already submitted a request for a review. If this book holds the top spot on the new releases list, I'll eat my computer screen. Thief of Hearts. Exactly. It has to be a backend data issue. Let us wait and see. Dragonwell. It's not impossible. There have been errors with backend data before. My avatar printed on the dollar is just a week old, and there has never been a precedent for a new book to soar to the top so quickly. The esteemed authors collectively believed that my avatar printed on the dollar had reached the top of the new releases list due to a statistical error. They had already appealed, so they just had to wait for the results that if all went as expected, they would soon receive a notification from the website stating that there had been an error in the data, and the rankings would be updated accordingly. However, after a few minutes of waiting, One Hit Kill sent a frowning emoji to the group. "We're in trouble," One Hit Kill said. "What happened? Has the result come out?" Thief of Hearts inquired anxiously. "Was it a data error? When will the rankings be updated?" "There is nothing," One Hit Kill replied. "Nothing?" Thief of Hearts responded incredulously. "What do you mean?" One Hit Kill. "The data is accurate. My avatar printed on the dollar is indeed the highest-ranked new book currently. Thus it was directly promoted to the top of the new releases list." Thief of Hearts. How is that possible? Dragon. "Well, though it's hard to believe, the reviews for this book are overwhelmingly positive. Even higher than ours." One Hit Kill. "Damn, I'm not joking. I'm about to eat my computer screen. I hope I won't suffer from constipation tomorrow morning." On Sunday, another full day of writing saw Chen Zhao exhilarated as he surged to the top of the new book rankings. Thus, the act of writing felt far from exhausting. Rather, he was invigorated, his thoughts flowing with remarkable clarity. His efficiency had markedly improved. He spent 5 hours in the morning typing, producing 10 chapters totaling 20,000 words. And in the afternoon, he typed for another 5 hours, generating 9 chapters and 18,000 words by evening. He had crafted one more chapter, culminating in an impressive total of 20 chapters and 40,000 words in just one day. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth. Having reached the pinnacle of the new book rankings, he felt compelled to celebrate this achievement with an explosive release of his work. He fervently began to copy, paste, and publish the chapters, and in a little over 5 minutes, he successfully uploaded the entirety of his 40,000 words to the author's backend, making them public. Barely 2 minutes after publishing, Chen Zhao received a message from the editor. "Wow, you have quite a substantial stock of manuscripts. Your book has reached 100,000 words. It will soon be recommended, and you can start earning money. Will you choose a paid model or a free model?" Chen Zhao was taken aback, hesitating momentarily. There are 2 ways to monetize online literature. One is through paid subscriptions, and the other is via free advertising. In the paid subscription model, the first 100,000 words are typically available for free. Readers must pay to access subsequent content, usually at a rate of 3 cents per 1,000 words. The more subscribers an author has, the greater their earnings. Conversely, the free advertising model does not require readers to pay. Instead, advertisements are inserted within the chapters. The more advertisements readers encounter, the higher the payments from advertisers to the author. After some contemplation, Chen Zhao decided to opt for the free advertising model, reasoning that many readers are students with limited pocket money. Rather than burdening them financially, it would be better to allow advertisers to foot the bill. "I'll go with the free advertising model." He typed in response to "OK," came the succinct reply. Chen Zhao then reviewed the rules for new book recommendations on the Tomato Novel website. When a new book reaches 100,000 words, it will be featured on the recommendation list, showcasing it to a vast audience of readers. The frequency of recommendations will then be adjusted based on reader engagement. For instance, if Chen Zhao's book is initially shown to 10 readers, and 8 complete it, indicating a positive reception, it might subsequently be recommended to 100 readers. Conversely, if only 1 out of 10 readers finishes the book, the recommendations may cease. Chen Zhao felt a surge of anxiety before reaching 100,000 words. There had not been many readers. The merit of the book remained unproven until it began to be recommended. Some books see their ratings plummet after being recommended, leading to failure, while others experience a meteoric rise in readership, quickly amassing hundreds of thousands of fans. Another message. Your book's early data looks promising, but the writing itself is rather simplistic. Once it's recommended and the readership increases, the ratings may likely suffer. I'll send you a list of contemporaneous books that are also being recommended, which are your competitors. Keep an eye on their rating fluctuations. If your book's rating surpasses theirs, you'll have succeeded. However, the odds are slim. As I mentioned, the quality of your writing is average, and the prose is too simple. Practice more, and it will improve over time. Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback by such an assessment. The editor didn't seem to have much faith in his book. Chapter 78, inviting little bamboo shoots to dinner. Chen Zhao was somewhat surprised but soon came to terms with it. The online literature he was crafting was indeed rare in this world. not conforming to the types of popular novels that as a seasoned editor at Tomato Novel. Axe had encountered countless works and had never seen one like Chen Zhao's, naturally leading to skepticism. However, Chen Zhao remained confident that his novel would undoubtedly captivate readers. Why did he possess such confidence? The decision of whether a novel succeeds lies with its readers. Is there any distinction between readers from his past life and those in the present? None at all. Their desire for engaging literature remains the same. Therefore, the mature online literature from his previous life, when introduced to this nascent online literature industry, would inevitably spark a wave of excitement, instigating a significant transformation in the realm of online novels that, at the very least, it would become a popular book. The question merely remained as to the extent of its success. In any case, failure was not an option. As Chen Zhao gazed at the message from editor Axe, a faint smile crossed his lips. He thought to himself, "Dear editor, when I achieve success in due time, you might find yourself questioning your own professional judgment." Just then, his phone vibrated with a message from Little Bamboo Shoot. Upon reading the message, his head buzzed with realization. It's already the weekend evening. Have you forgotten something? Little Bamboo Shoot had appended 2 pouting emojis. It suddenly dawned on Chen Zhao that he had completely forgotten about the dinner he had promised to take Little Bamboo Shoot to this weekend. He had become so engrossed in writing that he missed the opportunity to dine with a beautiful girl. How could he have overlooked such a significant matter? In a fit of frustration, he pounded his chest and sent a message to Little Bamboo Shoot. "I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I've been busy writing these past few days. How about we reschedule?" A moment later, Little Bamboo Shoot replied, "I was going to ask you yesterday, but I thought you might just be temporarily occupied. So I let it slide until Sunday. Since you didn't contact me today, I decided to message you. If that's the case, how about tomorrow evening?" Chen Zhao pondered for a moment. "Sure, I'll book a restaurant and message you." Little Bamboo Shoot responded, "All right, but don't forget this time. Write a note and stick it to your face as a reminder." Chen Zhao refrained from sticking a note to his face, as that would be too zombie-like and would undoubtedly attract attention and cause a traffic jam. However, to ensure he wouldn't forget, he wrote dinner invitation on the back of his hand with a permanent marker, making it visible with a simple gesture, thus alleviating his fears of forgetfulness. The next day at school was as monotonous and drab as usual. Yet, during the breaks, instead of burying himself in study, Chen Zhao sought out Su Lianlan for advice on how to request leave for the evening study session. Su Lianlan was a pro at skipping classes. She attended school when she felt like it and wandered off to play when she didn't. She moved about with the grace of the wind, embodying a carefree spirit. Indeed, a mysterious girl. The key point was that the homeroom teacher never reprimanded her. Chen Zhao believed she must possess considerable experience in the art of skipping classes, so he decided to seek her counsel. "I have something to attend to tonight and want to take a fellow student out for dinner. How should I go about requesting leave?" Chen Zhao inquired of Su Lianlan. "That if I tell the homeroom teacher that I'm going out for dinner and want to be attending evening study, he'll surely come after me with his shoes off to give me a good spanking. Do you have any clever tricks? Request leave?" Su Lianlan shot him a disdainful glance. "Request leave? Nonsense. You don't need to ask, just walk out." Really?" Chen Zhao was taken aback by the unexpected response. "How do you usually manage to sneak out? Do you send the teacher a text message?" Chen Zhao pressed further. "Sending a text is still a request. Isn't it? As I just said, it's nonsense. No need to ask, just go." Su Lianlan lifted her chin proudly. "That's how I usually do it. I just run, and that's it. The sky is high, and the birds can fly freely. The sea is vast, and the fish can leap. You just exit through the back door of the classroom and run straight ahead. Once you reach the school gate, you'll step into a world of endless possibilities. Go wherever you please. I've always done it this way. Have you ever seen me get punished?" Chen Zhao was astonished. "Is it really that wild? Are students today so brazen? Skipping class without even making up an excuse to the teacher. Is there no law, no school rules, but if you run off to play? The teachers and parents want to know that if they see you're gone, they'll surely be worried." Chen Zhao exclaimed. "Teachers and parents would definitely fret about you being abducted or something. I always let my teachers and parents know when I go out to play." Su Lianlan replied, shaking her head and dismissing Chen Zhao's assumptions. "They know?" Chen Zhao was once again taken aback. "You skip class and let your parents and teachers know? How is that any different from a thief stealing right in front of a police station? Isn't that inviting trouble? For instance, last Friday, I went to the amusement park. After exiting the school gate and getting into a taxi, I called my dad and said, "Dad, I'm going to the amusement park with my classmates. I'll be back by 8 tonight," Su Lianlan elaborated. "And then what?" Chen Zhao pressed for more details. Then my dad started nagging, telling me not to go out and play all the time and to focus on my studies. I impatiently replied that I understood, that I'd study hard tomorrow, but today I was going to enjoy the thrill rides at the amusement park. That I ended the call and hung up. Su Lianlan explained calmly, as if such a lifestyle were entirely normal for her, something she did frequently. Chen Zhao nodded, giving Su Lianlan a thumbs up. "Impressive. You're incredible. I admire you." Indeed, people's circumstances differ vastly. Su Lianlan came from a wealthy family. Attending school was merely a means to experience life and avoid being illiterate. The daughter of a rich family could afford to be headstrong. Her father was lenient, and the homeroom teacher was reluctant to intervene. However, Chen Zhao's situation was different. If he were to pull such a stunt, his father would undoubtedly use a slipper to knock some sense into him, and the homeroom teacher would surely unleash a barrage of scolding. Thus, Chen Zhao realized that he couldn't adopt Su Lianlan's audacious approach to skipping class and would have to devise his own plan. After much contemplation, he decided against skipping class directly and resolved to request leave instead. During another break, Chen Zhao made his way to the homeroom teacher's office. The teacher was busy grading papers when Chen Zhao knocked and announced himself. Upon seeing Chen Zhao, the teacher immediately broke into a smile and invited him to sit down. Ever since Chen Zhao's grades had soared, the teacher's demeanor towards him had become remarkably gentle. After all, teachers tend to favor students who excel academically. The provincial-level competition for middle school academic contests has concluded, and in just a couple of days, the results and the list of those advancing will be released. Followed swiftly by the national finals, the homeroom teacher smiled warmly and inquired, "How is your revision coming along?" "Not too bad. I've completed all the questions I could find," Chen Zhao promptly stated. Revealing the purpose of his visit, "I recently purchased a set of Olympiad questions, and it has been delivered to my community that I would like to ask for leave to retrieve them tonight." Chen Zhao hesitated to admit he was going out to dinner with a beautiful female streamer. So he resorted to fabricating a lie about picking up the questions that in Chapter 79, How to Overcome Nervousness Around Beautiful Women. If any other student had claimed they wouldn't attend evening study sessions to collect questions, the homeroom teacher would surely have reprimanded them harshly or even resorted to using a leather belt for discipline. However, Chen Zhao was different. He was the top student in the entire grade, a prodigious talent who had advanced directly to the national finals from the preliminary rounds. Naturally, the teacher placed complete trust in him. "Very well. Return home and study diligently, but be sure to rest early and avoid staying up late. It's detrimental to your health," the homeroom teacher said with concern. As he opened his drawer, retrieved a leave request book, tore off a page for the leave request, signed it with swift strokes, and handed it to Chen Zhao. Grateful, Chen Zhao thanked his teacher and left with a leave request in hand. Freedom at last. Indeed, being a good student makes requesting leave so convenient. A simple excuse suffices for the teacher to believe him. Upon returning to class, he packed his bag and prepared to leave. "Where are you off to?" Su Lianlan asked curiously. "You've been a bit restless lately. Watching novels on my phone and sneaking out to play. Are you still planning to study?" "Study? What nonsense!" Chen Zhao replied with a grin. "I'm off to have dinner with a lovely lady." "Oh, please, a lovely lady?" Su Lianlan scoffed, clearly skeptical that Chen Zhao could dine with any beautiful girl. Chen Zhao chose not to elaborate. Whether Su Lianlan believed him or not was of no concern to him. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he hurried home. Meeting the little bamboo shoot certainly required a change of attire from his school uniform, yet Chen Zhao had no suitable formal wear. After all, he had been poor in the past. As a struggling student, he had little money for fashionable suits. After rummaging through his wardrobe for a considerable time, he finally unearthed a somewhat presentable white tracksuit, which he donned before grabbing his keys and phone to set out. The restaurant was a pizza place, and Chen Zhao reserved a private room on the second floor. Firstly, this pizza establishment boasted commendable hygiene standards. Having opened recently and featuring trendy, upscale decor, dining here wouldn't feel like a disgrace. Secondly, pizza is quite filling. 2 pizzas and some drinks would suffice for 2 people, unlike a traditional restaurant where one would have to spend a fortune ordering a plethora of dishes, ultimately resulting in a table full of leftovers. Chen Zhao messaged the little bamboo shoot, sending her the restaurant's location and room number, along with a pinpointed location to prevent her from getting lost. "All right, I'll be there shortly," the little bamboo shoot replied almost instantly. Chen Zhao anxiously began to await her arrival. To be honest, he was quite nervous. Previously, his outings for meals had been with close male friends from class, and such occasions were infrequent, but he had never dined with a girl before, especially not with the little bamboo shoot, a popular streamer with 8 million followers, who appeared stunning in photos and live streams. They had only gamed together before, and this was their first face-to-face meeting. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous that as time dragged on. Chen Zhao became increasingly restless, convinced she should have arrived by now. It felt like half an hour had passed, yet when he checked his phone, it had only been 5 minutes that he chastised himself, thinking he couldn't appear so anxious, as if he had never encountered a woman before. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly in an effort to calm himself. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the door swung open, clad in a light blue skirt with long, fair legs and a white t-shirt. Her cascading waves of hair framed her face perfectly. Although she wore a mask, her eyes alone revealed her beauty. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The little bamboo shoot entered, closed the door, and waved at Chen Zhao. After calming himself, Chen Zhao's heart raced anew at her stunning appearance, and no wonder she had 8 million followers. Her figure and beauty were simply unmatched. As she removed her mask, her radiant complexion seemed to glow. Slightly flushed from her hurried arrival, her lipstick appearing luscious and vibrant, that in the age of the internet, many individuals present false facades. Countless people appear attractive in photos, yet differ drastically in reality. However, the little bamboo shoot was not one of those deceptive figures. She was even more beautiful in person. Chen Zhao felt an overwhelming nervousness upon encountering such beauty, his palms nearly sweating with anxiety. "Let us order something to eat. The menu is right here," he said, extending the menu forward with slightly trembling hands. "All right," the little bamboo shoot nodded. "I'm quite hungry too." She peered at the menu for a moment before stating, "I'll have a 6-inch pizza, half seafood supreme and half durian. And I'd like a kumquat lemonade, that should suffice." Chen Zhao nodded, scanning the QR code on the table with his phone to place the order according to her request, while opting for an Orleans pizza and a cola for himself. The establishment was rather pricey, totaling around 200 yuan. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao felt little remorse. After all, he earned hundreds or even thousands daily. So 200 yuan was hardly a significant expense. Moreover, considering the little bamboo shoot has 2 million followers, spending 200 yuan on dinner felt like an incredible bargain. 1 yuan for every 10,000 fans. With the order placed, they were informed that the food would arrive in approximately 8 minutes. Chen Zhao and the little bamboo shoot exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit awkward, unsure of how to initiate conversation. They found themselves gazing at one another before bursting into laughter. That a smile can ease tension considerably. Chen Zhao felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he sought a topic to discuss. "My real name is the same as my streaming name. Yours can't be Little Bamboo Shoot, can it?" he asked, thinking it necessary to learn each other's names to truly get acquainted. "My real name is Yu Tong, with Yu meaning especially, and Tong referring to the phoenix tree," she replied, shyly smiling. "But you can call me Little Bamboo Shoot. It's been my nickname since childhood, and my friends and besties all call me that." Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback but smiled and nodded, feeling a slight thrill at the implication that she considered him a friend. Who wouldn't want to befriend a beautiful girl? After exchanging names, they fell into a brief silence, both feeling somewhat tense, struggling to find common ground for conversation. The little bamboo shoot glanced at her phone, seemingly trying to alleviate the awkwardness, yet quickly realized that it was inappropriate to engage with her device during their meal, so she set it down again. Suddenly, inspiration struck Chen Zhao. "Since we'll be returning to stream after our meal, it may get late. Why don't we go live now?" The little bamboo shoot appeared surprised but quickly grasped the idea. "Are we streaming a mobile game?" "Yes," Chen Zhao confirmed. "Sounds great. Let us go play," she beamed. Having previously conducted a mobile gaming stream together, they were already friends on the platform. Once Chen Zhao logged in and saw her online, he promptly sent a group invitation. The little bamboo shoot accepted immediately, and they successfully formed a team. After teaming up, they both exited the game to initiate the live stream. They chose to do this after teaming up to avoid displaying any private information from their friends' list during the broadcast. Both were seasoned streamers. Chen Zhao had amassed a following of over 1 million, while the Little Bamboo Shoot was on the verge of reaching 10 million as soon as they went live. Thousands of viewers flooded the stream within mere seconds. Intense popularity. In the Little Bamboo Shoot stream, viewers began to bombard the chat with comments. Wait, why is it a mobile game? Mobile games are cool. I usually play them a lot. Oh no! The Little Bamboo Shoot is really sticking with Chen Zhao. Are they doing a mobile stream together? And they aren't using voice chat. They can't be sitting face to face, can they? No way. The Little Bamboo Shoot wouldn't be that close to that Chen Zhao. Exactly. How could they possibly meet? The Little Bamboo Shoot noticed the viewers' comments and shyly chuckled. How could the fans possibly imagine that? At this very moment, the two streamers were indeed sitting together at the same table. What mode are we playing? Chen Zhao inquired. The Little Bamboo Shoot glanced at the mode list, admitting, I usually play on PC, so I'm not very familiar with mobile games. How about we try the Firepower Showdown? I haven't tried that mode yet. Chen Zhao nodded. I haven't tried it either. It seems to be a recent addition. Let us give it a shot. He aimed to set up a duo mode, but soon realized that Firepower Showdown did not offer that option. So he disabled the teammate matching feature and began the game. As soon as they entered the game, an introduction to the mode popped up. Chen Zhao skimmed through it, slightly surprised to discover several types of missiles and rocket launchers, along with vehicles equipped with machine guns. He finally understood what Firepower Showdown entailed, an all-out bombardment. Soon, they boarded the plane, and the Little Bamboo Shoot decisively chose to follow Chen Zhao as they parachuted down. Chen Zhao glanced at the flight path and decided it would be wiser to land in a small housing area near G-Town. This location was not overly crowded, and there was a sufficient supply of resources. They could gather whatever items were available and familiarize themselves with this mode of play. Parachute, descend. As soon as they touched down, Xiao Zhuzhu frantically kicked her legs, exclaiming, Someone's chasing me. Chen Zhao remained calm, instructing, Run towards the house. I'll handle this person. Having played countless games alongside Chen Zhao, Xiao Zhuzhu had developed absolute trust in him. In most situations, whenever faced with peril, following Chen Zhao's guidance had always proven to be the right course of action. Previously, they had encountered similar scenarios where bullets suddenly whizzed by while running through the wilderness. Xiao Zhuzhu would panic and cry out, to which Chen Zhao would simply respond, Run back and find some cover. By the time she reached the safety of a rock, Chen Zhao would have already taken down the enemy with a swift shot. So now, upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, Xiao Zhuzhu ran without hesitation toward the house. The enemy was relentlessly pursuing her from behind when suddenly, someone leaped out from the nearby bushes, soaring high and delivering a powerful punch. Instantly, the assailant was knocked down. Chen Zhao ignored the fallen enemy and rushed into the house to scavenge for supplies. After all, a downed enemy posed no threat and couldn't escape. There was no need to waste time finishing them off. Upon entering the room, he spotted an RPG rocket launcher. Chen Zhao felt a surge of joy as he picked it up, along with 10 rounds of ammunition. This weapon was formidable. A single shot could obliterate a large area. Who could stand against it? After searching a few nearby houses, he equipped a level 2 helmet, a level 2 vest, and a level 3 backpack, ensuring they had ample medical supplies. That he also acquired a Uzi submachine gun, which he favored for its rapid firing rate and absurd magazine capacity, making it capable of taking down multiple opponents in close-quarters combat without hesitation. What did you find? Chen Zhao inquired of Xiao Zhuzhu. A Gatling gun and a grenade launcher, she replied, her face beaming with delight at her good fortune. If they were playing online on a computer, Chen Zhao would have teased her, saying, No matter how good your gear is, you're just waiting to be delivered like a package. An armed, self-propelled level 4 backpack. This would have led to Xiao Zhuzhu grumbling about how she shouldn't be underestimated, claiming she was a skilled streamer, and that her luck was simply not on her side. However, now that they were playing face-to-face, Chen Zhao refrained from sarcasm and was instead captivated by Xiao Zhuzhu's radiant smile. Momentarily lost in thought. When people smile, they often appear more attractive. Xiao Zhuzhu, when smiling, resembled a beautiful sprite from ancient tales. Hey, there's someone. They're reviving the one you just knocked down, Xiao Zhuzhu suddenly exclaimed, firing her grenade launcher but missing the target. Chen Zhao reacted swiftly, scanning the surroundings and spotting two enemies behind a tree, one kneeling and the other lying prone, attempting to revive their teammate. He raised the RPG and fired. The rocket, trailing fire and smoke, detonated right beneath the two foes. One was killed, and the other was knocked down. Chen Zhao conserved ammunition, opting not to use another rocket. Instead, he drew the Uzi and unleashed a barrage of bullets, all striking the prone enemy's head. Kill confirmed. Something seen? Xiao Zhuju exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Chen Zhao with admiration. Your shooting skills are truly remarkable. How did you practice? Just practice and a bit of talent, Chen Zhao replied with a smile, feeling elated by the compliment from the beautiful girl. The two proceeded to loot the box, which turned out to be quite generous, yielding a personal radar and a comprehensive medical kit. Chen Zhao deployed the radar on the ground, and instantly, a green radar display appeared on the minimap, revealing nearby vehicles. Following the radar's guidance, they located an armed helicopter and took to the skies for reconnaissance. Xiao Zhuju, curious like a little girl, incessantly switched seats and randomly fired the helicopter's weapons. After exhausting the cannon, she switched to the Gatling gun, but soon, they ran out of ammunition. What a waste! Chen Zhao couldn't help but comment. Xiao Zhuju chuckled sheepishly. After a while of play, the two began to relax, no longer as tense as at the start, and engaged in conversation while gaming. How are your grades? Xiao Zhuju asked, knowing Chen Zhao was a senior in high school. My grades are quite exceptional, Chen Zhao declared without a hint of modesty, feeling that in front of a beautiful girl, he must be flamboyant, like a peacock displaying its feathers. The peacock's tail is larger than itself. All for the sake of showing off. Xiao Zhuju scrunched her nose. How exceptional. Top 5 in your class, or top 10? Top 5 in my class. That is not entirely inaccurate, but it's too broad a range, Chen Zhao replied, as he blasted a robot with the RPG, continuing, my grades are quite stable. I'm ranked first in the entire school. Xiao Zhuju was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha! She couldn't contain herself. What are you laughing at? Do I not look like a top student? Chen Zhao said, somewhat annoyed. I really am first in my grade. I don't believe it. Isn't the top student supposed to be a bookworm? How could you be so skilled at gaming? Xiao Zhuju retorted. You spend so much time gaming at night. When do you even study? I find a restroom, Chen Zhao replied. Xiao Zhuju was puzzled by a sudden need for a bathroom, but quickly found one by the roadside and ducked inside. Chen Zhao followed closely, entering the restroom and casually closing the door behind him. He abruptly exited the game. When idle, paused the live stream and opened the app to check his exam results, entering his student ID and password. Here, take a look, Chen Zhao said, presenting the phone screen to Xiao Zhuju. The screen displayed his most recent exam scores and rankings. Name, Chen Zhao Chinese, 139, 150 excellent. Mathematics, 150, 150 excellent. English, 130, 150 excellent. Comprehensive science, 290, 300 excellent. Total score, 709, class rank, 162 grade rank, 112.45. Oh, terrifying. Xiao Zhuju gasped as she read the data on the screen, genuinely surprised that he was indeed first in his grade. Can you get into Tsinghua or Peking University? She asked. Chen Zhao opened the live stream again, returning to the game as they exited the restroom. Tsinghua and Peking University are certainly prestigious, but I aspire to attend an even better institution, Roborock University, Chen Zhao stated. Great, then we'll be schoolmates. Xiao Zhuju nodded enthusiastically. Chen Zhao initially responded with a non-committal but then suddenly froze, slowly lifting his head to stare wide-eyed at Xiao Zhuju. What did you just say? Schoolmates? What does that mean? He exclaimed in shock. I said we'll be schoolmates. I am a sophomore. If you come, we'll be classmates. Xiao Zhuju replied, her gaze still fixed on her phone screen as she scanned for enemies. You are a student at Roborock University? Chen Zhao exclaimed, nearly dropping his phone. Yes, I'm a student in the influencer streaming program at Roborock University. In my second year, that I'm a year older than you, Xiao Zhuju confirmed with a nod. Chen Zhao was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom this revelation. After a moment, he realized that Xiao Zhuju seemed quite innocent, not the type to lie or joke around. Moreover, she had no motive to deceive him. Therefore, her claim of being a student at Roborock University seemed highly plausible. Wait, you said what your major is? The influencer streaming program. Chen Zhao queried skeptically. That sounds rather fantastical. Does such a major really exist? Our university offers a plethora of majors. Sometimes, they even create a new one for a single student. My major isn't considered obscure. Many wealthy girls attend classes in it. Currently, several million-follower streamers on the Douyin platform are our alumni. However, none have reached 10 million, yet that if I work hard, I could become the first to hit that milestone and thus be the top student in my major, Xiao Zhuzhu said proudly. This, Chen Zhao was taken aback. I thought Roborock University was an exceptionally prestigious institution, one that explores the frontiers of science. How could it be like this? There are programs that explore scientific frontiers. Our school has many diverse majors, Xiao Zhuzhu explained. For instance, last year, a guy asked for my WeChat. He was researching how to create small nuclear weapons. A senior across from my dorm has even created a star. Created a star? Chen Zhao was dumbfounded, doubting his ears. What is a star? Simply put, it's the sun. Creating a sun. This was no longer a matter of science fiction. It was ludicrous. Not in the literal sense. She used laser beams to create a superheated plasma, akin to a miniature sun. While doing so, she had to hide behind a lead wall over 10 meters thick, or else she would be vaporized by the heat. Xiao Zhuzhu clarified, so it's still quite impressive. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Zhao began to understand the situation. As he had suspected, Roborock University was indeed an outstanding institution, boasting many advanced courses and a plethora of peculiar subjects. However, it also had some majors that appeared less impressive, such as the influencer streaming program that Xiao Zhuzhu was enrolled in, which was largely unrelated to science. Xiao Zhuzhu's academic performance was commendable but not exceptional, placing her at a level sufficient to enter a top-tier university. She had been admitted to Roborock University because she started streaming during the summer after her college entrance exams and quickly amassed 1 million followers. You meet the admission criteria for Roby University, which has outstanding requirements in certain fields. When the admission results were announced, Zayas Hussein was astonished to discover that she had been accepted into Roby University, an unexpected delight. You were admitted with 1 million fans. Now that I also have over 1 million fans, will they accept me? Chen Zhao inquired nervously. I have no idea. Our school's admission process is rather enigmatic, lacking a definitive standard that it's possible that my 1 million fans could secure my admission while yours might not. Perhaps I would have been accepted last year, but this year I may not be, Zayas Hussein explained. Chen Zhao nodded, indicating his understanding that he realized he could not pin his hopes on Roby University accepting him simply based on his large following. First, there was no guarantee of acceptance this year, and second, even if accepted, he would end up in a major focused on internet celebrity streaming. Chen Zhao was not particularly keen on pursuing a career in that field. He aspired to delve into disciplines that foster genuine scholarship. Thus, he needed to diligently prepare for high school academic competitions and aim for several national awards that on his phone. The game had entered the final circle. Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein lay concealed within the verdant foliage, utterly motionless. Enemies surrounded them, armed with various rocket launchers and tracking missiles, while drones bombarded the area mercilessly. The atmosphere was more chaotic than a war zone. Let us wait for them to weaken each other. And when only 1 or 2 remain, we'll emerge to clean up the mess, Chen Zhao suggested. Zayas Hussein nodded, her anxiety palpable. Every time they reached the final circle, her heart raced. The tension rendered her almost speechless. Chapter 82. Victory Royale. Chen Zhao fixed his gaze on the remaining player count displayed in the upper left corner of the screen. Amidst the relentless bombardment, the number dwindled. 14, 12, 10, 7, 5. Suddenly, the sounds of gunfire ceased. Only 5 players remained in the final circle. Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein formed a team, with 3 enemies still in play, that if they could eliminate these last 3 foes, victory would be theirs. Chen Zhao scanned the surroundings, eager to identify the remaining adversaries. He pondered a crucial question. Did these last 3 enemies belong to the same team? If they were part of one squad, the situation would become quite challenging, resulting in a 2 versus 3 scenario. Given Zayas Hussein's rather lackluster skills, one could even consider her expendable. leaving Chen Zhao to face 3 foes alone, significantly diminishing his chances of triumph. However, if the remaining 3 enemies hailed from different squads, the situation would be much more manageable, allowing them to lay low and let the others battle it out, confronting the last 1 or 2 in a final showdown in a PC version of the game. Chen Zhao would undoubtedly rush in guns blazing. Anyone daring to shoot at him would swiftly meet a precise headshot. However, in this mobile version, he refrained from being overly conspicuous, as mobile gameplay differed from its PC counterpart, with controls less conducive to showcasing his sharpshooting prowess. Therefore, to secure victory, a cautious approach was paramount. At last, Chen Zhao spotted his enemies. 2 of them were bouncing around on a hillside several hundred meters away, evidently searching for adversaries. Despite their proximity, they refrained from firing upon each other, clearly indicating they were teammates. However, the 3rd enemy was nowhere in sight. Chen Zhao quickly deduced the situation. Of the remaining 3 enemies, 2 belong to the same team, while the other may not. That we should hold our position and wait for them to finish their skirmish before we engage. All right. Zayas Hussein nodded, unconditionally following Chen Zhao's lead. Suddenly, the door to their room swung open, startling both Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein. A waitress entered, carrying a tray. It dawned on Chen Zhao that they were in a restaurant and had ordered pizza. She was here to deliver it. He had become so engrossed in the game that he momentarily forgot his surroundings. 2 large pizzas were placed before them, yet neither was inclined to eat. With the final circle upon them, there was little appetite for food. The play area had shrunk again, now exceedingly small. Fortunately, the surrounding shrubbery provided ample cover. Chen Zhao guided Zayas Hussein through the thicket for several meters, successfully entering the final circle. Meanwhile, in their respective live streams, their fans were becoming increasingly excited. It's the final stretch. After watching Zhao Gu secure a victory, I'll dive into my homework, said one viewer. I feel the situation is rather dire. It's 2 against 3. If we disregard Zayas Hussein, can he win 1 against 3? This isn't the PC version. The mobile controls are less precise, and there's lag. Another commented. A third chimed in. And have you seen the terrain? The enemies are in an elevated position, with a clear vantage point, while Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein are in a low area, making them vulnerable. I sense impending doom. I've spotted tracking missiles on the other side. Those things are akin to a cheat code, another fan foreboded. Indeed, within the range of laser-guided missiles, no matter how skilled you are, you must concede, remarked a seasoned player. It's over. This round feels destined for failure. Without a guided missile, relying on a rocket launcher and a wild boar is a bleak prospect. Many fans express skepticism regarding Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein's chances, predicting their imminent defeat. The firepower duel mode differed significantly from the standard mode. Sometimes, possessing superior weaponry allowed one to dominate. However, Chen Zhao's current arsenal was merely average, especially in comparison to the enemy's laser-guided missiles. Reaching the edge of the safe zone within the shrubbery, they continued to lie in wait. At long last, the sounds of gunfire echoed from afar. The unmistakable sound of a Gatling gun unleashed a barrage of rounds, followed by the resounding explosion of a missile. Simultaneously, Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein were elated to see 2 elimination notifications flash on their screens. Remarkably, they had just taken out 2 opponents. The player count dwindled to 3. Fortune was finally turning in their favor. The situation shifted from 2 against 3 to 2 against 1. Among the remaining enemies, one suddenly sprang forth, eliminating the other 2. We've got this, Chen Zhao smiled. Don't let your guard down. The last enemy is formidable, Zayas Hussein replied, still tense. Chen Zhao switched his weapon from the rocket launcher to the wild boar submachine gun, proceeding cautiously while maintaining an unwavering focus on his phone screen. At last, from the distant underbrush, an enemy clad in tactical gear, brandishing a rocket launcher and an AWM, cautiously emerged, intent on moving toward the final circle. This was the same enemy who had previously triumphed in a 1 versus 2 confrontation. Undoubtedly, he was a formidable opponent. Yet unfortunately for him, his final adversary was Chen Zhao. With a sudden burst of action, Chen Zhao stood up and fired. The wild boar roared to life, unleashing a torrent of 9mm rounds that surged across the grass toward the enemy. The last foe, clearly on high alert, began to dart left and right in an attempt to evade the bullets. However, Chen Zhao's aim was steady, his grip firm as he unleashed a flurry of bullets, swiftly depleting the enemy's health bar. Victory was theirs. Zayas Hussein joyfully set her phone down, applauding and giving Chen Zhao a thumbs up. Chen Zhao fired a signal flare, summoning the victory trophy, and together they raised it, capturing a screenshot to commemorate the moment. Subsequently, they joyfully ended their stream and began to enjoy their pizza. The pizza was surprisingly delicious, and Chen Zhao felt a sense of relief. Had it been unappetizing, he would have felt quite embarrassed. Since it was delightful, it was a fitting conclusion to their celebration. As they ate, the conversation continued. Had you been quite busy with studies recently? Is there still time for nightly streams while preparing for the college entrance exam? Zayas Hussein inquired. My studies aren't too hectic. I'm primarily focused on preparing for high school academic competitions, which entails tackling past competition questions. Quite a hassle. As for regular review, that's already concluded. Given my current capabilities, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University poses no challenge, so why bother with additional review? Chen Zhao replied. That's why I still have time to stream at night and even write novels. Ring novels? Zayas Hussein exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yes, I recently started a novel on the Tomato Novel website. Have you noticed that my streaming hours have significantly decreased in the past couple of days? I've been dedicating that time to writing, Chen Zhao clarified. Zayas Hussein's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O. She was genuinely surprised that Chen Zhao was also writing a novel. You're incredibly multi-talented, Zayas Hussein remarked, wide-eyed. You excel at gaming, and now you're venturing into novel writing. Is your writing any good? Chapter 83. Competition for the new book chart's top spot. Is being first on the new book chart considered good? Chen Zhao asked as Zayas Hussein's eyes widened even further, her chewing halting as she processed his words. Are you implying that your book has reached the top of the new book chart? Indeed, it currently holds the #1 spot, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Zayas Hussein was left speechless. How could one high school senior simultaneously maintain a steady academic trajectory toward Tsinghua and Peking University, secure a contract as a renowned streamer, and achieve the top rank on a novel chart? Each of these accomplishments, if attributed to another, would elevate them to the status of the ideal child in the eyes of teachers and parents. Yet here was Chen Zhao, embodying all three. Zayas Hussein regarded Chen Zhao with a gaze of awe, particularly scrutinizing his head. It was said that intelligent individuals often had larger heads to accommodate their vast intellects. However, after examining him for a while, she concluded that Chen Zhao's head was of average size. How could he possess such talent? Zayas Hussein pulled out her phone, accessed the Tomato Novel website, and navigated to the new book chart, where she found the top title. Is your book titled The God of Combat and Canon? She inquired. Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback. The God of Combat and Canon? Suddenly, he realized something, quickly retrieving his phone to check the new book chart on the Tomato Novel website. The God of Combat and Canon. However, it is the second-ranked book on the new releases list titled My Avatar Printed on the Dollar that has been pushed down. Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of frustration. How could he have fallen from first place on the new releases list so swiftly? In this realm of web literature, which is astonishingly underdeveloped, how could anyone's writing possibly rival the high-caliber web novels he produced? My book, which is now in second place, was previously at the top of the new releases list. I have no idea how it was overtaken by this book, God of Fighting Cannons, Chen Zhao explained. I've added it to my bookshelf. I'll check it out when I get home, Little Bamboo Shoot said, as she opened My Avatar Printed on the Dollar and added it to her collection, simultaneously encouraging Chen Zhao. This new releases list fluctuates frequently. Perhaps you'll reclaim the top spot tomorrow. Keep writing. And don't lose heart. Chen Zhao nodded, agreeing with Little Bamboo Shoot's sentiment. Having once held the title of first on the new releases list, he could not simply concede it. He had to devise a strategy to push God of Fighting Cannons down and regain his rightful place at the summit of the new releases list. Meanwhile, in a certain author group on the Tomato Novel Network, Little Fish exclaimed, Canon God, congratulations. God of Fighting Cannons has topped the new releases list. Guan Jujio chimed in. Canon God of Fighting Cannons is a hit. Shall we celebrate with a red envelope? The God of Cars from Xiaoming Mountain added. Canon God, send us a red envelope. A chorus of authors erupted in a cacophony. clamoring for Canon God to distribute red envelopes. Suddenly, a bright red envelope appeared in the group chat, sent by Canon God. A flurry of authors scrambled to tap their screens, eager to claim them moments later. Someone spoke up that In Heziza said, "What the heck? It is only a penny." Apple Smash remarked, "How stingy. Canon God, don't you earn 7 figures a month? How can you send us fellow authors a penny?" Big Fish Osmanthus quipped, "Is this what they call every cent is love? Canon God, do you have no shame?" Bookworm chimed in, "You're a miser, and you still drop a little rust. Canon God, you're practically a stainless steel miser." Unable to contain himself, Canon God replied, all right. Sending you a 3 yuan red envelope is generous enough. Although I make $1 million a month, it's all hard-earned money from sleepless nights. It's taken me years of writing 10 hours a day to get here." In Heziza remarked, "Canon God has pushed my avatar printed on the dollar down. I reckon that book will continue to drop." Big Fish Osmanthus scoffed, "Humph. I always thought Avatar Dollar was subpar. It lacks any literary quality and reads like a primary school essay. Only Canon God's God of Fighting Cannons deserves to be called a good book, worthy of the first place on the new releases list." Bookworm urged, "Canon God, keep pushing. Don't let Avatar Dollar surpass you." Canon God responded, "Haha, after dominating the literary scene for so many years, there is no way I'll be bested by some unknown rookie. Avatar Dollar merely got lucky once. As long as I'm around, it will never see the #1 spot again." A flurry of applause emojis filled the chat, with everyone praising Canon God that he was a veteran in this group, having achieved a chat level of 99, just one level shy of ultimate perfection. The established authors in the group were naturally delighted to see Canon God ascend to the first place on the new releases list. That as for Chen Zhao, the writer of Avatar Dollar, he was merely an inexperienced newcomer who had popped up from nowhere. Did he truly deserve to hold the first place on the new releases list? It was time for him to drop down. Having finished their meal, Chen Zhao and Little Bamboo Shoot exchanged phone numbers and bid farewell. Overall, today's gathering had been quite pleasant and immensely rewarding. Chen Zhao unexpectedly made the acquaintance of a senior from Lubo University, gaining valuable insights about the university that he had long been interested in. Upon returning home, Chen Zhao promptly opened his computer and the writing software. He had to find a way to reclaim the top spot on the new releases list before starting on today's chapter. Chen Zhao had the foresight to reach out to his editor, Axe, via QQ. "Dear Axe, my book has been overshadowed. What can I do to restore its position at the top of the new releases list?" Axe, busy with other tasks, did not reply immediately. Thus, Chen Zhao began to write. He had several days' worth of stored drafts, but he still preferred to write daily, to maintain his writing rhythm and avoid exhausting his reserves. After an hour of hard work, he managed to produce 6,000 words. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Axe had messaged him. "Your book and God of Fighting Cannons are not far apart in data, just a few hundred collections. If you publish 1 or 2 chapters, you should be able to reclaim the top spot tonight," Axe informed him. Chen Zhao was instantly exhilarated that it turned out he was only a few hundred readers away. Without delay, Chen Zhao pulled out his stored drafts and uploaded 2 chapters. Upon checking the Tomato Novel Network's new releases list, he was thrilled to see that the first place had shifted from God of Fighting Cannons to Chen Zhao's My Avatar printed on the dollar. Indeed, Axe's suggestion had proven correct. The data gap was not significant, and a few additional chapters had sufficed. Recently, Chen Zhao had been observing the web literature scene in this world and noticed a rather peculiar phenomenon: the slow update speed. In Chen Zhao's previous world, web authors were typically prolific, capable of updating several thousand to tens of thousands of words in a single day. However, in this world, the average web author updated merely around 1,000 words daily. Those who managed 2,000 to 3,000 words were considered fast. Chapter 84. The title was snatched. Yet, while other authors were churning out 100 to 200 words daily, Chen Zhao's output was a rushing stream. No, a mudslide. He consistently produced at least 4,000 words daily, sometimes even reaching 8,000 to 10,000 words. On weekends, he could effortlessly surge out 20,000 words. To put it another way, Chen Zhao's update speed was 4 times that of his peers on average, occasionally hitting 8 to 10 times, and at his fastest, it was a staggering 20 times faster than other authors. If other web authors were walking, Chen Zhao was speeding down the highway in a race car. His readers gradually began to notice this phenomenon and started leaving comments at the bottom of his book. Little Tiger Cat. This author updates so quickly. There are more than 2 chapters daily. While other books take 2 days for 1 chapter, or just 1 chapter a day. Heavenly gift. Is the author sitting on a mountain of drafts? Did he write hundreds of thousands of words before starting the book? Liao Zhai. It's so exhilarating. The author updates so fast. Keep it up. Keep it up. Here is a 10 yuan reward. Floral water tastes bad. I really want to bring all the other authors here to show them what a true role model looks like. Cooling oil on buttocks. This volume of updates is simply as prolific as a mother pig. Ever since Chen Zhao pushed Canon God's God of Fighting Cannons down from the top of the new releases list, Canon God began to feel anxious that he had boasted in the author group that as long as he was around, my avatar printed on the dollar would never reclaim the first place on the new releases list. He had spoken with such conviction, only to be slapped in the face moments later. God of Fighting Cannons had barely held the top position for a few short hours before being overtaken by my avatar printed on the dollar. Canon God was in a state of panic. This could not stand. After all, he was a renowned veteran author who had been making waves in the literary scene for years. How could he be outdone by an unknown newcomer? His bold proclamations in the author group were being scrutinized by his peers. How could he claim to be number 1, only to be stuck at second and unable to move? If this continued, how would he save face? How would he survive in the web literature circle in the future? Canon God sought out his editor, inquiring, "How much does my book's data differ from that of Avatar Dollar? What must I do to surpass it?" The editor quickly replied, "The data gap isn't substantial. But due to Avatar Dollar's rapid update speed, the difference is gradually widening. Over the past week, your God of Fighting Cannons has only updated 7 chapters, while Avatar Dollar has updated a total of 28 chapters, 4 times your output. Therefore, if you wish to surpass Avatar Dollar and become the number 1 on the new releases list, your only option is to increase your update speed." Canon God responded, "Understood. I'll start burning the midnight oil to write." The editor encouraged, "Good luck." With renewed determination, Canon God set to work. Avatar Dollar was updating at least 2 chapters a day, so Canon God decided he would update 3 chapters daily. On the first day, Canon God was up at 6 in the morning, and after breakfast, he sat down at his computer to write. He toiled away all morning, feeling sore and exhausted, only to find he had written a mere 3,000 words, that by the standard of 2,000 words per chapter. That was roughly 1.5 chapters. During lunch, Canon God took a moment to check on Avatar Dollar, only to discover that the other author had already released 3 chapters that day. Canon God's chopsticks clattered to the table. This speed. My goodness. He had risen at 6 o'clock to write diligently all morning without pause, and yet he had barely managed 1.5 chapters. While Chen Zhao had produced 3 chapters. Had he perhaps risen at 3 in the morning to write? In the afternoon, Canon God steeled himself to continue writing. He refused to believe that he couldn't surpass a newcomer in output. However, perhaps due to the exhaustion of the morning or having eaten too much at lunch, after just over an hour of writing, he could no longer fight off the fatigue. Canon God leaned over his desk, intending to rest his eyes for just a moment, but unexpectedly, he fell asleep right there, only to awaken the next morning as he opened his eyes to the rising sun outside the window. He sneezed in disbelief. Had he really been sleeping here for an entire afternoon and night? It was not feasible. Yesterday I succumbed to slumber, and today I must exert myself to write diligently. To complete my avatar on the dollar. The Canon God, having consumed a modest breakfast, opened his eyes wide and commenced typing. He yearned to accelerate his pace, hoping to write 1,000 words in an hour. However, his speed remained elusive. The plot required intricate contemplation, previous foreshadowing needed consideration, and character dialogues demanded repeated revisions that in the span of an hour. He could only manage around 500 words, meandering through the process. Writing a novel is not akin to composing an essay. It necessitates the design of the plot and coherence throughout, which proves exceedingly troublesome. By the end of the morning, the Canon God had produced 3,000 words, roughly a chapter and a half. Before lunch, he once again opened his phone to check the updates on my avatar on the dollar. To his astonishment, 3 chapters had already been released today. The Canon God felt as if he might bleed from his eyes. How could it be so rapid? This pace was utterly absurd. Chen Zhao, are you some kind of octopus? 8 arms simultaneously striking the keyboard. The canon god, in a fit of frustration, lost his appetite for lunch and returned to his computer to continue typing. Throughout the afternoon, he finally wrote another chapter and a half, accumulating a total of 3 chapters. Upon checking my avatar on the dollar, it remained unchanged from the morning, still with 3 new chapters, likely not to update further today. The canon god promptly uploaded his own work, matching the update count of my avatar on the dollar. He then accessed the Tomato Novel website to view the new book rankings, and indeed, the canon god of fury had successfully dethroned my avatar on the dollar, claiming the top spot. Excellent. Hard work pays off. The canon god immediately announced in the writers group. I wrote all day and updated 3 chapters. I'm utterly exhausted, but at last, I've managed to finish my avatar on the dollar. The canon god of fury is back at the top of the new book rankings. As soon as he posted, a flurry of authors emerged to engage in conversation. Canon god, you are incredible. Canon god for the win. Indeed, age brings wisdom. The canon god's position in the literary world is unassailable. Canon god is magnificent. The top spot on the new book list is undeniably his. Most of the responses were mere flattery or mutual admiration, and the canon god reveled in the praise, wearing a smug smile. Meanwhile, at Chen Zhao's home, he was engrossed in playing a game with Little Bamboo Shoot, battling in a jungle map, his 95-style rifle roaring, as he had already taken down 10 opponents. Suddenly, a QQ message popped up on his phone. Chen Zhao ducked into a bush for cover, then unlocked his phone to read the message. Editor asks, your book has dropped from the top of the new book rankings. The back-end data shows you're just a few dozen fans short. Do you have any manuscripts? 1 chapter could propel you back up. Chapter 85. Explosive update of 5 chapters, Chen Zhao replied. I have plenty of manuscripts. Axe, send a chapter. Chen Zhao spoke to Little Bamboo Shoot. Hold on a moment. I've dropped from the top. Let me make a push to reclaim IT. ITLL take about 30 seconds. He then ended the call, exited the stream, opened his manuscripts, copied a new chapter. Accessed the author backend of the Tomato Novel website, entered the chapter title, pasted the content, and clicked publish. After a few seconds of anticipation, he refreshed the page and saw the status of the new chapter changed to published, confirming the successful release. Chen Zhao then checked the new book rankings on his phone. First place, my avatar on the dollar. Chen Zhao? What is going on? How is my avatar on the dollar still in first? Wasn't he had said that the data between the 2 books was so close that as long as he updated a chapter, he could immediately climb back up? Why is he moved up after updating? Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Zhao. Could there be a delay in the data? He refreshed the web page again, and the new book ranking showed my avatar on the dollar in first place. Well, the ranking has been successfully reclaimed. Back to streaming. Chen Zhao returned to the game, resumed his live stream, and continued to charge forward with Little Bamboo Shoot. Meanwhile, in a certain author group on the Tomato Novel website, the canon god was happily chatting, as many novice authors sought advice on writing. Having achieved success in the rankings that night, the canon god was in high spirits and generously shared numerous writing tips. After learning from him, the novice authors eagerly praised him, declaring the canon god is the greatest writer of all time. The canon god is a saint, and the Nobel Prize owes the canon god an award. After all, they were all novelists, skilled in the art of flattery and boasting. The canon god basked in their compliments, enjoying the attention. However, suddenly, an alarming message appeared. Prince Golden Cicada. Canon god, your book has been pushed down again. A moment of stunned silence. And then the group erupted. What the hell? It's true. The canon goddess book has been pushed down again. The new book rankings first place has changed to my avatar on the dollar. And the canon god of fury has fallen to second. How long has it been since the last ranking push, and yet it's been toppled again? How is that my avatar on the dollar, so tenacious? Such a poor book, yet it clings to the top spot. I'm utterly speechless. What is wrong with today's readers? The canon god's book is so extraordinary, yet it's defeated by a subpar one. The canon god was equally astonished. He opened the new book rankings on the Tomato Novel website and confirmed that his book had indeed dropped to second place. He found it hard to comprehend why Chen Zhao's book was so formidable, seemingly glued to the top spot like glue. Upon examining the book information closely, the canon god finally realized the reason my avatar on the dollar had reclaimed the first position. It had just released an additional chapter. The canon god's expression darkened, his eyes filled with fury. This cannot stand. He must trample Chen Zhao's book beneath his feet. The first place must belong to the canon god of fury. Being eclipsed by a fledgling author was absolutely intolerable. What if word got out? Where would that leave his reputation as a seasoned writer? The canon god was enraged that To provoked the canon god is to invite dire consequences. Initially feeling somewhat drowsy, planning to wash up and sleep, the incident invigorated him instead, and he sprang to his computer to begin typing. Writing throughout the night, he was determined to surpass Chen Zhao. The rhythmic clatter of his keyboard echoed through the room, persisting deep into the night. By 3 in the morning, the canon god had managed to write 2 more chapters and submitted them to the Tomato novel website. Undoubtedly, the canon god of fury once again ousted my avatar on the dollar, reclaiming the first spot on the new book rankings. Exhausted yet smiling, the canon god collapsed onto his bed, sinking into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned the canon god of fury firmly established in first place, not only atop the new book rankings but also surging up other lists, fan rankings, update rankings, rating rankings. Meanwhile, my avatar on the dollar, competing against the canon god of fury, steadily plummeted, dropping from 2nd to 10th, then to 100th, 300th, until it completely vanished from the new book rankings. The canon god chuckled contentedly in his sleep. The next morning, Chen Zhao, just waking, discovered a message from Editor Axe on his phone. Your book has been pushed down again. That book, The Canon God of Fury, released 2 chapters overnight, and now its data has surpassed yours. If you have any manuscripts, consider releasing 3 or 4 chapters to regain your standing. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Pushed down again. 2 chapters released overnight. Was it done to seize the rankings while he slept? This canon god is truly as cunning as a fox. This is something that cannot be tolerated. Chen Zhao immediately leaped from his bed, powered up his computer, found his manuscripts, and began copying and pasting, updating chapters. 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 3 chapters, 4 chapters, 5 chapters, in one go. He explosively updated 5 chapters, adding over 10,000 words. Chen Zhao's approach was quite clear. Either do nothing or do it thoroughly. Canon God, you wish to battle for rankings? You rely on updates for that? I have enough manuscripts to sell by the pound. I shall decisively surpass you. After updating 5 chapters in one breath, Chen Zhao checked the new book rankings on the Tomato novel website. And without a doubt, my avatar on the dollar reclaimed the top throne. Excellent. All set, he grabbed a quick breakfast and left for school, fully satisfied. The canon god awoke leisurely, finding it was already 10 in the morning. Upon waking, his stomach grumbled, prompting him to heat some toast and fry an egg. Then he carried his milk to the dining table. As he drank his milk, he habitually opened the Tomato novel website to check the new book rankings. Upon glancing, the canon god halted his drinking motion. First place had again shifted to my avatar on the dollar. Logically, after updating 2 chapters last night, he should have remained at the top of the new book rankings. Yet now he had been pushed down. Nevertheless, the canon god felt invigorated, determined to outpace any chapter updates. For every chapter the rival released, he would release 2 in response. For every 2 chapters they released, he would counter with 3 that the goal was to produce more. It was a battle of word count, a contest of updates. But speaking of my avatar on the dollar, how many chapters had it updated this morning? The canon god entered the book's page to check the update details. Today, it had updated 5 chapters? What on earth? How can he compete with that? The canon god shuddered, and his glass slipped from his hand, spilling milk everywhere. Chapter 86, A Plane Ticket. Chen Zhao's book remained steadfastly at the top of the new book rankings. The canon god, unwavering, continued to challenge tirelessly, day and night, striving to match Chen Zhao's update count. From the perspective of the editorial backend data, the works of the prolific author, known as Canon God, titled The God of Combat, and Chen Zhao's My Avatar printed on the dollar are remarkably similar in performance. In fact, when it comes to the efficiency of attracting fans, The God of Combat seems to hold a slight edge. Therefore, if Canon God merely matches the update frequency, The God of Combat could easily ascend to the top of the new book rankings. In pursuit of victory, Canon God tirelessly sits before the computer, crafting his novel day and night. When hunger strikes, he hastily consumes a few bites of meager leftovers before resuming the battle. When fatigue weighs him down, he applies a touch of menthol ointment beneath his eyes, shedding tears as he types away. When nature calls, he endures until he can no longer hold it in, for the sake of triumph. Canon God dedicates all his energy to writing, displaying a spirit that is indeed heroic and a determination worthy of great praise. However, he has not succeeded. Despite Canon God's relentless efforts, it appears to be of little consequence. Chen Zhao, with an abundance of pre-written material, effortlessly releases 2 to 3 chapters for every single chapter of the God of Combat that is updated. It is utterly ruthless and devoid of reason. It is as though he is mercilessly pummeling Canon God. For more than a week, my avatar printed on the dollar has been dominating the God of Combat with an overwhelming update speed, leading Canon God to the harrowing realization that the more he updates, the greater the disparity in word count between his work and Chen Zhao's, that it feels as though the novel he painstakingly writes from dawn till dusk is not for his own book, but rather for Chen Zhao's. On weekend evenings, the writers' group becomes lively as usual. Recently, there have been no significant happenings in the literary world, with the most noteworthy event being the rivalry between Canon God and Chen Zhao. Consequently, the writers in the group shift their conversation to this matter. How astonishing that my avatar printed on the dollar remains at the top of the new book rankings. The God of Combat cannot seem to catch up. It's terrifying. I had never heard of Chen Zhao before. Is he a newcomer? Are new authors this formidable these days? He has managed to overshadow established writers right from the start. I took a look, and my avatar printed on the dollar is winning primarily due to its volume of updates. Its update rate is roughly 2 to 3 times that of the God of Combat. Indeed. Speaking of which, the update frequency of my avatar printed on the dollar is quite alarming. 3 to 4 chapters, sometimes 5 to 6 chapters in a single day, equating to what I can produce in a week. It's frightening. This update rate is indeed daunting. Many of my readers have left me messages urging me to check out the speed of my avatar printed on the dollar. Yes, my fans are also encouraging me to learn from Chen Zhao's update speed. But it's simply unattainable. His pace is astonishing, as if he's been injected with adrenaline. The writers in the group chatter animatedly. Yet throughout it all, Canon God remains conspicuously absent. Ever since his repeated failures to claim the top position on the new book rankings against Chen Zhao, he has spoken less and less in the writers' group. The reason is simple: shame, embarrassment, humiliation. Just over 10 days ago, Canon God boldly declared in front of the entire group of writers, "As long as I am here, Chen Zhao can never claim the top spot," eliciting a chorus of encouragement from many. Yet now, the top position on the new book rankings has scarcely budged, perpetually occupied by Chen Zhao. Canon God has poured his heart and soul into his writing. Yet the God of Combat pales in comparison to my avatar printed on the dollar. Is this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Is this not a slap in the face? Moreover, Canon God has been a prominent figure in the literary scene for many years, while Chen Zhao is merely a fledgling author. Logically, one would expect that with age comes greater skill and appeal in the profession of writing. Given Canon God's experience and talent, he should not be bested by a newcomer. Yet, here we are, witnessing his defeat. It is indeed a disgrace for a seasoned author to be toppled by a young upstart. A blow to his reputation that would be difficult to bear. Thus, Canon God has retreated into silence, sinking into a state of despondency. The impact of Chen Zhao's competition has weighed heavily upon him, leaving him gloomy and sullen for an entire week, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon that he neglects his hygiene, allowing his hair to go unwashed and his clothes unchanged, appearing disheveled and wild as he sits before his computer. His gaze vacant. Between writing sessions, Canon God finds himself obsessively questioning, have I run out of creative energy? Am I truly inferior? Or is Chen Zhao simply too formidable? Has my writing prowess regressed? Amidst this turmoil, Chen Zhao remains unaware of Canon God's struggles with despair, as he is preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming national competition. The national finals of the middle school subject competition are set to take place this Saturday. The venue is a newly constructed school in the capital, which is yet to be put into use, and thus has been designated as the examination site by the event organizers that on the morning of the competition, Chen Zhao's class is engaged in a Chinese language lesson. His previous essay from the weekly exam has garnered high praise, and the teacher reads it aloud as a model. Midway through, the director of education enters the room. Chen Zhao. Step outside for a moment, he instructs. All the classmates turn to look at Chen Zhao, who is momentarily taken aback, unsure of what the matter could be. Nevertheless, he quickly stands and steps out, closing the classroom door behind him. Here is your plane ticket. The director hands him an envelope. Chen Zhao is momentarily stunned. A plane ticket? But I didn't purchase a ticket, he exclaims in confusion. You need to fly to Beijing for the exams on Saturday, so the school has arranged this ticket for you. Make sure you keep it safe, the director explains. Our school has secured spots for you and Zhao Xiaobai in the national finals, so you both will be traveling together. Oh, I see. Thank you. Chen Zhao finally comprehends. Carefully accepting the ticket, pleased that the school has covered the expense. Upon inspecting the ticket, he sees it is for a flight on Friday morning at 8 o'clock. On Friday at 6 in the morning, you and Zhao Xiaobai will need to be at the school gate with your luggage that a designated driver will take you to the airport and help you through security, the director continues. Once you arrive in Beijing, someone will be waiting for you with your names on a sign. Locate that person, and they will arrange your accommodations and transportation during the exam period. So, there's no need to worry. Apart from the time spent on the plane, you will have assistance throughout your journey. Chapter 87. We have reserved the first prize. Chen Zhao has nearly completed his review, or rather, there is little left to review, that he has worked through all the problems he could get his hands on. Thus, in the days leading up to Friday, he attends classes as usual and writes his novel. There will be no time for writing during the competition on the weekend, so he must ensure to have his manuscript ready in advance. Having occupied the top of the new book rankings for such an extended period, he cannot afford for this examination to thwart his efforts. Having climbed to the summit of the new book rankings, he intends to remain there. Finally, Friday morning arrives, and Chen Zhao sets an alarm for over a dozen times, rising from bed at 5 o'clock. His suitcase was packed the night before, containing only a few essentials. As the trip will last just over 2 days, that he will return on Sunday afternoon by plane. Important documents and daily necessities are stowed on his person, while the suitcase contains primarily clothing and miscellaneous items. As he carries his suitcase downstairs, he notices a stunning woman in white hot pants, her long legs exposed, washing a bright red Ferrari with a long hose. Recognizing the legs and the car, he knows exactly who it is. Sister. Chen Zhao greets sweetly, aware that she is his landlady and knowing he must be courteous. Are you washing the car this early? Chen Zhao. Deng Zixin turns in surprise. Why are you up so early? What's with the suitcase? Where are you headed? I'm off to the capital for an exam, Chen Zhao explains. I signed up for a middle school subject competition, and tomorrow is the national finals that I'm flying out this morning. Do you need a ride to the airport? Deng Zixin gestures toward the shiny red Ferrari beside her. No, thank you. Chen Zhao waves his hands in refusal, feeling warmth in his heart. Our school has arranged for a driver to take the students to the airport, that I just need to get to the school gate. All right then, be on your way. Deng Zixin nods, returning to her task while giving him a thumbs up and wishing him good luck. Chen Zhao waves goodbye to his landlady and heads into the morning light. After about 10 minutes, he arrives at the school gate. It is still too early, and the gate hasn't opened yet. He doesn't see Zhao Xiaobai or the transport vehicle, so he has no choice but to wait. Feeling a bit tired, he decides to sit on his suitcase. The security guard at the gate, who had been dozing off, is startled to see a student sitting on a suitcase outside. Student, why are you here so early? He asks. Yawning. I'm waiting for the driver to take me to the airport. Chen Zhao replies with a smile. Come inside to wait. The morning breeze is quite chilly, the guard suggests, sneezing slightly. Chen Zhao agrees. Feeling the coolness in the air, and enters the gate to chat with the guard, but he shares his plans for the national finals. And the guard, excited, praises Chen Zhao's accomplishments and encourages him to do well and bring home an award. As the guard continues to express his admiration, Zhao Xiaobai arrives, dressed in a flowing white cotton dress that resembles clouds, pushing a pink suitcase. Chen Zhao peeks out from the gate and waves at her, prompting Zhao Xiaobai to join him inside. How is your revision going? Zhao Xiaobai inquired of Chen Zhao, but immediately waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, I'm certain your preparation surpasses mine. And what about you? Chen Zhao reciprocated. Do you feel confident? Not at all, Zhao Xiaobai replied, shaking her head, For the provincial examination, I only qualified because I was among the last to advance. The odds of winning an award this time are exceedingly low. Even if I were to receive the most modest encouragement award, I would be satisfied to do not lose heart. You never know, you might excel in the national finals. Chen Zhao encouraged her. Examinations can be quite mysterious. Perhaps you are precisely suited for this particular set of questions, and will perform admirably. That if you are ill-suited, then the outcome could be dismal. Let us hope so. Zhao Xiaobai shrugged, appearing somewhat despondent. That it was evident that she lacked confidence regarding their impending journey to the capital for the examination. The two of them continued to chat with the security guard for a while, until a black car arrived at the school gate. That it was the vehicle to take Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai to the airport. They boarded the car and set off for the airport. That this hour, there were not many flights, resulting in a sparse number of travelers. They passed through security and checked their luggage without encountering any queues. And soon enough, everything was in order. Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai located Gate 3, as indicated on their tickets, and settled into the nearby seating area to await their flight. They remained half an hour until boarding commenced. After a brief wait, more travelers began to arrive and take seats around them. Among them were two young men who appeared to be of similar age to Chen Zhao, seated in the row directly in front of her. Once seated, they began discussing problems. With her heightened intelligence, Chen Zhao found her hearing had improved significantly, enabling her to catch fragments of the conversation between the two young men. As she listened, Chen Zhao realized that they were discussing questions from the national mathematics competition held 2 years prior. These two individuals were also participants in the upcoming competition. The two in front are here for the mathematics exam. Chen Zhao whispered to Zhao Xiaobai. Really? Zhao Xiaobai exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, I overheard them discussing questions from 2 years ago. Chen Zhao confirmed. Given the complexity and difficulty of competition questions, it was improbable that ordinary high school students preparing for exams would be reviewing such material, since these two were engaged in serious discussion of competition problems. They were undoubtedly competitors. Should we say hello? Zhao Xiaobai asked, her eyes questioning Chen Zhao. A greeting would be appropriate. It's always good to have some support on the way, Chen Zhao replied, standing up and approaching the two young men, gently tapping one on the shoulder. Gentlemen, I couldn't help but overhear your discussion about competition questions. May I ask if you are attending the national finals? Chen Zhao smiled politely. Yes, we are here for the mathematics exam. Are you? One of the young men, who had a slightly darker complexion, responded, momentarily taken aback. That I am, along with her, Chen Zhao said, gesturing towards Zhao Xiaobai. She is also taking mathematics, while I will be tackling mathematics and other subjects. The two young men exchanged glances, and suddenly both broke into derisive smiles. Then I'm afraid you might not be walking away with the first prize. The darker-skinned youth said with a hint of disdain, We've already reserved the first prize for ourselves. You might as well aim for the second prize. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Zhao Xiaobai looked bewildered. What do you mean by having reserved the first prize? Chen Zhao queried, feeling a twinge of alarm. Could there be some clandestine maneuvering in this competition? We participated in this competition last year and secured the first prize. Since entering high school, we have never scored less than full marks in mathematics. Therefore, we are certain that this year we will again take home the first prize, the youth with the darker complexion boasted, pride radiating from his smile. Chapter 88. Are you provoking me? Chen Zhao understood now. These two were utterly convinced of their dominance in securing the first prize. What audacity! What arrogance! Even with an astonishing IQ of 400. Chen Zhao would never presume to claim the first prize outright, merely expressing her ambition to win an award. After all, national competitions bring together exceptional talents from all corners of the country. Yet these two were so resolute in their expectations. Even if they genuinely believed they would win, was such braggadocio necessary? You might not be walking away with the first prize. Was that a provocation? A contemptuous remark? It certainly was not a benevolent piece of advice. Chen Zhao's expression darkened, and she took Zhao Xiaobai's hand, walking away without uttering another word. Chen Zhao was furious, genuinely incensed. Having been offended by their remarks, the more she pondered it, the angrier she became. Was this how one spoke to others? They merely approached to engage in conversation, yet were met with disdain and comparison. Who did they think they were? Zhao Xiaobai also wore a sullen expression, clearly irritated. Those two truly lack manners. Zhao Xiaobai complained to Chen Zhao that is it possible to verify last year's national first prize winners. Chen Zhao inquired that I'm not sure. There might be records, Zhao Xiaobai responded, pulling out her phone. Let me look it up. Zhao Xiaobai began searching on her mobile browser for last year's national student subject competition. Sure enough, she uncovered numerous articles. Scrolling through one, she suddenly came across a photo of the Mathematics Award ceremony. Both of them recognized the familiar faces. It was indeed the two young men they had just encountered. In the photograph, they stood proudly on the podium, beaming with delight, holding certificates in their left hands and trophies in their right, with gold medals hanging around their necks. The surrounding ambience was resplendent, accompanied by thunderous applause. They had indeed secured the first prize in last year's mathematics competition. The first prize had been exclusively claimed by these two. Chen Zhao noted the names beneath the photograph. One was named Kong Hang, and the other, Shi Hui. Kong Hang, Shi Hui. Chen Zhao mentally bookmarked their names. Before long, it was time to board the plane. Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai presented their tickets and boarded. Their seats were together, according to the ticket. Chen Zhao was by the window and Zhao Xiaobai by the aisle. However, Zhao Xiaobai expressed her desire to sit by the window to enjoy the view, and Chen Zhao graciously relinquished her seat to her. It was just one seat, after all. How could she refuse the request of a beautiful girl? As fate would have it, directly behind Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai sat Kong Hang and Shi Hui. Once the plane took off, Chen Zhao could hear the two conversing. Kong Hang: after winning the award this time, what do you plan to do with the prize money? Shi Hui: I'm going to a concert. The concert of the singing god is on the 1st of next month. What about you? Kong Hang: I'm not sure yet. I'll probably save it for now. The first prize scholarship is a whopping 100,000. They hadn't even reached the competition venue, and already the two were discussing the scholarship. Chen Zhao felt a wave of disdain wash over her, wanting to turn around and ask if they were so certain of winning an award. Yet from their conversation, Chen Zhao gleaned a crucial piece of information. The first prize scholarship was indeed 100,000. While Chen Zhao earned a considerable income, 100,000 was still a significant sum. She earnestly hoped to obtain this scholarship. Even if she didn't secure the first prize, the second or third prizes would surely also come with financial rewards. Money was indeed desirable. However, the ensuing dialogue between Shi Hui and Kong Hang began to irritate Chen Zhao. Do you think we can win an award this year? Shi Hui asked. Brother Hui, what kind of question is that? If the first prize isn't awarded to us, will it go to that little girl and boy we just saw? Look at them. They seem utterly clueless, as if they could win an award. Kong Hang replied. Shi Hui, you make a valid point. Chen Zhao's anger flared. Did they truly think she and Zhao Xiaobai looked foolish? If anyone was foolish, it was those two. What kind of people were they? To belittle her with their words? Was she some kind of target for their scorn? It was a plane, and many passengers were asleep, making it inappropriate for Chen Zhao to turn around and hurl insults. Moreover, she had a reputation to uphold as a signed streamer, a figure of some standing. Engaging in petty squabbles was beneath her dignity. Yet, hearing their derision without retaliating felt stifling and uncomfortable. An idea struck Chen Zhao. She pulled out a pen, opened a small tray table in front of her, and laid down a piece of tissue. Then she began to write. This year's mathematics first prize is mine. You can forget about it. After finishing, she tossed it behind her. Shi Hui and Kong Hang unfolded the tissue and read its contents, their tempers flaring. They hastily scribbled a few lines in response and tossed it back to Chen Zhao. Without even glancing at it, Chen Zhao ripped it to shreds and tossed it into the provided vomit bag. Seeing that Chen Zhao hadn't even looked at their message before tearing it apart, incensed Shi Hui and Kong Hang, who quickly pulled out another tissue and began writing furiously once more before passing it to Chen Zhao. Before Chen Zhao received the note, didn't he look at it and tore it into pieces, discarding it. Shi Hui and Kong Hang glared at her in frustration, but found themselves powerless, left to stew in their anger. Zhao Xiaobai had been observing Chen Zhao's actions with a puzzled expression. Why aren't you reading what they wrote? Chen Zhao shrugged. It's certainly not anything pleasant. It's probably just insults and provocations. Rather than getting upset over it, it's better to ignore it. In the end, the results will speak for themselves. That my initial goal was modest. I simply wanted to win an award, no matter the level. However, they have genuinely provoked me. Even clay figurines have a bit of their nature. Therefore, for the mathematics exam, I've revised my goal. I must secure the first prize. Chen Zhao's expression turned resolute. I intend to teach them a lesson. There are always greater talents beyond our own, and I am that talent above them. Zhao Xiaobai bit her lip, rendered speechless, gazing at Chen Zhao with a look of admiration. Chen Zhao's demeanor exuded strength and confidence. She was determined to achieve first place. Refusing to settle for second, Zhao Xiaobai was acutely aware that her own abilities were insufficient to contend for first place. But if Chen Zhao could perform to her potential, there was a genuine possibility she could indeed bring home the first prize. Let us do our best, Zhao Xiaobai extended her palm. Let us do our best, Chen Zhao replied, gently clapping her hand against Zhao Xiaobai's. Soon, the airplane landed at Daxing Airport. Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai disembarked without even glancing back at Shi Hui and Kong Hang. At the arrival hall, they indeed spotted numerous individuals holding placards to welcome passengers. Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai searched for their names and found a beautiful young lady with a ponytail holding a sign that read Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai. It was evident that she had recently graduated from university. She was likely the life instructor responsible for Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai's accommodations and daily needs during their stay in Beijing. Chapter 89. An IQ of 500 under the guidance of their life instructor. Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai checked into a hotel located in the Third Ring Road, with the two of them in adjacent rooms. Initially, Chen Zhao intended to sleep as soon as they arrived at the hotel. However, having boasted in front of Shi Hui and Kong Hang about his ambition to secure a first prize in mathematics, he felt compelled to refrain from indulging in slothful slumber and instead muster all his energy for exam preparation. How would he prepare? Through diligent revision, completing a set of practice papers to maintain his skills, perhaps consuming walnuts? Of course, he would rely on the system. Chen Zhao activated the system ring and inquired, "System, I wish to achieve first prize in the mathematics examination. My current IQ seems inadequate. May I enhance it? Just for 2 days would suffice. Short-term IQ enhancement package requires cash recharge." The system's text materialized in his mind. Upon seeing the words cash recharge, Chen Zhao inexplicably experienced a pang of stomach discomfort. No way, system. Is this really how you operate? Fame points cannot be used, only cash. Fine, cash it is. After all, what is lost can be regained. Money spent is still money, while money not spent is merely a pile of worthless paper. Who said I need to possess high intelligence at this moment? With determination, Chen Zhao declared, I want a 2-day IQ of 500. How much will it cost? The host must pay 200,000 yuan. Chen Zhao nearly coughed up blood. What? 200,000? Are you joking with me? In just 2 short days, at a rate of 100,000 a day. Is this price not inflated by 1 or 2 zeros? System, are you sure you're in the business of recharging and not robbing? Could it be a bit cheaper? Chen Zhao asked weakly. Not possible. The system's response was chillingly cold and devoid of empathy. Come on, I'm a loyal customer. Surely I deserve some discount. Chen Zhao continued to plead. I don't need a 40 or 60 discount. How about a lucky 88 off? Not possible. The system remained unyielding. Sighing, Chen Zhao realized that this system was indeed inflexible, impervious to both coaxing and threats. Although 200,000 yuan was steep, it was not beyond his means. The payment from his contract with a major streamer had already arrived, along with earnings from published articles and fan donations. Yet, it was still a substantial sum, and Chen Zhao hesitated for quite some time before agreeing to pay. All right, 200,000 it is. Raise my IQ to 500 over the next 2 days. After a moment's thought, he asked, how should I transfer this amount to you? Detected host's willingness to pay. Automatic deduction in progress. The system's text appeared in his mind, leaving Chen Zhao momentarily stunned. Automatic deduction. How does that work? He pulled out his phone and checked his account balance on the app, only to find that 200,000 yuan had indeed vanished into thin air. The manner in which it disappeared was peculiar. There was no record of the transaction. Yet his balance was undeniably reduced by that exact amount, as if the money had evaporated like water splashed on a hot desert sand. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Zhao composed himself. Considering that this system could alter the very fabric of reality, deducting a bit of money seemed trivial, didn't it? As this is the host's first recharge, A complimentary experience of 500 IQ for one night will be granted. Effective in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Chen Zhao felt a surge akin to electricity coursing through his mind, initially accompanied by a sharp pain, as if a long needle pierced through his brain. In that instant, he felt his entire body convulse from the pain. However, before he could cry out, the sharp sensation vanished, replaced by a tingling warmth throughout his brain, akin to receiving a soothing massage, comforting and pleasant. What Chen Zhao could not see or comprehend was that his brain was undergoing intense transformation at that very moment. Countless neurons were sprouting new synapses, connecting with one another, while some useless brain cells rapidly perished. The processes of birth and death were occurring at a rate thousands of times faster than usual, gradually forming more effective neural connections. His IQ began to rise 400, 420, 450, 480, 500. In a mere 2 minutes, Chen Zhao had completed the metamorphosis from an IQ of 400 to 500, and his cognitive abilities ascended to a new plateau, entering an entirely new realm. The first thing Chen Zhao did after his IQ enhancement was to open his suitcase. Among his belongings was a large notebook filled with Olympiad problems that he had struggled to solve. The majority of the problems were in mathematics and physics. Chen Zhao flipped to the first page and began tackling the first problem. Difficult, still very challenging. However, it was a different kind of difficulty from before, after reading the problem a few times. He gradually began to formulate some ideas that he retrieved paper and pen, leaned over the small table in the room, and commenced his calculations. 3 minutes later, Chen Zhao suddenly slammed his pen down on the table, his face alight with excitement that he had solved it. A problem that had previously eluded him was now within his grasp. A triumphant start, the first problem yielded results. Eagerly, he flipped to the second page and began to tackle the second problem. As expected, the second problem was swiftly solved as well. Just a week prior, Chen Zhao had felt utterly helpless in front of the problems in that notebook, yet now he was able to solve them. His spirits soared. Initially feeling a bit drowsy, he was now completely awake, diving into one question after another from the notebook. After an hour, he had completed them all. The sensation of heightened intelligence was exhilarating. Chen Zhao suddenly realized that the problems in this notebook were also beyond Zhao Xiaobai's capabilities, that he hurriedly took the notebook and dashed next door, knocking on Zhao Xiaobai's door. "Who is it?" Zhao Xiaobai called from within. "It's me." "Chen Zhao," he replied. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Zhao Xiaobai clad in pink dinosaur pajamas, her face flushed with embarrassment as she timidly regarded Chen Zhao. "I warn you, don't think about anything inappropriate. If you have something to say, say it. If not, hurry back." Chen Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then realized Zhao Xiaobai had misunderstood, and he felt a bit embarrassed himself. "What are you thinking? I have no such intentions." Chen Zhao raised the notebook before her eyes. "I just had a breakthrough. I can solve the problems in this notebook now that we have a mathematics and physics exam tomorrow. Would you like me to explain them to you?" Zhao Xiaobai paused, recalling the notebook Chen Zhao held. Over the past few weeks, he had frequently approached her with questions from this very notebook, yet she had been unable to solve even a single problem. And even when she did, it was incorrect. All right, if you can solve them, then tell me." Zhao Xiaobai opened the door wider to let Chen Zhao in. The hotel room contained only a small table and a chair. So Chen Zhao suggested that Zhao Xiaobai sit while he stood to explain. However, Zhao Xiaobai insisted on standing herself, urging Chen Zhao to take a seat. Chapter 90. The examination begins after a while of teaching. Zhao Xiaobai began to yawn, clearly fatigued. "All right, although there is still much left to cover, I need to ensure a good night's sleep tonight, that I'll take my leave. You should get some rest." Chen Zhao stood up. As he stepped outside, just as he was about to return to his room, Zhao Xiaobai suddenly called out to him. "Good luck," she said, making a fist. Chen Zhao was taken aback, chuckling as he waved goodbye and returned to his room to wash up and sleep. The exam was scheduled for 9 in the morning, and it was imperative to ensure adequate rest, that if he felt drowsy during the exam, his IQ would plummet. The efficacy of last-minute cramming was negligible. It was better to conserve energy. Before long, morning arrived. Chen Zhao set 6 alarms, worried that he might oversleep. However, due to a restful night, he woke up as soon as the first alarm rang, that he quickly washed his face, brushed his teeth, dressed and headed out to the hotel dining area. He had breakfast, and halfway through, He spotted Zhao Xiaobai entering with the life instructor. Zhao Xiaobai appeared slightly drowsy, but her eyes sparkled, indicating she had rested well. After finishing breakfast, they took a vehicle to the examination venue. Zhao Xiaobai's face was pale, and she remained silent. "Are you nervous?" Chen Zhao asked her. "Yes," Zhao Xiaobai nodded, extending her delicate, fair hand. "My hands feel a bit numb." Chen Zhao grasped her fingers reassuringly. "How could your hands be numb? There's no need to be anxious. You must believe in yourself that if you believe you can do well, you certainly will." He released her hand and gazed out at the bustling streets of the capital. Unaware that Zhao Xiaobai's face had turned crimson, her blush reaching her ears. Before long, they arrived at the examination venue. Chen Zhao was assigned to examination room 0013, while Zhao Xiaobai was in room 0027. Thus, they parted ways, each heading to their respective examination hall. That a steady stream of candidates began to arrive, and the hallway grew increasingly crowded. Most students were focused on their notebooks, engrossed in review, while a small group engaged in casual conversation. Chen Zhao was soon drawn into a corner by several other candidates, where they began to introduce themselves by sharing their regions and names, effectively breaking the ice before discussing the exam. "I feel like I'm doomed. The other day, I attempted some past finals, and I couldn't solve any of them. I'm also doomed. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Study, what a joke. Haha. As long as everyone is struggling, it's all good." Chen Zhao listened to their banter, wearing an expression that seemed to see through it all. Indeed, the academic elites of the world are all remarkably similar. As the ancients wisely noted, when a mediocre student claims they will fail, their words are merely boastful. When a top student expresses doubt about their performance, it is a mere facade. What does this mean? Listening to students converse before an exam allows one to accurately predict their final scores based on their utterances. With remarkable precision, using a 100-point scale, the specific predictive phrases are as follows. "I don't know anything at all." 90 points. "I haven't reviewed at all. I'm doomed." 95 points. "This exam is exceedingly difficult." 98 points. "I'm finished. I completely messed up." 100 points. "I feel I did reasonably well." 50 points. "This time I am certain to succeed." 40 points. "Very good. Very good. I'm utterly calm." 30 points. "I've been studying diligently lately." 20 points. One cannot trust a single punctuation mark in the words of the top students. They all proclaim their ignorance and predict dismal results. But such claims are utterly preposterous. How could one who knows nothing advance to the national finals? How could one excel among tens of thousands of competitors if they truly performed poorly? They are all deceivers. Listening to the chatter of these academic elites, Chen Zhao couldn't help but smirk. If pretending to be a poor student were punishable by death, all present candidates would deserve execution. Soon, the invigilators arrived. The top students set aside their notebooks and entered the examination hall with pens in hand. Before entering, they were meticulously scanned from head to toe by the teachers with metal detectors to ensure no one brought in phones or other devices for cheating. Cameras were installed at both the front and back of the classroom, high-definition cameras, no less to what extent. The camera at the front could clearly discern the words written on the exam papers of the last row of students, while the one at the back could detect dandruff on the heads of those in the front row. Such a significant and formal examination necessitates stringent anti-cheating measures, making it nearly impossible to cheat unless one were a deity. Success is solely reliant on genuine ability. The tense atmosphere pervaded the air. Chen Zhao found his seat in the second row at the front and sat down to wait. Before long, all the students were prepared. The broadcast began issuing instructions. Open the exam packet, distribute the answer sheets, and commence the examination. The first subject was Chinese, predominantly requiring rote memorization. Chen Zhao's forte. After all, he possessed an exceptional memory. The most crucial aspect was the final essay question. Although he had memorized several essay books, writing an essay requires both talent and inspiration. If the prompt were too obscure, it would be challenging to achieve a high score. Therefore, upon receiving the exam paper, Chen Zhao immediately flipped to the back to examine the essay topic. The prompt was astonishingly simple, consisting of a single line. Please discuss your views on the relationship between youth and the motherland. Initially taken aback, Chen Zhao's spirits soared with elation. This essay topic was a divine boon. How should he approach it? Naturally, he would directly transcribe a certain article. Chen Zhao promptly determined the content he would write. In his previous life, there existed a magnificent essay penned by a renowned figure during the late Qing dynasty, which upon its release caused a tremendous stir in the literary world and society, becoming a classic that inspired generations. The article was so grand and invigorating that, even a century later, it remained timeless, frequently appearing in high school essays. If he could reference this piece, there was no doubt his essay score would soar to the highest echelons. If it didn't, it would simply indicate that the evaluators were utterly blind. With the essay worry resolved, Chen Zhao turned to the front of the exam paper and began tackling the first question. As expected of a national competition, the difficulty level of the questions had escalated several notches compared to previous exams, consisting of obscure and bizarre questions not found in textbooks. Fortunately, Chen Zhao's extensive memorization and familiarity with numerous Chinese language texts allowed him to complete most questions with fluidity. Occasionally, he encountered a few he hesitated over, but after a moment's contemplation, he could arrive at reasonable conclusions. Chen Zhao's pen flew across the paper. The invigilator was surveying the room and soon noticed Chen Zhao. The reason was simple. Most candidates sat with their pens unmoving, brows furrowed in despair, clearly stumped by the exceedingly difficult questions. Yet, there was Chen Zhao, furiously writing away, his speed remarkable, as if he were in a realm of his own. Chapter 91. Mathematics. The papers were distributed. Multiple choice questions. Completed. Fill-in-the-blank questions. Completed. Short answer questions. Completed. Glancing up at the clock. Only 50 minutes had elapsed, leaving over an hour for the essay. Chen Zhao stretched his wrist, took a deep breath, and relaxed slightly. With ample time remaining, he intended to compose the essay with care, striving for neat and beautiful handwriting. After all, this was the first time he would introduce that magnificent essay to this world, and it would be best presented in the most aesthetically pleasing manner possible. Chen Zhao began to write steadily, inscribing the title on the first line, "On the Youthful China." Indeed, this was the illustrious work of the literary giant Liang Qichao. Known far and wide as On the Youthful China. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhao penned the opening lines. The Japanese refer to my China in two ways, as the Great Empire and as the Great Empire. This phrase is a mere imitation of the words of Westerners. Alas, is my China truly so great? As Ringong said, "Nay, what is this talk? In my heart there exists a youthful China." The invigilator had been observing Chen Zhao intently, as his writing speed was exceptionally striking. Upon witnessing Chen Zhao's sudden flush of excitement, coupled with deep breathing, it was evident he had entered a completely different state of mind. The invigilator, curious about the phenomenon, quietly approached Chen Zhao and leaned down to glance at his essay. As soon as he saw the essay prompt, the invigilator furrowed his brow slightly. This topic was far too broad. Students should avoid writing on such expansive subjects like on XXX or XXX's, as it is nearly impossible to produce a fitting article. However, after reading the first paragraph, the teacher was momentarily taken aback. In my heart, there exists a youthful China. How novel, imbued with a certain inexplicable spirit. The invigilator continued to read. Upon further inspection, he found himself captivated. Reading, the elderly are like the setting sun, while the youth are like the rising sun. The elderly resemble emaciated cattle, while the youth are akin to vigorous cubs. The elderly are like monks, while the youth resemble gallant knights. The elderly are akin to dictionaries, while the youth are like theatrical scripts. The elderly are like opium, while the youth are comparable to fine wine. The elderly are like meteors from distant planets, while the youth are like coral islands in the vast ocean. The invigilator's eyes widened in astonishment. What exquisite metaphors! What powerful parallelism! This student's prose was extraordinary. As he read, "Those who dwell as if they will soon move elsewhere do not cherish their windows, nor do they keep their courtyards clean." The invigilator's expression shifted dramatically, completely altering his previous perception. Who said one could not tackle a grand topic like On the Youthful China if the quality and scope of the writing were sufficiently high? It could indeed be accomplished, reaching the conclusion, if the youth are wise, then the nation is wise. If the youth are prosperous, then the nation is prosperous. If the youth are strong, then the nation is strong. If the youth are independent, then the nation is independent. If the youth are free, then the nation is free. If the youth progress, then the nation progresses. The invigilator gasped in awe. The writing was exquisite. This was undoubtedly a remarkable composition. The invigilator gazed at Chen Zhao with profound astonishment, thinking to himself, this student is exceptionally formidable, their caliber undoubtedly on par with his own. In the examination hall, there were two invigilators. Upon witnessing the other invigilator's astonished expression, the second teacher hurried over to investigate that as he approached. He too was drawn in by the sound of Chen Zhao's rapid writing, and upon seeing the flowing essay, he was equally captivated, just like the first invigilator. Upon reading the opening, he couldn't help but silently recite it, becoming increasingly astonished as he progressed. According to examination regulations, invigilators were not permitted to linger near a particular student for too long. So both returned to the podium, unable to suppress their hushed whispers. That essay is remarkably well written. It could easily be published. It might even be selected for a language anthology. Once all the papers are graded, I must take this essay and show it to my students. They need to understand the extraordinary writing prowess of their peers. This student is bound to receive an award. It's just a matter of determining which one. I suspect they could win first prize. With this level of literary skill, it would be a travesty not to award them first place. If I were a judge, I would undoubtedly give them the top prize. Not necessarily. Today's students are increasingly impressive. There might be someone even better. Better? Is it even possible for this piece to be surpassed? I think not. Regardless, the award ceremony will be broadcast live. We shall see if this student emerges as the victor. After 20 minutes, Chen Zhao completed his essay just as the examination bell rang, signaling the end of the test. That a half-hour break ensued. Chen Zhao hurried to Zhao Xiaobai's examination room, eager to inquire about her performance. He found her studying by the window in the corridor. Approaching her, he gently tapped her shoulder and asked how she had fared. I haven't taken the exam yet, Zhao Xiaobai replied, momentarily taken aback. Don't you remember? I'm taking mathematics. The next round is mathematics that I've been reviewing this whole time. Chen Zhao suddenly recalled that Zhao Xiaobai was only taking the math exam. And you? Zhao Xiaobai asked. How did you do? Very well, Chen Zhao declared emphatically. It was not that he was overly boastful or arrogant. Considering he had introduced a classic work like On a Youthful China, how could his score be anything less than stellar? If it were low, it would simply indicate that the graders and competition judges were scoring with their eyes closed. After completing an examination, Zhao Xiaobai would often inquire of her friends how they fared, to which the majority would respond with phrases like, it went poorly, I performed abysmally, or I couldn't manage anything at all. However, Chen Zhao unexpectedly declared, it went splendidly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to react, whether to admire or scorn, to believe or doubt. Thus, she could only mechanically nod in agreement, muttering, very good indeed. Chen Zhao engaged Zhao Xiaobai in brief conversation before excusing herself to the restroom, subsequently returning to the entrance of the examination hall. Just then, the invigilator for the next session arrived, commencing the process of scanning the entering students with a metal detector. Many examinees lingered, engrossed in their notes, reluctant to enter, as though a few final moments of review could significantly alter their fate. Chen Zhao, however, displayed no signs of anxiety. She strode confidently through the inspection and took her seat in the examination hall. The surrounding candidates had changed, as most students only sat for 1 or 2 subjects. Only Chen Zhao remained in the hall. Soon enough, the papers were distributed. Upon receiving her examination paper, Chen Zhao immediately set to work with her eyes. After reviewing a few questions, she began to feel a surge of delight. The questions appeared rather straightforward, or perhaps, having elevated her intellect to an extraordinary level, she found them quite manageable. As the instructor announced the commencement of the examination, Chen Zhao promptly began to write. The sound of her pen raced across the paper. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 92. The quest for first prize. The invigilator for this session was different from the previous 2. Yet, much like her predecessors, she quickly fixated her attention on Chen Zhao. After all, her performance was exceptionally remarkable. While other candidates struggled and toiled, Chen Zhao wrote furiously, her pen barely pausing. Lines of calculations flowed seamlessly across the page. The invigilator, holding her own copy of the exam, grew curious at Chen Zhao's rapid pace, wondering if this year's questions were indeed easier. Thus, she began to examine the paper herself, hoping to gauge the difficulty level. 2 minutes into her assessment, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. How challenging! A complete lack of clarity. In previous years' mathematics competitions, she could discern some threads of reasoning. Yet this year's problems left her utterly perplexed. These competition questions were not the typical high school exam revisions. The latter repeated familiar patterns which, after years of teaching, she could solve with her eyes closed, often achieving over 140 points in an hour and a half. But these competition questions were skewed, difficult, bizarre, and utterly unconventional. Were she to take the test herself, she might not even surpass the student scores. This year's questions were particularly tricky, leaving both invigilators at a complete loss. Unsure of how to approach any of the problems, let alone solve them. Glancing back at Chen Zhao, who continued to write with fervor, the invigilator thought to herself, "This is peculiar. Why is this student writing so quickly? Surely, there must be some simpler questions on the paper." Holding on to this thought, the invigilator continued to scrutinize the questions, skipping to the next whenever she encountered one she could not solve, in hopes of finding a few simpler ones. However, after nearly 15 minutes of perusing the entire exam, she could not locate a single relatively easy question. Each problem seemed more challenging than the last. The complexity was beyond comprehension. Observing Chen Zhao, she was astonished to see that Chen had already completed one answer sheet and was now commencing a second. The two invigilators exchanged bewildered glances and communicated via text. "Are you able to solve this math paper?" "Not a chance. This year's questions are harder than those from the past 2 years. I have no clue where to start. I'm in the same boat." I see most students staring blankly. How is it that this one student is progressing so swiftly? Could it be there's an issue with the exam paper? That is plausible. Didn't something similar happen a few years back? I'm not sure what went wrong, but while everyone else is taking one version of the paper, this one student seems to have another. I'll go check that kid's paper. If it's incorrect, we need to act quickly. One invigilator descended from the podium and approached Chen Zhao's desk, leaning down to inspect her paper. Upon seeing it, the invigilator was taken aback. It was indeed the same version that she held, indistinguishable from it. Glancing at the papers of other candidates confirmed that they all had the same exam. The invigilator, now convinced, returned to the podium, resuming her messaging with the other invigilator. "I've checked, his paper is perfectly normal." "Normal? And he's still writing so fast. This child is exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. Just look at the number of questions he's tackled. I wager this year's first prize is his." Oblivious to the invigilator's discussions about him, Chen Zhao remained hunched over his desk, fervently scribbling away. The more he wrote, the more smug his smile became that he had anticipated the mathematics finals to be quite arduous. Upon glancing at the exam paper, he felt compelled to exclaim, "Is this it? Is this the level of difficulty? How could a national final be so trivial?" It was akin to child's play. Last year, the top scorer in mathematics achieved a perfect 70 points. And before entering the hall, Chen Zhao had hoped for around 60 points, aiming for a second prize, which would be commendable that if fortune favored him, perhaps 70 points could secure a first prize. Yet, after engaging with the mathematics exam for a while, Chen Zhao was elated. The paper was so easy that scoring 60 felt insufficient. He aimed for a score in the 80s or 90s. Ideally, he sought perfection, with a pen that flew across the page. He deftly overcame problem after problem. The first side completed. The second side completed. The third side completed. The fourth side completed. The entire examination paper was finished. Only then did Chen Zhao feel a wave of exhaustion. His wrist ached. His fingers throbbed, and veins pulsed on his forehead. Indeed, over an hour of intense contemplation and writing was an exhausting endeavor. Chen Zhao glanced up at the clock hanging at the front of the classroom. Realizing that an hour and 50 minutes had elapsed, with just 10 minutes remaining until the papers were collected, Chen Zhao was not inclined to review his work. He had solved every question on the paper, and securing a prize was assured that if all went well, he could potentially score in the 90s, which would guarantee him the first prize. That IT was a certainty. Feeling fatigued, Chen Zhao rested his head on the desk for a moment before finally hearing the bell signaling the end of the exam. Once the instructor collected the answer sheets, exam papers, and scratch paper from the entire class, Chen Zhao exited the examination hall, heading directly to find Zhao Xiaobai, concerned about her own performance in mathematics. Chen Zhao was eager to learn how she had fared. Soon, he reached the entrance of the hall. Anticipating Chen Zhao's arrival, Zhao Xiaobai stood waiting against the wall with her backpack, her expression one of dejection and melancholy, indicating that she had not performed well. Had she excelled, she would have been grinning broadly. Don't ask. The answer is that I bombed it. Utterly failed. Zhao Xiaobai raised her hand to block Chen Zhao's inquiry. Chen Zhao nodded in understanding, indicating he would refrain from asking. How did you do? Zhao Xiaobai countered. Chen Zhao thought her quite amusing. She forbade him from inquiring about her performance, yet proceeded to ask about his. The first prize is mine. Chen Zhao smiled confidently. Zhao Xiaobai pursed her lips, unsure whether to doubt him or feel disheartened by the disparity in their performances. The two descended the stairs amidst the crowd, preparing to return to their hotel. With an English exam in the afternoon, Chen Zhao had free time to review for the upcoming physics, chemistry, and biology tests the following day. Upon reaching the first floor, they unexpectedly encountered two individuals they were less than eager to see: Kong Heng and Shi Hui. Chen Zhao initially intended to ignore them, treating them as mere air and walking past. However, to his surprise, Kong Heng and Shi Hui, wearing smug expressions, proactively approached with inquiries. How did it go? Kong Heng asked. Is there hope for a second prize? No hope for a second prize, Chen Zhao replied coolly, halting in his tracks with a sneer. Oh, didn't he perform well? Then how about a third prize? Kong Heng asked disdainfully, chuckling. Chapter 93. The examination concludes, awaiting the results. No hope for a third prize either, Chen Zhao replied with a scoff. Kong Heng and Shi Hui erupted into laughter. Hadn't he been so arrogant before? Why was he not so confident now, having failed to secure even a third prize? I'm here to win first prize, Chen Zhao suddenly retorted. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Zhao Xiaobai momentarily stunned before hastening to catch up. Kong Heng and Shi Hui stood frozen, their smiles faltering. First prize? His abilities are lacking. But his bravado is immense, Kong Heng scoffed. The award ceremony is in 2 days. We shall see then who ascends the stage to receive the accolades, Shi Hui chimed in. We will undoubtedly be the ones receiving the first prize. He is far from it, Kong Heng asserted. Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai took a cab back to the hotel, whereupon Zhao Xiaobai accompanied their life teacher out for some leisure. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, remained in his room, reviewing physics, chemistry, and biology. Although Zhao Xiaobai's exams were completed, Chen Zhao's were only halfway through to secure additional awards or perhaps a grand prize. He could not afford to relax. His studying persisted until after 8 o'clock in the evening. With some bread, ham, and bottled water packed in his suitcase, Chen Zhao ravenously consumed a few sandwiches and sausages, marking the end of his dinner. That he then opened his laptop, logged into his writing software, and uploaded a new chapter to his author backend. Despite being away for exams, the scheduled updates could not be neglected. As a web novelist, maintaining updates unless absolutely unavoidable was a fundamental principle and professional habit. After publishing 3 chapters, he checked the new book rankings. My Avatar printed on the dollar still held the top position, bringing Chen Zhao a sense of relief. Indeed, the status of his web novel remained unassailable. Chen Zhaogang was about to close the author backend to continue his studies when he suddenly received a QQ message from the editor, asks, Your book's word count is nearly sufficient. When will you launch it and start advertising? Chen Zhaogang was taken aback and opened his book to check the word count. Indeed, it was adequate. That be why choosing to launch and advertise, advertisements would appear in his book, allowing him to earn royalties from advertisers once readers viewed these ads. In other words, while Chen Zhaogang had previously been in the phase of accumulating readers through his writing, starting advertisements would enable him to generate income. Naturally, the sooner one could earn money, the better. Can I start now? Chen Zhaogang messaged Axe. Yes, I will activate it for you. Check if it's live, Axe replied. Chen Zhaogang immediately opened the Zhangxi Novel Network and located his written work, My Profile Picture printed on the dollar, in his personal bookshelf, and clicked to read that on the first page, there were no advertisements. The second page also had none. On the third page, however, an advertisement appeared. It was a brief video from a certain infant formula brand. Chen Zhao knew that as long as readers viewed this advertisement, he would earn a few cents in royalties. That he continued flipping through the pages and encountered advertisements for a real estate company, a fried chicken restaurant, an automobile brand, and a dating app. The variety of ads was quite extensive. Chen Zhao opened QQ on his phone and messaged Editor Axe. "It's live. I see the advertisements." Editor Axe responded, "Tomorrow at 7 in the evening, check your author backend for yesterday's earnings. That is the money you made after starting ads. This data will be released daily at 7. Chen Zhao typed back, "Okay, got it." Editor Axe added, "The earnings data from the first day of advertisements is crucial. I'll send you a chart for reference." After saying this, Axe sent over a lengthy table. The chart was titled, First Day Advertising Revenue Assessment Table. First day earnings, below 1 yuan. Trash book, 38 shared. First day earnings, 1 to 10 yuan. Flop book, 21 share. First day earnings, 11 to 50 yuan. Qualified book, 19 share. First day earnings, 51 to 100 yuan. Normal book, 8 share. First day earnings, 101 to 200 yuan. Quality book, 10 shared. First day earnings, 201 to 400 yuan. Small hit book, 3 share. First day earnings, greater than 400 yuan. Big hit book, 1 share. As Chen Zhao reviewed the chart, he felt slightly overwhelmed. Judging a book's quality based on daily earnings was indeed a rather simplistic and brutal method. After all, good books naturally attract more readers, and more readers equate to greater earnings. The key point was that he noticed the amounts and proportions that a staggering 38 of books earned less than 1 yuan in a day. Moreover, the higher the earnings, the smaller the proportion. What level would his book attain? Chen Zhao pondered for a moment, but then dismissed the thought, as he would not see the results until tomorrow evening at 7. Logically, a book that ranked first on the new book list should not earn too little. Perhaps with a stroke of luck, it could reach the standard of a big hit book. Daily earnings exceeding 400 yuan. He resumed his studies, physics, chemistry, biology. After reviewing the error notebook, he felt he had prepared adequately. Glancing at the time, he saw it was 10:30, so he washed up and went to bed. The next day, Chen Zhao was driven to the examination center to complete the remaining 3 subjects. Physics proved slightly more challenging than anticipated, and he encountered a few questions he could not solve. However, he managed to complete the rest. Biology was easier than expected, and he estimated he could score above 90. Chemistry's difficulty was moderate, and he felt he had performed satisfactorily. After finishing each subject, Chen Zhao listened to the conversations in the hallway. Everyone was complaining about the exam's difficulty, lamenting that they couldn't do anything and couldn't even comprehend the questions. Chen Zhao had managed to complete his work, and while his competitors expressed their struggles, he should have felt elated. Yet, considering that those present were all top-tier students, it was hard to trust their claims of poor performance. Thus, the reality of the situation was ambiguous, leaving Chen Zhao unable to ascertain whether this year's exam was genuinely difficult or not. Regardless, the exams were over, and he chose not to dwell on them. The results would be released the day after tomorrow, so he and Zhao Xiaobai opted not to return home immediately, but to stay at a hotel and continue waiting. That evening, Chen Zhao finished dinner early, returned to his room, opened his laptop, and accessed the author backend, eagerly awaiting the data on yesterday's earnings. The earnings from the first day were crucial, directly determining the quality of his book. He began waiting 10 minutes in advance, his heart racing like a nest of rabbits. How much could he earn in a single day after pouring countless hours into writing several 100,000 words? When one is anxious, time seems to stretch infinitely. Chen Zhao watched the seconds tick by. 6:55, 6:56, 6:57, 6:58, 6:59, 7 o'clock. The moment had arrived. With a heart full of trepidation, Chen Zhao clicked on the yesterday's earnings section. Upon seeing the displayed data, he was momentarily stunned. Holy cow! A tremendous exclamation echoed through the room. Chen Zhao had anticipated a relatively decent first-day royalty, but he never expected it to be this substantial. The amount was almost frightening. The computer screen boldly displayed yesterday's earnings, 2,643.66 yuan. Over 2,600 yuan, his daily advertising royalties amounted to an astonishing sum. For a moment, Chen Zhao felt dazed, counting the figures repeatedly to confirm he hadn't miscalculated. The reality was evident, yet he remained in shock and disbelief. Could it really be this much? Before he could fully process this revelation, Editor Axe sent a message. Congratulations, your book has exploded. Chen Zhao barely had time to reply with a humble response when he suddenly found himself added to a new group chat, Axe's signed Big Shot group. Before he could comprehend the situation, a flurry of messages welcomed him. Young Tu, Chen Zhao, welcome to the newcomers. Come on in. Pigeon. Chen Zhao, welcome, Big Shot. We revere you. Miu. Another Big Shot has arrived. The group status has dropped by 1. Xiangbo. Bringing fire to the Big Shot. Li Si. Another Big Shot has come. Do you need any accessories for your Big Shot status? Upon seeing all these welcoming messages directed at him, Chen Zhao felt a bit bewildered. They were all renowned authors. Prior to embarking on his writing journey, he had extensively researched the web literature market and familiarized himself with the prominent figures in this realm, studying many successful works. Therefore, he recognized numerous names among those welcoming him. Many were illustrious authors who had achieved immense fame. The first to welcome him, Yong Tu, was a pioneer of the apocalyptic genre in this world, an existence of foundational significance. The second and third, Pigeon and Meiyu, were celebrated female authors who had dominated the female readership charts for an extended period. The fourth, Xiangbo, was a literary powerhouse whose works could be found in bookstores across the land. Having recently transitioned to web writing, the fifth, Li Si, was a master of martial arts literature, with 3 of his books adapted into films and 2 into television dramas. Yet now, this assembly of industry giants referred to him, a newcomer, as a Big Shot. Chen Zhao felt a sense of elation, akin to being called brother by men in their 40s or 50s. However, he quickly realized that their calling him a Big Shot was likely a display of humility and goodwill. He, too, needed to lower his stance. Chen Zhao typed a message in the group chat. A newbie reporting for duty. I bow to all the esteemed giants. Glancing at the group member list, he noted there were around 160 individuals. With editor Axe as the group leader, it seemed this was a gathering of writers under Axe's mentorship. Among the members were many familiar names, all of whom were titans of the web literature industry. Chen Zhao suddenly felt as though he had joined an elite circle, a mere novice in the web literature realm, yet able to share a chat with so many luminaries. Editor Axe sent another message. This group is for authors whose first-day earnings exceeded 1,000 yuan. I will post announcements here regarding future matters. You can check the group files, which contain a wealth of useful information, such as adaptations for film, audiobooks, and traditional publishing. This may be valuable to you in the future. Chen Zhao replied, Thank you. I will check it out immediately. Upon entering Axe's signed Big Shot group and exploring the group files, he indeed found a treasure trove of resources. There were guidelines on how to adapt one's book into an audiobook, script, and publishing instructions, among other things. Additionally, there were invitations to events for online authors and notifications regarding changes in royalty rules. As Axe had stated, these resources were immensely useful and presented opportunities to earn even more money. Chen Zhao spent half an hour reviewing the entire group file and learned a great deal. Meanwhile, the industry giants seemed to have overlooked the presence of a new member, shifting their discussion to the upcoming Forum Summit for the Online Author Association. Observing quietly for a while, Chen Zhao realized that this summit was reserved for top-tier authors and had little relevance to him as a newcomer. Thus, he refrained from further engagement. Yet he felt deeply moved that he had so swiftly integrated into the world of web literature. Every industry possesses its own niche community where peers gather to exchange experiences and seek support. Only by immersing oneself in this circle and becoming acquainted with the majority of its members can one truly be considered successful in their field. For instance, individuals within the entertainment industry often have their own chat groups where they are well acquainted, frequently gathering to socialize, forming a distinct circle. Similarly, those in the calligraphy community also recognize each other. Esteemed masters of the art often bond over literature, exchanging their prized works as gifts, thus creating their own circle. The advantages of such circles are manifold, the most significant being the mutual assistance, information sharing, and referrals among members. For example, within the entertainment sector, if a particular star is invited to join a film crew as an actor and the director is in need of additional supporting roles, they can readily recommend promising newcomers they are familiar with. Major news within the industry can also be communicated swiftly, allowing for collective brainstorming and strategizing. Clearly, achieving a remarkable first-day revenue of 2,600. coupled with being invited into the editor's elite group, can be seen as Chen Zhao's tentative entry into the peripheral realm of online literature. The as Chen Zhao continues to produce more outstanding works and achieves greater success. It is only natural that he will cultivate friendships with renowned authors, dining together and forging connections, thereby fully integrating into the circle and emerging as a prominent figure in the industry. Contemplating this, Chen Zhao felt a surge of excitement. Countless online authors have toiled for years without managing to breach even the periphery of such circles. Yet he, in a mere short span, has found himself conversing in the same chat as these luminaries. The future appears promising. Just as he was reveling in his elation, someone in the group suddenly tagged Chen Zhao. "Is the esteemed author the one who wrote my portrait printed on the dollar?" Chen Zhao responded with a emoji. There was no need to conceal such matters. His pen name and QQ name both bore the true name Chen Zhao, easily searchable online, making it impossible to keep hidden. Little did he know. Upon affirming his identity, the group erupted in excitement. "What? The first place on the new book list, my portrait printed on the dollar. I've heard of portrait dollar. It turns out the author is signed by editor X. Chen Zhao. You incredible. Do you need an accessory to hang on your leg? Are you taking disciples? You're truly formidable. I've been hearing your name for several weeks now, but I never expected to meet the real deal." Chapter 95. Preparing for the awards ceremony. Chen Zhao was somewhat stunned. No, he was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why did it feel as though everyone in the group recognized him? Was his fame truly that significant? After a moment of confusion, a prominent figure made a remark that illuminated why the esteemed members of the group were familiar with him. Yong Tu stated, "Chen Zhao, esteemed author, how do you manage to update thousands, even tens of thousands of words each day? Writers in the online literature community are discussing your update speed." It turned out that he had gained fame due to his astonishing update frequency. Indeed, Chen Zhao's My Portrait Printed on the Dollar had recently become a phenomenon in online literature, with his update speed reaching staggering heights. While most authors update a chapter every 2 to 3 days, and the slightly faster ones manage a chapter daily, Chen Zhao's Portrait Dollar astonishingly updates a chapter every few hours. Often, just as readers finish the latest update, they find that Portrait Dollar has released yet another chapter. Many readers even flock to the comment sections of other authors' works, leaving remarks such as, "The updates from this author are painfully slow. It's hardly enough. My Portrait Printed on the Dollar has never had fewer than 2 updates. Does this author know Chen Zhao? They should learn from him. As fellow authors, why can Chen Zhao update so quickly?" Such comments proliferated, nearly every popular book accumulating similar remarks. Consequently, nearly everyone writing online literature had heard of Chen Zhao's illustrious name. Aware of this newcomer, who topped the new book list with an astonishing daily update volume, some authors even attempted to match Chen Zhao's update pace, reasoning that if a newcomer could achieve such feats, surely they could too. However, they soon discovered that maintaining such a speed was utterly unattainable. Chen Zhao's pace was simply too rapid. While typical authors use 2 hands to type updates, Chen Zhao's speed was akin to that of an octopus. As more and more authors in the group began to inquire, "See, Chen Zhao, esteemed author, do you have a plethora of stored manuscripts? Did you write several 100,000 words before publishing?" Chen Zhao replied, "No, not at all. I have no stored drafts. I write as I publish." See, Xiangbo, do you spend over 10 hours a day writing? Such perseverance. Chen Zhao replied, "Not really, just 2 or 3 hours. I may write a bit longer on holidays and weekends." Xiangbo, Yong Tu, you can produce several chapters in just 2 to 3 hours. Could it be that, esteemed author, can you write several thousand words in an hour? Chen Zhao replied, "Yes, when I lack inspiration, I can write over 4,000 words in an hour, when inspiration strikes. It's around 5 to 6,000. The entire signing group. The authors in the group were utterly astounded. This speed was akin to a rocket launch. Most authors could meticulously craft about 1,000 words in 2 to 3 hours. Yet Chen Zhao could produce 4 to 5,000, even 6,000, in just 1 hour. This meant that Chen Zhao's speed was 10 to 20 times that of others. It was terrifying. Even editor Axe was taken aback. Sending Chen Zhao a private message, Can you really write over 4,000 words in an hour? This group is filled with industry heavyweights. We'll be seeing each other regularly, so let us keep the jokes to a minimum. Chen Zhao helplessly shared a screenshot of his writing software, displaying the time and word count. Time spent writing: 56 minutes and 43 seconds. Total words typed: 4,523 words. Editor Axe stared at the screenshot for 2 seconds before responding with 2 words: impressive. Even after years in the editorial field, Axe had never encountered such rapid writing speed, leaving him genuinely astonished. Chen Zhao then noticed a flurry of friend requests popping up on his QQ. Pigeon requests to add you as a friend. Li Si requests to add you as a friend. Yong Tu requests to add you as a friend. A multitude of industry heavyweights sought to add Chen Zhao as a friend. Naturally, he accepted all requests. Countless individuals in the online literature community yearned to connect with these luminaries, yet find it impossible. Yet now these esteemed figures were proactively reaching out to him. How could he possibly refuse? What followed was a whirlwind of activity, as he engaged in brief conversations with each new friend. Chatting with dozens of people at once, his fingers nearly cramping from the rapid typing. After a solid 5 minutes, he managed to navigate through the interactions, noticing that the group had become quiet. He set down his phone to take a breather, but he had now entered the elite circle of online literature, and his excitement was palpable. With his spirits high, what should he do next? Naturally, it was time to write. Chen Zhao dedicated another hour to crafting 2 chapters, which he promptly published. Just as he finished, he received a message from Little Bamboo Shoot, urging him to join the live stream. Although Chen Zhao had shifted his primary focus to studying and writing novels, he still couldn't abandon the live stream entirely. He needed to appear on air at least a little each day. Thus, he joined the game to accompany Little Bamboo Shoot for a session. Fulfilling his obligation, by the time he finished streaming, it was already late, so he retired to bed. The awards ceremony was set for the evening following the exam's conclusion, granting Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai 1 day of respite. Zhao Xiaobai had gone out to explore the Great Wall with their life instructor, while Chen Zhao opted to stay in, writing novels and live streaming. Whenever he felt thirsty, he would boil some water in the hotel kettle, and when hunger struck, he would simply order takeout from the hotel. The hotel's takeout was somewhat pricey, but Chen Zhao was financially comfortable now, earning hundreds from daily streams and over 1,000 from his writing, rendering the cost of meals negligible. Finally, the day after the exam arrived, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai boarded a vehicle headed to a theater. This theater could accommodate over 1,000 people, providing ample space for the participating students that a grand awards ceremony was to take place. The theater appeared to have been newly constructed in recent years, with red leather seats that were both spacious and attractive. The entire ceiling adorned with small white lights, illuminating the venue with a brilliant glow that a throng of candidates queued to enter, their faces reflecting a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Soon, it would be time to unveil the results of the finals. After enduring numerous tests, would they achieve a favorable outcome? Would they win an award? Following the seat number sent by the organizers to their phones, Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai quickly located their seats, which were not particularly advantageous, positioned in the third-to-last row of the audience section. However, the correlation between winning an award and seat location was tenuous. Sitting in the front row did not guarantee a prize, while one could still secure first prize from the last row. Not long after they settled in, Chen Zhao spotted 2 very familiar figures taking their seats in the second row, merely a couple of meters away: Kong Hang and Shi Hui. What a coincidence that they would sit so close. Chapter 96. Zhao Xiaobai misses the third prize. After Kong Hang and Shi Hui settled in, they began to peek around, scanning the audience. Chen Zhao observed them with a dispassionate gaze that it seemed that Kong Hang and Shi Hui had spotted some acquaintances, as they waved to greet them. After all, they had participated in the competition the previous year, so it was understandable that they recognized a few contestants. However, it was evident that their social circles were rather limited. Kong Hang greeted a young girl, who turned away in disgust. Shi Hui waved to a young man, who feigned ignorance and walked away. Kong Hang attempted to greet a sullen-faced youth, who responded with a rude gesture. Shi Hui waved at a long-haired beauty, who recoiled in revulsion as if she had encountered a fly on a piece of excrement, quickly departing the scene. Chen Zhao smiled, fully aware of why Kong Hang and Shi Hui were so unpopular. Their arrogance and lack of courtesy were simply unbearable. At long last, Kong Heng and Shi Hui turned around and noticed Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai. Both of them displayed a hint of disdainful smiles, exchanging a knowing glance with Chen Zhao for a couple of seconds before returning to their conversation. From their gaze, Chen Zhao perceived a multitude of meanings, unmistakably conveying blatant contempt and mockery. You two are here for the award too? Don't even think about it. The grand prize is ours. Just wait and see. Zhao Xiaobai's expression darkened significantly, her brows furrowing deeply. She sensed the provocation emanating from Kong Heng and Shi Hui, but felt powerless to retaliate. This time, her performance had been dismal, making it nearly impossible for her to win an award. After all, Kong Heng and Shi Hui had secured first place the previous year. Zhao Xiaobai glanced back at Chen Zhao, only to find him calmly surveying the other candidates in the auditorium. Appearing as an outsider, merely observing the spectacle. Do you think you can win an award? Zhao Xiaobai inquired. Who knows? Chen Zhao shrugged. Let's wait for the ceremony. Zhao Xiaobai felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped Chen Zhao could secure an award to compete with Kong Heng and Shi Hui, thereby diminishing their arrogant spirits. Even if he didn't clinch the grand prize, a second or third place would suffice to avoid humiliation. Yet now, Chen Zhao couldn't even be certain of winning anything. Eventually, the auditorium was nearly filled to capacity, all candidates seated, while the camera crew and staff completed their preparations. The previously boisterous atmosphere gradually fell into a hush. The tension in the air became palpable. Thickening with anticipation, the lights swept across the audience, making the grand theater resemble a colossal beast awakening. The host stepped onto the stage, and the awards ceremony commenced. This event was being live-streamed across the internet, prompting both Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai to sit as upright as possible. Although the likelihood of being captured on camera from the back was slim, the thought of being caught lounging awkwardly was a source of embarrassment. Should a classmate screenshot such a moment, it could easily become a meme for years to come. The ceremony began with speeches from the representatives of the organizers, followed by interludes from the symphony orchestra. Before finally moving on to the awards, the male host, impeccably dressed in a suit and donning black-rimmed glasses, stood at the forefront, holding an envelope delivered by an attendant on a tray. As in previous years, we will announce the awards in the order of mathematics, language, English, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, and geography, starting with the third prize, followed by the second, and concluding with the first prize. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. First, let us reveal the third prize winners for mathematics. This year's cutoff score for the third prize is 45 points, with a total of 20 students receiving this honor. Now, we invite the students whose names are called to come to the stage. As the host's words echoed, an electric tension gripped the atmosphere, particularly among the mathematics candidates. Eyes widened in anxious anticipation. Some hoped to secure a third prize, while others dreaded the possibility of merely achieving that. Chen Zhao, however, felt relatively untroubled. He believed his performance should have sufficed for more than just a third prize. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaobai was on edge, her already pale face growing even more as anxiety drained the color from her cheeks. The host began reading the names. 1 name, 3 names, 5 names, 10 names, 15 names. With each name announced, a student leaped to their feet, hastily making their way to the stage. Some were so overwhelmed with emotion that their eyes glistened with tears. This accolade could signify a step towards a prestigious university, representing the culmination of countless nights of diligent study. How could one not be moved? The 19th name had been called, yet Zhao Xiaobai's name was absent. With only one name left, Zhao Xiaobai's hands clenched tightly around her skirt, her heart racing. The final third prize winner is Wang Tao, the host declared. Please welcome all 20 students to the stage for their awards. Congratulations to them. The auditorium erupted in applause, a wave of sound crashing from all directions. Yet, Zhao Xiaobai remained motionless, staring blankly at the host with a profoundly sorrowful and pitiable expression. The list had concluded. Zhao Xiaobai had not received the third prize. Chen Zhao had initially joined the applause along with the other attendees. But after a couple of claps, he noticed Zhao Xiaobai standing frozen, seemingly lost in a daze, and quickly ceased his clapping. Don't be upset, Chen Zhao awkwardly attempted to console her, to his astonishment, the moment he spoke. Zhao Xiaobai burst into tears. Chen Zhao was taken aback, nearly trembling in fear. He had never witnessed Zhao Xiaobai cry, and the ferocity of her sobs was startling, tears streaming profusely as if she were expelling every ounce of strength to release them. In a flurry, Chen Zhao fished a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to Zhao Xiaobai, only for her to grab his sleeve and begin wiping her tears on it. Resigned, Chen Zhao lifted his arm, watching as Zhao Xiaobai pressed her tear-streaked face against his sleeve. How pitiful! Seeing Zhao Xiaobai in such distress tugged at Chen Zhao's heartstrings, after all the effort she had put into studying. To finally reach the national finals only to walk away empty-handed was genuinely heartbreaking. The 23rd prize winners on stage had received their certificates, standing in line, holding their awards to their chests, posing for photographs with the cameraman before returning to their seats. The relaxed expression on Chen Zhao's face faded, replaced by a palpable anxiety. With neither the third nor second prize awarded to him, only the first prize remained, that if he were among the first prize recipients, it would be cause for great celebration. However, if his name were absent from that list, it would signify a complete failure in mathematics, leaving him without any recognition. There were only two possibilities left: heaven or hell. In the front rows, Kong Heng and Shi Hui exchanged hushed whispers. Damn it, we didn't get the first prize. What a colossal failure. Who will take the first prize? Who cares? As long as it isn't that Chen Zhao loser. If he actually wins the first prize, we'll be thoroughly embarrassed. I highly doubt it. Just look at him. Does he seem like he is better than us? We'll see. But I also think he is unlikely. The host took a deep breath. Next, we present the eagerly anticipated first prize in mathematics. This year's cutoff score for the first prize is 82 points. Chen Zhao quickly calculated in his mind and believed he had achieved at least 82 points. Secure. This year's first prize in mathematics goes to Lu Qia and Lu Xiao. Please welcome the two first prize winners to the stage, the host announced loudly. Applause erupted throughout the venue. A pair of twin sisters sprang from their front row seats, bouncing joyfully up to the stage. They were Lu Qia and Lu Xiao, this year's first prize winners in mathematics. A pair of academically gifted twins sporting glasses as thick as the bottom of beer bottles. That it was not surprising that these twin sisters, whose academic performances often mirrored each other, would both win awards. Chen Zhao was left in shock, slumping in his seat, that he hadn't received the first prize. This meant he had walked away from the mathematics competition without any award at all, not even a third prize. Chen Zhao was utterly bewildered, an overwhelming sense of disappointment pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. This couldn't be right. He had felt confident about the mathematics paper. He had completed it. How was it possible that he didn't even qualify for a third prize? The third prize required only 40 points. Zhao Xiaobai, who typically performed worse than him in mathematics, had secured a second prize. How could he possibly have failed to achieve even a third? Could it be that he had forgotten to write his name on the exam? Or perhaps he had written the wrong identification number? Was it possible that the teacher had overlooked his paper while grading? Chen Zhao racked his brain, but could not conjure a plausible explanation. Logically, he should have received an award, yet reality often defies logic. This year, in the mathematics competition, there was no prize for Chen Zhao. In the front row, upon hearing that Chen Zhao had not won the first prize, Kong Heng and Shi Hui's faces lit up with smug satisfaction, their eyebrows almost soaring into the air. Ha! So Chen Zhao didn't get the first prize after all. You were all high and mighty earlier, weren't you? Now let us see you be so impressive. Kong Heng and Shi Hui turn around, sneering at Chen Zhao, their expressions brimming with mockery. Zhao Xiaobai, furious, raised both hands to give them the middle finger in retaliation. Kong Heng and Shi Hui exchanged derisive chuckles and returned the gesture. Zhao Xiaobai was so enraged that she felt like jumping over to confront them. Chen Zhao, however, remained unfazed, casting a sidelong glance at the smug Kong Heng and Shi Hui before lowering his head once more. The familiar sense of frustration from failing an exam has returned, and it is truly disheartening. Ever since he acquired the system, Chen Zhao had not experienced the agony of poor exam performance. The system's intellectual enhancement allowed him to achieve first place in every test. However, now, with no awards in the competition and being mercilessly mocked by Kong Heng and Shi Hui, the feelings of helplessness and disappointment have resurfaced that a sigh escapes his lips. Another sigh. Zhao Xiaobai, noticing Chen Zhao's despondent mood, kindly tugged at the corner of his sleeve and said, "Don't be upset. You still have other subjects." Just as Chen Zhao was about to respond, the host on stage began to speak again. "Next, we will announce the final award for this year's mathematics competition." Upon hearing this, many in the audience were momentarily taken aback. The final award? How could there be another prize? Hadn't the first, second, and third prizes already been distributed? The host displayed a knowing smile, surveying the crowd before slowly continuing. "I see astonishment and confusion on many faces. The first, second, and third prizes for mathematics have indeed been awarded. So what could this additional award be? In fact, our middle school academic competition awards are not limited to just the first, second, and third prizes. There is one more, our highest honor. This award may seem unfamiliar to many, as it has remained unclaimed for nearly every year due to its exceedingly challenging criteria. So much so that no student has been deemed worthy of IT to in the 30-year history of the national middle school academic competitions. Only one student received this honor in 2002. Since then, no student has achieved it." Chen Zhao was taken aback, staring at the host, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Zhao Xiaobai also ceased her attempts to comfort him, sharing the same premonition of an impending revelation. In the front row, Kong Heng and Shi Hui's expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be that award? Ganhang Mu Mu? That's impossible, right? Can someone really win that award this year? Shi Hui exclaimed, wide-eyed with disbelief. "It seems so." Kong Heng gulped nervously. "Aside from that award, there are no others, and judging by the host's tone, this award is far superior to the first prize. It must be that one." "No way," Shi Hui stammered, rendered speechless by shock. The host paused momentarily, scanning the audience before addressing the microphone again. "Indeed, many have already guessed correctly. This award is the Perfect Score Award. Only students achieving near-perfect scores of 95 or above, specifically scores of 96, 97, 98, 99, or 100, are eligible for this Perfect Score Award. This year, we have once again produced a recipient of the Perfect Score Award in the mathematics final," the host proclaimed loudly. At this announcement, the audience erupted in astonishment. A score above 95? This was astounding. The threshold for the third prize was merely 45, the second prize was 60, and even the first prize only required 82 points. Yet, someone had actually scored above 95. Many in the audience craned their necks, attempting to discern who might be the recipient of the Perfect Score Award. However, since such accolades are not written on one's face, no one could ascertain who it was. Chen Zhao felt the hairs on his body stand on end. The more he reflected, the more convinced he became that he had answered all the questions correctly, that if there were deductions for minor mistakes, it was still conceivable he could achieve a score above 95. Could it be that the Perfect Score Award truly belonged to him? Although seated towards the back, Chen Zhao could hear whispers all around him. "Wow, the mathematics group is incredible this year. Scoring above 95. That's downright terrifying. This isn't elementary school math. You can't just grab anyone from the class to score full marks. This is a national competition. A mere 40 points can secure you a prize and guaranteed admission to college. A genius, a true genius, is about to emerge from our midst. Thank goodness I didn't take mathematics. Otherwise, I would have scored 30-something while someone else has 3 times my score. How embarrassing." The comparison is stark. Some people are simply on another level. The award that has been dormant for decades is being revived today. We are witnessing history. I can't wait to see who this extraordinary individual is. Whether male or female, tall or short, fat or thin. Surely they must look quite different from the average person. The host stood at the podium, raising his voice above the cacophony. "Now, let us welcome this year's Perfect Score Award winner. The only recipient of this prestigious honor in over a decade, an unparalleled achiever, to the stage." The host paused dramatically before announcing, "His name is..." The auditorium fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Who could it be? "Chen Zhao," the host exclaimed. Chen Zhao clenched his fists and sprang to his feet. His heart surged with excitement. It was indeed him. How could anyone else be the most outstanding individual in the entire room? Chen Zhao strode confidently forward, navigating through countless rows of seats, his head held high, stepping boldly onto the stage. All eyes in the auditorium were fixed upon him, as if they were gazing at a descending deity. Zhao Xiaobai gasped in astonishment. Covering her face, Kong Heng turned pale, and Shi Hui's lips trembled in anger. Remembering how they had previously shown him a middle finger, both Kong Heng and Shi Hui felt utterly humiliated. They had only secured the second prize, while he had claimed an award far superior to the first. A resounding slap to their faces. Chen Zhao approached the podium, where a hostess in a red dress presented a tray, unlike the simple certificates awarded to other winners. Chen Zhao's tray contained a certificate, a gold-inlaid jade medal, and a small golden trophy shaped like a brush. Chen Zhao embraced the certificate, draped the medal around his neck, and raised the golden trophy high for photographers to capture the moment. This photograph would forever commemorate his achievement in the annals of national middle school competition history. Unbeknownst to who started it, thunderous applause erupted throughout the auditorium, growing increasingly louder, resonating to the point of nearly lifting the entire theater. The applause for Chen Zhao surpassed the combined cheers for the first, second, and third prizes, and the reason was simple. The attendees were genuinely impressed. Scoring above 95 was simply beyond contention. As Chen Zhao descended from the stage and returned to his seat, he noticed that Kong Heng and Shi Hui had both turned away, unable to face him out of embarrassment. Chen Zhao smiled slightly, choosing not to taunt them, as that would be beneath him. Thus, he walked past them unimpeded. Returning to his seat, Zhao Xiaobai covered her mouth in awe, first gazing at Chen Zhao with starry eyes of admiration, then curiously examining the golden trophy in his hands. Sensing her intrigue, Chen Zhao offered the trophy, saying, "Would you like to hold it?" Zhao Xiaobai nodded eagerly, carefully accepting the trophy and cradling it in her arms to admire. The trophy was indeed exquisitely crafted, glimmering in gold, likely worth a considerable sum. Following this, the host began announcing the awards for the Chinese competition. Chen Zhao remained attentively focused, as he too had participated in the Chinese exam, writing an essay on Liang Qichao's Youth China. He had performed reasonably well on the earlier questions. Unless something unexpected occurred, he should at least secure an award. The cutoff score for the third prize in Chinese was announced, 41 points. A total of 20 students received third prizes and went on stage for their certificates and photographs. Chen Zhao's name was absent. Next came the second prize cutoff. 55 points. 5 students ascended the stage to receive their awards. Still, Chen Zhao's name was overlooked. Finally, the first prize was announced. Chen Zhao held his breath. Could he possibly achieve a first prize in Chinese? The perfect score award was out of reach, as Chen Zhao knew he had made mistakes and would lose at least 8 points, far from the 95-plus threshold. Thus, he had a hope for the first prize. Indeed, when the host announced the names of the 2 first prize winners, Chen Zhao's name was among them. This year's first prize winners in the Chinese competition are Chen Zhao and Yi Yi. Please welcome both students to the stage. The host declared that as soon as Chen Zhao's name was called, the entire auditorium erupted. Chen Zhao, the very same Chen Zhao who had just received the perfect score award in mathematics, was now awarded the first prize in Chinese. Surely this must be a mistake. This individual had excelled in both mathematics and Chinese, attaining the highest accolades in both subjects. As Chen Zhao rose and made his way to the stage, the attention of 1,000 spectators converged upon him. Even before reaching the podium, he could hear countless discussions centered around him. Wow, this same person has won 2 top awards. This is no ordinary person. This must be a deity. How terrifying. I'm nearly scared out of my wits. We struggle to secure a third prize, while this guy snags the highest awards in one fell swoop. Clearly, not all minds are created equal. Did this guy grow up on walnuts or something? Upon reaching the stage, Chen Zhao stood firm and noticed a girl approaching from the opposite side, presumably Yi, his fellow first prize recipient. She was a petite girl with a slightly round face, radiant skin, and large, beautiful eyes, exuding a charming cuteness. As she stepped forward and spotted Chen Zhao, her expression was one of disbelief, having just witnessed him receive the perfect score award in mathematics. She now found herself sharing the stage with him for the first prize in Chinese. What an extraordinary phenomenon. The first prize also came with a medal, so Chen Zhao now wore two gleaming medals around his neck. After taking photos, they exited the stage, and the next awards to be announced were for the English competition. Chen Zhao did not take the English exam, thus feeling utterly relaxed, free from the concerns of ranking. He sat in his seat, engaging in conversation with Zhao Xiaobai. The English awards were swiftly announced. Third prize, second prize, first prize. Undoubtedly, the perfect score winner's award remained unclaimed. Chapter 99. Kong Heng and Shi Hui wept. The winners of the physics competition will now be announced, the host declared. Chen Zhao ceased his conversation with Zhao Xiaobai, directing his anxious gaze towards the host, eagerly awaiting the results. This year's cutoff score for the third prize in the physics competition is 29 points. The difficulty of the exam is evident from this score, the host teased. Now, may the 23rd prize winners come up to receive their awards. As the host read the names of the awardees, Chen Zhao listened intently. The list of 20 names was quickly recited. Yet his name was not among them. The third prize recipients accepted their certificates, lining up for photographs. The cutoff score for the second prize was soon revealed to be 39 points, merely 10 points higher than that of the third prize, indicating the considerable challenge posed by this year's physics questions. Otherwise, the score gap would not have been so narrow. The 5 names for the second prize were announced, but still, Chen Zhao's name was absent. Zhao Xiaobai's breath grew tense as she blinked her large eyes, turning to Chen Zhao. "You're not seriously expecting to win the first prize in physics, are you?" Before Chen Zhao could respond, the host answered for him. "This year, the cutoff score for the first prize in physics is 50 points. Please welcome our 2 first prize winners, Chen Zhao and Ma Sifeng." The audience erupted in astonishment. The entire auditorium buzzed with excitement. This name again? Chen Zhao. What a surprise to see him win 3 top awards. Murmurs of disbelief filled the air. How can it be this guy again? Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao. Is it really him claiming 3 top honors? Surely, there must be another with the same name. No, look, it's truly him on stage. Unbelievable. I'm stunned. One person winning top honors in 3 subjects. He is nothing short of extraordinary. I'm in awe, genuinely impressed. Do you think he has other subjects left to compete in? Surely not. How could one person handle so many subjects? 3 top awards is already quite sufficient. This must be his final award. After all, human stamina has its limits. As Chen Zhao ascended the stage to receive his medal and certificate, facing the cameras for photographs, he was already adorned with 3 medals around his neck. The other student receiving an award stood beside him with only a single medal, appearing diminutive and helpless in comparison. The spotlight was entirely on Chen Zhao now. The other recipient faded into the background. After the photos were taken, he descended from the stage. Passing by Kong Heng and Shi Hui's seats, Chen Zhao noticed their faces were pale, staring blankly ahead, as if their souls had been lost. It was evident that they were utterly stunned by Chen Zhao's unprecedented achievement. The more arrogant individuals, like Kong Heng and Shi Hui, would suffer immense psychological distress when faced with an insurmountable rival. Chen Zhao hoped they would not develop any psychological barriers as a result. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Zhao felt a twinge of fatigue. Next, the chemistry awards were announced in a sign of Chen Zhao for the third or second prize. By this point, Chen Zhao had already anticipated the outcome, so he handed his certificate to Zhao Xiaobai for safekeeping, then stood up, adjusted his attire, and prepared to take the stage once more. Zhao Xiaobai was already cradling a considerable stack of Chen Zhao's award certificates and trophies, struggling to manage them. "Please welcome the first prize winner in chemistry, Ma Muxue and Chen Zhao to the stage," the host announced, adding, "Tonight, Chen Zhao has truly worked exceptionally hard, collecting awards until his hands are sore." The competitors below were nearly numbed by the shock, but still couldn't resist commenting. "No way. Here we go again? It's as if Chen Zhao has activated some cheat code. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I am thoroughly impressed." Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the award ceremony. "I now seriously suspect that this competition is organized by Chen Zhao's family. This guy must be smarter than Einstein. I refuse to believe there are any more awards for him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If there is another award for Chen Zhao, I'll eat my phone upside down. Every award is his. Does he not let anyone else live?" having traversed the auditorium back and forth repeatedly. Chen Zhao felt exhausted. When it came time for photographs this round, he appeared somewhat lackluster. Then on his way back to his seat, he was astonished to see Kong Hang and Shi Hui embracing each other and weeping. Indeed, they were clutching each other, one sobbing while the other shed tears, wholly immersed in their grief. Despite holding their award certificates in hand, they seemed more heartbroken than those who had not received any awards. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Surely, this was excessive. Was it really necessary to cry over a few awards claimed by someone who had previously crossed them? Such behavior seemed unbecoming for grown men over such trivial matters. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Zhao pointed out Kong Hang and Shi Hui to Zhao Xiaobai. When did they start crying? Zhao Xiaobai shrugged. Right when they announced your name, Kong Hang broke down. And then Shi Hui followed suit. Is it really that serious? Chen Zhao shook his head in disbelief. If they haven't fully cried yet, when I win my biology award, they'll surely be wailing. Perhaps. Zhao Xiaobai nodded gravely. Think about it. They are so proud and arrogant, firmly believing that the first prize in mathematics was their birthright. They looked down on you, mocked you. Yet, in the end, not only did they fail to secure the first prize, but you also received the Perfect Score Winners Award. The psychological disparity and the embarrassment must be incredibly painful for them. And it doesn't end there. After you won the mathematics award, you also claimed the language award, then the physics award, followed by the chemistry award. Time and again, you ascended the stage, endlessly. Their psychological defenses must have crumbled under such relentless pressure, and it's only natural for them to break down and cry. Zhao Xiaobai shared her thoughts. Chen Zhao nodded, realizing this was indeed the only way to comprehend their reactions. The biology awards commenced at no sign of Chen Zhao for the third or second prize. However, when the first prize was announced, it was Chen Zhao and Lang Xianing. This time, the auditorium remained relatively calm. Everyone had mentally prepared themselves and felt no surprise at Chen Zhao winning the first prize. Chen Zhao entrusted his chemistry award certificate to Zhao Xiaobai for safekeeping, adorned with a plethora of medals around his neck as he stepped onto the stage to receive his biology award. Even the host's gaze was filled with astonishment at Chen Zhao. Over the decades of middle school subject competitions, the vast majority of awardees typically receive accolades in only one subject. While there are those who manage to excel in two, it is exceedingly rare for a participant to achieve awards in three subjects simultaneously. Yet, Chen Zhao astonishingly claimed awards in mathematics, language, physics, chemistry, and biology all at once. His prowess was truly formidable. Kong Hang and Shi Hui were now sobbing even more intensely. Their confidence had utterly shattered. Had it not been for the multitude of people around them and the live broadcast, they would have undoubtedly been crying loudly. Chapter 100. Zhao Xiaobai becomes a fan. Next came the awards for history, geography, and political science. And finally, there was no sign of Chen Zhao, for he had not participated. Some students in the front and back rows could no longer contain themselves and turned to engage Chen Zhao in conversation. "Dude, how did you manage all this?" a bespectacled boy asked cautiously, as if addressing a figure of great renown. "How did you win so many awards at once?" This question was undoubtedly the foremost curiosity among all present, and soon a circle of students gathered around Chen Zhao, eagerly awaiting his response. Chen Zhao pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "The reason I could win so many awards is that I registered for a greater number of subjects." The surrounding students collectively fainted. Registering for more subjects? This was the supposed secret to success. Was this even the question they sought to ask? The crux of the matter was why he could achieve first place in each subject he registered for. A cute girl gently patted Chen Zhao on the shoulder. "Do you have any unique study methods?" This was indeed a pertinent question. The primary barrier for underperforming students is their lack of study, while the main constraint for high achievers lies in their study methods and innate talent. Chen Zhao's remarkable abilities might suggest he possessed some extraordinary learning technique. The surrounding classmates held their breath, listening intently. Study methods, Chen Zhao contemplated. It's simply about doing exercises. The cute girl appeared puzzled. What about beyond doing exercises? Chen Zhao shook his head. Nothing else. The students around him nearly erupted in collective exasperation. This was merely the most basic form of rote practice. Who couldn't do that? We all practice exercises daily. What kind of study method was that? A few other students posed questions to Chen Zhao, but his responses were rather peculiar, never quite hitting the mark. You would ask about one topic, and he would answer another, leading to a series of exchanges that left the students disheartened, realizing they would gain no useful insights from him. They gradually dispersed. Not because Chen Zhao deliberately avoided answering, but rather because he genuinely had no other explanation. His success was not due to anything else but the high intelligence bestowed upon him by the system. Even if he mentioned having a system that enhanced his intelligence, others would merely think he was joking. So he chose to remain silent. As the awards ceremony concluded, Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai joyfully headed to the airport for their return journey. Both had won awards, and of considerable merit. Zhao Xiaobai, who initially thought she might be fortunate enough to secure a third prize, was pleasantly surprised to bring home a second prize. Chen Zhao has secured every possible accolade, from the top scorer award to the first prize, achieving an extraordinary grand slam. While waiting at the airport, he took out his phone, first posting a leave of absence in his live broadcast room. As he had no time to stream gameplay that evening, he then accessed the back end of the Tomato novel website to check the earnings from his novel for the previous day. Wow! Chen Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. Yesterday's earnings, 29.88. 67 yuan. It had risen again, approaching 3,000 yuan. Earning 3,000 yuan in a day was simply exhilarating. Zhao Xiaobai, sitting beside Chen Zhao and enjoying instant noodles, immediately paused, biting off a piece of noodle as she turned to look at Chen Zhao's phone. Upon seeing the display stating yesterday's earnings, 2,988.67 yuan, her eyes widened in disbelief. Swallowing her noodles, she exclaimed, "What on earth? Chen Zhao, what are you doing? That's an astonishing amount of money. Are you robbing banks online?" "I'm writing novels," Chen Zhao replied with a faint smile. "That's my earnings from yesterday." "You write novels?" Zhao Xiaobai stared at him incredulously, as if gazing at an extraterrestrial being. "Don't kid around. How could a high school student write a novel? At least a college graduate would be able to." Zhao Xiaobai was skeptical. She simply could not believe that someone as young as Chen Zhao could pen a novel. After all, students struggle to compose even a 1,000-word essay, let alone novels spanning hundreds of thousands of words. Surely, he was just boasting. Chen Zhao shrugged. "You can check the new book rankings on Tomato Novel. The top book is authored by me." Zhao Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Observing Chen Zhao's serious demeanor, she realized he was not joking. Quickly, she pulled out her phone, downloaded the Tomato Novel app, and searched for the new book rankings, clicking on the first title. Stunned, she saw the author's name glaring back at her. Chen Zhao. It was indeed a novel written by Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at Zhao Xiaobai with pride, while she was utterly astonished, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an apple inside. As she began to read a few pages of Chen Zhao's novel, she was completely captivated. Even after boarding the plane, she remained engrossed in her reading. Chen Zhao thought to himself, yet another fan gained. Indeed, by the time the plane landed, Zhao Xiaobai had read dozens of chapters, fully transformed into a devoted admirer of Chen Zhao's work. As they parted at the airport entrance, Zhao Xiaobai tugged at Chen Zhao's sleeve, requesting that he include a character named after her in his book, whether as a minor role or a supporting character. It was a trivial matter, and Chen Zhao readily agreed. Later that evening, upon returning home, Chen Zhao messaged his parents to assure them of his safety. Both his father and mother replied, expressing pride in his achievements after watching the awards ceremony livestream, noting that the neighbors back in their hometown were well aware of Chen Zhao's success. His father remarked, "Although you have attained some success, do not become complacent. Keep pushing forward." True to form, his father reminded Chen Zhao to remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat. Chen Zhao responded with an aha emoji. His mother advised, "Don't overexert yourself. Your accomplishments are commendable. Ensure you eat well and rest adequately." It was his mother who displayed more concern for her son. Chen Zhao replied, Understood, that I'm quite healthy and well-fed." In reality, Chen Zhao had recently lost a considerable amount of weight due to the rigorous demands of his studies. Formerly, he would doze off in class, but now he was engrossed in his studies from dawn until dusk, often forgetting to eat while lost in his work, relying on the occasional snacks from his deskmate, Su Lanlan, to survive. Additionally, he had been staying up late to stream and write novels, exhausting himself to the point where the fat he had stored was depleted. Chen Zhao estimated that he had lost around 20 pounds since the start of the semester. The classmates who were intent on losing weight but were gradually becoming rounder would surely feel envious upon learning of Chen Zhao's effortless weight loss. Nevertheless, despite his considerable weight loss, Chen Zhao felt compelled to inform his mother that he was still healthy and plump to avoid causing worry at home that it had become his habit to share good news while withholding bad news. The following day, as Chen Zhao entered the classroom, he was suddenly engulfed by thunderous applause. Every student was clapping vigorously, their expressions warm as they looked at him. Even the homeroom teacher, standing at the podium, extended his hands to applaud heartily. Chen Zhao was taken aback, but quickly realized that his classmates were congratulating him for his numerous first-place awards in the competition. After a day of classes, Chen Zhao distinctly felt his newfound fame. Whenever teachers entered the classroom, they would extend their congratulations and share their exhilaration. Chen Zhao is certainly destined for Tsinghua or Peking University. After years of teaching, I've finally nurtured a student of such caliber, the biology teacher exclaimed joyfully. Our school is relying on Chen Zhao's Gaokao results. They'll be a great talking point during next year's recruitment to attract new students, the homeroom teacher added. After Chen Zhao received the first prize in Chinese, my phone was inundated with messages from colleagues, all inquiring how I managed to teach such an exceptional student, the Chinese teacher said with delight. I told them it's not my doing. He simply possesses the talent. Chen Zhao has truly excelled. When I take on new students next year, I can proudly say that last year, as Chen Zhao was my student. Ha ha ha. The physics teacher laughed heartily. All the teachers praised Chen Zhao profusely, except for the English teacher, whose gaze towards him was filled with a hint of sorrow. Why didn't you take the English exam? The English teacher inquired as soon as class began, her eyes fixed on him. Chen Zhao felt embarrassed. Teacher, my English skills aren't that great. I probably wouldn't have received an award, so I didn't register. The English teacher appeared somewhat aggrieved. You excelled in every other subject. Yet you didn't take English. People might think I'm not teaching well. Chen Zhao wished he could disappear into a hole, that it was indeed true that he had received awards in all subjects he had taken, except for English. This would surely lead to speculation. Why didn't this academic superstar take English? Shouldn't he have performed well across all subjects? There must be some problem with his English skills. Perhaps the teacher is inadequate. Chen Zhao, if you have any difficulties with English, just come to me anytime. I can help clarify any doubts you have that you've done so well in every other subject. Why not put in the effort to improve your English? The English teacher urged, nearly in a state of panic. I promise I will study hard. I'll aim for a high score in the English exam during the Gaokao. You can count on me. Chen Zhao quickly reassured her, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards his English teacher. The English teacher even went so far as to gift Chen Zhao 2 English exercise books from her own pocket, urging him to work diligently. Chen Zhao felt even more ashamed yet touched, silently vowing to intensify his English studies and aim for a near-perfect score in the Gaokao, bringing pride to his English teacher. During lunch and in the afternoon at the cafeteria, Chen Zhao felt the weight of his newfound fame even more acutely. It seemed that everyone at the school recognized him. Many students were watching him, and as he walked by, he could distinctly hear their whispers. Is that Chen Zhao? It seems so. He is quite handsome in person. He is truly impressive. Did you all watch the live stream last night? I did. He was phenomenal, winning awards that haven't been seen in decades. Initially, when he went on stage to accept an award, the crowd didn't react much. But as he kept winning one award after another, the entire audience erupted. Those other academic stars were left in disbelief that one person could win so many awards. Hearing the surrounding chatter about himself brought immense joy to Chen Zhao. Truly, he had made quite an impact. Goodness, the entire school knew who he was. As he approached the stall selling tofu pudding, the students ahead of him suddenly parted, allowing him to step forward. Confused, Chen Zhao looked at them and asked, "What are you doing?" "Zhao, go. You go ahead. Your time is more valuable than ours," one boy said. "Zhao go. You can go in front of me," a shy girl with flushed cheeks whispered. "You go first," a brash-looking boy with a buzz cut said, waving his hand for Chen Zhao to proceed. Chen Zhao was taken aback, never expecting such treatment. After all, He was merely trying to buy a meal. It was clear that his status among his classmates had elevated, almost to a mythic level, as a quintessential academic deity. In the eyes of those urging him to cut in line, Chen Zhao could perceive two emotions: respect and admiration. Indeed, it was respect and admiration. His astounding performance in academic competitions was nothing short of remarkable, and as fellow students, they understood how extraordinary his achievements were. Now that they were face to face, they were more than willing to wait an extra minute for him to eat first. This was a tribute to perseverance and an acknowledgement of excellence. However, Chen Zhao was reluctant to accept such preferential treatment. Shaking his head, he declined, "Let us all wait in line. There is no need for special treatment. I'm not in a hurry." Chen Zhao was quite clear about his standing. In school, regardless of academic performance, everyone was still a student, and he was no different from his peers. Everyone should queue, and he felt it was important to uphold the rules. Yet the students in front of him continued to step aside, urging him to proceed. "I want to queue. Can we go in order?" Chen Zhao insisted. To his surprise, the students in front of him suddenly scattered, all rushing to line up behind him, in an instant. Chen Zhao found himself standing before an empty counter, while the vendor selling tofu pudding looked bewildered, holding a ladle and unable to comprehend why the line of students had vanished behind him. There is no way around it. Everyone is doing the same. If Chen Zhao does not hurry up to make his purchase and take his leave, he will be wasting everyone's time. Approaching the vendor of tofu pudding, he expertly requested 1 bowl of tofu pudding with 2 pieces of tofu skin and 2 oil cakes. The vendor quickly typed the price into the register, 6 yuan and 50 cents. Chen Zhao swiped the student card and departed with the tofu pudding and oil cakes handed to him. Before leaving, he nodded to the queue behind him, saying, "Thank you, everyone." The people in line responded with nods, and a girl even gave him a thumbs-up gesture of encouragement. Chuckling helplessly as he ate, Chen Zhao reflected that it was merely a few awards, yet it had led to such a situation. The live broadcast of the awards ceremony likely played a significant role in this phenomenon, as many students had watched the event and were swept up in the intense and exhilarating atmosphere, leading to their immense admiration for Chen Zhao. If it were simply a matter of hearing that a student had won several awards, the reaction would not have been so pronounced. During evening study hours, Chen Zhao encountered yet another unexpected event. After the first session concluded, engrossed in his work, he remained hunched over his desk, deeply focused on the problems. His deskmate, Su Lanlan, had stepped out to have some fun, and upon returning a few minutes later, she dropped 3 small envelopes on Chen Zhao's desk. "What is this?" Chen Zhao asked, taken aback. 2 of the envelopes were pink, and 1 was a soft yellow, adorned with heart motifs, exuding a distinctly feminine charm. "Isn't it obvious? Love letters," Su Lanlan replied. "Love letters?" Chen Zhao stuttered, bewildered. "What on earth is going on? I, a lifelong singleton, am receiving love letters, and 3 at once. Are these from you?" Chen Zhao's mind went blank. Su Lanlan twisted his ear, turning it left and then right, before letting go, causing Chen Zhao to clutch his ear in pain, rendered unable to resist. "They're from some girls in other classes. Open them. They should contain names and QQ or WeChat IDs," Su Lanlan explained. Just then, class resumed, and Chen Zhao cautiously opened the 3 envelopes one by one. The first letter was brief, resembling a prose poem. Somewhat sentimental, it concluded with the sender's class, name, and a QQ ID highlighted in red with arrows urging, "Add me, add me." After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from adding her. However, out of courtesy, he searched for the QQ ID and sent a message apologizing. "Thank you very much for your letter, but I regret to inform you that I am focused on my studies and uninterested in romantic entanglements." The remaining 2 letters were lengthy, detailing how the senders had noticed Chen Zhao for quite some time and had grown increasingly fond of him. Expressing a desire for a relationship, they devoted substantial portions to self-introduction, with merits taking up 99% and flaws just 1. They, too, left their WeChat, QQ, and phone numbers underlined and emphasized, hoping to connect. Chen Zhao handled these similarly, opting not to add them, but instead sent the same message. "Thank you for your letter, but I am focused on my studies and uninterested in romantic entanglements." Initially, Chen Zhao thought these 3 love letters were merely a minor surprise. But little did he expect that even more thrilling events awaited him. The next day, as he arrived at school, and approached the entrance. Something was suddenly slapped against his chest. Startled, he looked down to find a small, white envelope. And the girl who had handed it to him, a stranger with a ponytail, had already dashed away with her pink backpack. The students walking in around him chuckled, and several boys raised their eyebrows at Chen Zhao, implying, "Nice going, buddy." "What the heck?" Chen Zhao exclaimed, astonished. Love letters from admirers on his way to school? Clutching the envelope, he entered the classroom, only to be dumbfounded once more. His desk was piled high with an assortment of envelopes. Indeed, there were at least 20, varying in size, color, and design, all unmistakably love letters from girls. Chen Zhao's expression could be summed up in 4 words: utterly dumbfounded. "What is going on?" Chen Zhao inquired of Su Longlon. "For the last half hour, girls from other classes have been leaving envelopes on your desk. Some are pretty, some not so much. It just accumulated," Su Longlon casually remarked while munching on a croissant. "You've got even more in your desk drawer." Taking a seat, Chen Zhao peered into the drawer and was taken aback. While there were no love letters, it was filled with numerous small gifts, nearly overflowing. He reached in and pulled out the items: a bar of dark chocolate, 66 cocoa, and he pondered who would enjoy such bitter chocolate. 2 cartons of fruit-flavored milk, 1 peach and 1 coconut, which he found quite palatable, then a transparent plastic jar containing 99 multicolored origami cranes, each inscribed with Chen Zhao in delicate handwriting on its wings. Chen Zhao felt a pang of pity. How much time and effort had this girl devoted to creating such a collection, especially with the impending college entrance exams? How blindly foolish can one be in love? There was also a lighter, entirely useless, as Chen Zhao did not smoke, and a small box of rose tea, which he considered rather nice, as it could be brewed for health benefits, though he recalled that rose tea was typically better suited for girls. Lastly, he discovered a beautifully crafted small box, heavy in his hands. Upon opening it, he was stunned to find a watch, not a cheap children's electronic model, nor a few hundred-yuan adult version, but an 18K rose gold mechanical watch. Such exquisite items typically exude luxury at first glance, and this watch certainly radiated elegance. Upon inspecting the box's brand, a sudden realization struck him: Patek Philippe. While Chen Zhao was not well-versed in luxury brands, he recalled that his landlord, Deng Zixin, had once worn a Patek Philippe watch worth 660,000 yuan. The cost of this watch could purchase a luxury car. "This watch, it appears rather expensive," Chen Zhao murmured, trembling slightly. "Indeed, it is not merely expensive. It is exorbitantly so," Su Longlon replied, showing him her phone screen that displayed the online marketplace listing for this exact second-hand watch. Priced at 138,888 yuan. Nearly 14,000? Chen Zhao turned pale. For a second-hand piece, it's likely the new one is close to 20,000. Even if this one is a gray market item, it must still be worth upwards of 60 or 70,000, Su Longlon observed, examining the watch box like an appraiser. "However, I doubt it's a gray market item. And my father has a friend who deals in watches, and I've seen enough to recognize a genuine one when I see it. Yours is definitely not cheap. Why would she give me this?" Chen Zhao was on the verge of losing his mind. Such a hefty gift. What was the intention behind it? "I don't know, perhaps you could ask her," Su Longlon suggested, gesturing toward the box's edge. Chen Zhao turned to see a small label affixed there, featuring a QQ number. While he had not added any of the other QQ IDs, this one was a must. No good deed goes unpunished, and windfall should not be accepted without reciprocity. Debts of affection must be settled. Such a valuable gift must be returned. Chen Zhao pulled out his phone, searched for the QQ number on the watch box, and sent the request. It was accepted almost instantly. Upon entering the space, he immediately recognized the sender: Che Jie, the renowned, talented girl of the school. Che Jie was quite famous, as she performed piano solos at the New Year's Eve Gala every year. A staple of the school's events that it was said she had passed the piano level 10 exam in 6th grade and subsequently pursued professional piano studies. Chen Zhao had once had the privilege of attending the gala as a backstage helper, and had caught a glimpse of a tall girl in a sea blue gown waiting in the actors' area, exuding a sense of solitude and pride, akin to a blue lotus blooming on an icebound plain. If Zhao Xiaobai were the goddess of the campus, then only Che Jie could contend for that title. Chen Zhao was aware that several boys in class harbored secret crushes on her. But those were merely unrequited feelings. Yet now, Che Jie had gifted him such an expensive watch. Chen Zhao's heart was profoundly stirred. Although Che Jie came from a wealthy family, and it was said that her piano could purchase a luxury vehicle. For a student, a watch costing tens of thousands was still an extravagant gift. Chen Zhao messaged Che Jie on QQ. This gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Which class are you in? I will return it to you. After a long wait with no reply, Chen Zhao was left with no choice but to turn to Su Longlon, asking, Hey, do you know what class Che Jie is in? I need to return the watch. I can't afford to damage it. I think she's in class 6, but I don't think you need to go, Su Longlon replied. Why not? Chen Zhao shook his head. I must return it. Such a costly gift is beyond my means. Because she's right behind you, Su Longlon pointed behind him. Chen Zhao froze, then quickly turned around. His seat was by the back door, which stood open, revealing the corridor and large windows beyond. A tall young woman stands elegantly by the window, her posture poised and graceful. Her long hair dances gently in the breeze that filters through the open window, while sunlight caresses her fair neck and profile, evoking the image of a beautiful white jade sculpture. She gazes quietly at Chen Zhao, her enchanting eyes reminiscent of a fawn emerging from the forest. Kiji. Chen Zhao feels his heart skip a beat. She is indeed stunning. Are all female pianists this captivating? Yet he quickly snaps back to reality, reminding himself that he is not on a date, but here to return a gift. What nonsense is he thinking? He hastily closes the watchbox on the table, cradling it carefully in both hands as he rises to leave, presenting it to Che Jie. This gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it, that I must return it to you, Chen Zhao states earnestly. However, Che Jie remains silent, her large eyes fixed intently on him. Chen Zhao feels a twinge of nervousness under her gaze, flustered and stammering. You should keep it. Finally, Che Jie speaks. Do you not like it? Chen Zhao is taken aback. It is indeed lovely, but it is just too precious. I believe one should not accept gifts without merit. I have taken a liking to you. Giving a small gift is perfectly normal, Che Jie replies, her eyes still locked on Chen Zhao, who finds it difficult to meet her gaze, his own eyes darting away. I'm really not all that impressive. Chen Zhao's face flushes crimson, as he has never before received such a direct confession from a girl, leaving him somewhat tongue-tied. I think you are quite marvelous. You possess talent and are rather handsome, that a man's worth is measured by his intellect, and I am drawn to those who are gifted, Che Jie remarks, taking the watch out of the box instead of putting it away. Suddenly, she reaches out and grasps Chen Zhao's left hand, helping him fasten the watch around his wrist. Doesn't it look splendid? I sifted through over 100 in the store before selecting this one. It is my heartfelt intention that if you wish to return it, wear it for a few days first. Che Jie continues, her voice soft and gentle. I fear I might damage it. Chen Zhao, embarrassed by Che Jie's touch, feels his heart race, yet he hesitates to withdraw his hand, not wanting to hurt her feelings. Tension grips him, as if his heart might leap from his throat. I'll find a moment to have a proper chat with you later. For now, wear the watch. To be honest, if you were my boyfriend, I certainly wouldn't buy you something so inexpensive, so you needn't feel indebted to me. Farewell. Che Jie waves at Chen Zhao and departs with graceful poise. Chen Zhao, dejected, returns to his seat, realizing he still struggles to articulate himself in the presence of beautiful women. There were a myriad of reasons he could have given for Che Jie to take back the watch, yet he found himself utterly speechless at a return failure. Su Longlon, hidden under the table, applauds. So, have you two become an item? An item? Nonsense. Don't speak such nonsense, Chen Zhao retorts, irritated, as he takes the watch off his wrist and carefully places it back in the box. Che Jie urged him to wear it, but he could never dare don such an expensive gift. Chen Zhao has already devised a plan. In a couple of days, he will find out which class Che Jie is in and return the watch directly, leaving it and running away. Determined that she would not refuse. I think it's likely to happen. You're just indecisive. She's bold and passionate, while you are talented and handsome. Opposites attract. You are a perfect match, Su Longlon states with the wisdom of experience. You are resisting now simply because love has struck like a whirlwind, leaving you unprepared, and your thoughts have yet to catch up. Once some time passes, and she invites you to chat, perhaps share a meal or watch a movie, It will surely blossom. Remember to invite me to the wedding. And I expect my share of the expenses to be waived. What on earth are you talking about? How do we jump to a wedding? Chen Zhao's face reddens to the point of dripping blood. And when I do marry, you will pay your full share. Su Lanlan was about to continue their banter when suddenly, Chen Zhao's phone screen lights up. Let us pause this topic. You focus on your studies, I have something to attend to, Chen Zhao says. Turning away with his phone in hand, that Su Lanlan shrugs and lays her head down on the desk, drifting off to sleep. Chen Zhao, with a serious expression, stares at his phone screen, where a message from his editor. Axe has just arrived. Do you have a manuscript of 100,000 words? Chen Zhao is momentarily taken aback and types a response. Why do you ask? Recently, the Tomato Novel platform is organizing a grand event to select the annual book king across various genres. With 10 books from each genre to be recommended on the homepage, that if your book can enter the selection, it has a good chance of winning the annual book king title. However, there is a problem. Your manuscript lacks 10,000 words to meet the standard. Hence my inquiry, Axe explains. Chen Zhao contemplates this. The benefits of such an event sound immense. Book King. What an impressive title. If he could secure it, it would undoubtedly attract many fans, and more fans translate to higher royalties. Yet, there lies a dilemma. Chen Zhao does have a manuscript, but it is only slightly over 50,000 words, far from the required 100,000. When does the selection begin? I'm a bit short on my manuscript. Can I manage to rush it in time? Chen Zhao queries. How much do you lack? Axe responds. Not quite 40,000, Chen Zhao answers. That's quite a stretch. I need to submit it by noon tomorrow. Otherwise, you might have to wait for next year. There will surely be another event, Axe replies. Chen Zhao considers the situation, glancing at the clock. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning. He has 29 hours until noon tomorrow. That is it feasible to write 40,000 words in that time. At his usual pace, it would be impossible. 2 days of steady writing would barely yield 20,000 words. Moreover, he has only 29 hours, just over a day and 5 hours. However, if he pushes himself, perhaps he can accomplish it. Chen Zhao ponders briefly and then messages his editor. Axe, I believe I can give it a shot. I will write 40,000 words by noon tomorrow. Would you help me list my book for the Urban Genres Book King selection? After a moment of silence, Axe replies, 40,000 words in a day. Are you out of your mind? How could that be possible? Chen Zhao, remaining calm, responds, I'm not insane. I have 29 hours to write 40,000 words. I only need to write 1,400 words each hour, which is certainly achievable. Axe remains unconvinced. That is utterly impossible. If you can manage 1,400 words in 1 hour, what about after 5 hours, 10 hours, or 20 hours? What state will you be in then? At that point, you would be so exhausted you could hardly write. Do you expect to maintain your energy without sleep or rest? Chen Zhao understands Axe's skepticism. After all, in the world of online novel authors, the update frequency is notoriously slow. Writing 40,000 words in 29 hours is akin to running 100 meters in 5 seconds, practically unimaginable. Yet in Chen Zhao's dictionary, there is no such thing as impossible. If he works tirelessly for 29 hours, he will see how capable he truly is. Please, just wait that I'll give it a try if it works. Great. If not, then so be it, Chen Zhao messages Axe. After sending the message, Chen Zhao leaps up and heads straight for the homeroom teacher's office. That a few minutes later, he emerges from the office with a leave request form. The process was remarkably simple. The homeroom teacher was on a phone call, and when Chen Zhao indicated the leave form on the teacher's desk, the teacher looked up, smiled, and nodded. Chen Zhao promptly tore off a sheet and left. Only exemplary students enjoy such privileges. Moreover, it cannot be just any good student. It must be someone like Chen Zhao, the beacon of hope for the entire school, to receive such a direct leave form from a teacher without inquiry. The teacher knows that such a distinguished student must have a legitimate reason for their absence. Chen Zhao's academic performance garners 100%, no, 1,000% of the teacher's trust. Rushing home, he quickly drinks a glass of water before opening his computer, launching his writing software, and beginning to write. 1 line, 2 lines, 1 paragraph, 2 paragraphs, 1,000 words, 2,000 words. At first, Chen Zhao is invigorated. Having written nearly 5,000 words in just 1 hour, His fingers dance across the keyboard as if flying. In the second hour, he still feels quite good, though slightly fatigued. However, immersed in the narrative. He completely forgets his weariness. His speed slows a bit, yet he still manages to produce 4,000 words that it is difficult for an average writer to match Chen Zhao's rapid pace. His exceptional speed is largely due to his high intelligence quotient. His thoughts flow several times faster than usual. What others might take a minute to formulate, he can conceive in 3 to 5 seconds. While Chen Zhao writes furiously, the prominent figures in the signing group chat of acts discuss the Book King competition. I find that Book King event quite intriguing. Young 2 comments. I've already submitted my old book to the female genre's Book King review, but the chances of selection are slim, given that it's been out for several years. Guzi adds. Even if it doesn't win, the books in the Book King selection will receive a significant recommendation, likely garnering a few thousand fans and earning a decent sum. Xiangbo remarks. By the way, how many of us have books that qualify for the selection? Young 2 inquires that the group of writers begins to list the titles of their works that are eligible for selection. And the chat becomes lively, with voices overlapping. Suddenly, someone brings up Chen Zhao. Oh, that Chen Zhao's My Avatar is printed on the dollar. Isn't it quite popular lately? If that book could enter the selection, the chances would be high, right? Xiangbo suggests. Young 2 replies, I checked. That book is still short by 40,000 words to meet the review criteria, so it might be tough. Guzi comments, perhaps Chen Zhao can push through and write more? Young 2 exclaimed, there's no way to catch up now. With just 1 day left and 30,000 words to go, how is that even possible? Xiangbo replied, it seems quite unlikely. The pigeon lamented, what a pity, just 30,000 words short. The members of the group unanimously felt that Chen Zhao's chances were dwindling. Unbeknownst to him, while they discussed his plight, he was valiantly battling at his computer. By lunchtime, he had already penned 10,000 words. Chen Zhao's stamina was nearly depleted. His finger joints ached, his temples throbbed, and his back was sore, that he ordered a serving of fried chicken for a brief respite before diving back into writing. Ordinarily, Chen Zhao would take a nap during lunch, anywhere from half an hour to an hour. However, now, with the clock ticking and words to be written, napping was a luxury he could not afford. Sleepiness soon washed over him, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Chen Zhao longed for a moment of rest, his mind clouded by drowsiness, yet he resolutely fought against slumber, vowing to reach that 30,000-word milestone and secure a chance at the title of Book King. After another hour, he managed to write a mere 2,000 words. His speed significantly diminished. It was unbearable. He could hardly hold on. Chen Zhao was on the verge of fainting, exhausted and drowsy, his vision blurred. The prolonged high-intensity writing was taking a toll on his physical strength, especially since Chen Zhao's thoughts raced faster than most. His energy depletion was even more pronounced. An hour of writing for him equated to 2 or 3 hours for an average person. He needed a special boost to invigorate his spirits, perhaps a lick of some medicated oil. Chen Zhao rummaged through his drawer, retrieving a small bottle of medicated oil. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the cap and timidly licked the tip of his tongue. Goodness, what a sensation! A wave of exhilarating aroma surged into his brain, a fantastical scent that seemed to resonate with his very soul, an exquisite feeling that made him want to retch yet was utterly captivating. Instantly, the fatigue that had weighed him down melted away, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. Fueled by the invigorating essence of the medicated oil, Chen Zhao returned his fingers to the keyboard, resuming his writing. His speed noticeably increased, soaring from 2,000 words per hour to approximately 4,000, effectively doubling his output. This method of licking medicated oil for a boost was a serendipitous discovery. One day, after purchasing a bottle, he perused the thin instruction manual tucked inside and was astonished to find a note indicating small amounts for consumption. Curious, he had tried it, nearly retching on the spot, the taste lingering stubbornly in his mouth, torturing him for a good half hour. Since then, he had mastered this peculiar technique of licking medicated oil for a quick pick-me-up. Although it was unpleasant, it was undeniably effective. Chapter 105. Successfully racing against time at 3 in the afternoon. Chen Zhao was still typing away by 5 o'clock. He remained engrossed in his writing. At 9 in the evening, he was still at it. By midnight, he continued to type fervently. at 1 a.m., with bloodshot eyes. He typed on. Chen Zhao had entered a state of near madness, having licked the entire bottle of medicated oil, covered in sweat from overexertion. His clothes were nearly drenched. His frequently used index and middle fingers had almost lost all sensation, and his wrists ached as if they had been struck. Under normal circumstances, he would have long since collapsed in a bed, but now he fought on for the sake of word count. He could not give up. An opportunity had arisen, and it must be seized. He was willing to forego sleep for an entire night if he could not muster the energy to push through 29 hours of effort. What was there to say about hard work, about success? Chen Zhao believed that in a person's lifetime, there must be days of relentless toil, and this was precisely one of those days. Meanwhile, in the Tomato Novel Network's editor chat group, the editors, all accustomed to working late into the night, awaited updates. The chief editor inquired, "Has everyone finalized the books for the Book King selection? We shouldn't wait until noon tomorrow. Please report them to me now." Editor Shiguo replied, "Attachment, Book King candidate list." Editor Ling Dao followed suit, "Attachment, Book King candidate list." Editor Tang Yuan chimed in, "Attachment, Book King candidate list." Several editors submitted their lists, yet one editor remained silent. The chief editor called out, "Editor Axe, are you asleep? Where's your list?" Editor Axe responded, "I'm still finalizing mine." The chief editor pressed, "Still not done? There aren't many books that meet the criteria." "Are there? You could wrap it up in 5 minutes and send it to me." Editor Axe replied, "Most of the list is ready, but I'm still waiting." The chief editor asked, "Waiting for what?" Editor Axe replied, "There's an author whose work is exceptional, and his performance is commendable that if he qualifies, he has a good chance of being selected. However, this morning he was still 30,000 words short of the entry requirement, so I need to wait for him." The chief editor was taken aback. The other editors were equally astonished. 30,000 words in a single day, and it sounded like he was writing it fresh. This was incredible. The chief editor exclaimed, "Editor Axe, who is this author? What book is he writing?" Editor Axe replied, "Chen Zhao, author of my avatar printed on the dollar." The chief editor decided, "All right, I will wait a little longer. Once he reaches the word count, submit the list to me, and I will report it." In the quiet room, the computer screen emitted a pale glow as Chen Zhao faced it. Looking as if he had just risen from the grave, his physical limits had been pushed to the extreme. He was now exhausting his body. He was giving it his all. In the upper right corner of his writing software, Chen Zhao had set a countdown for the word count. With each keystroke, the countdown diminished. When it reached 0, it would signify that he had achieved the necessary word count for the Book King selection. The current countdown read 9,000 words. With 2 hours until dawn, it was just past 4 and 8 hours remained until noon. 9,000 words left. The final 9,000 words. Completing these 9,000 words would enable him to successfully participate in the Book King selection. However, if he failed to finish in time, he would have to wait until next year. How many tomorrows are there in a person's life? He absolutely could not afford to wait for next year. He had to enter the selection now. Whether he would be chosen was one thing, but deferring to next year was another. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zhao could easily complete these 9,000 words in 2 hours when invigorated. But now, he was utterly drained. This was akin to running a race. If one were full of energy, sprinting 100 meters would take mere seconds. Yet after completing a marathon, even 100 meters could feel like an insurmountable distance. Persevere. Persistence is victory. Chen Zhao thought to himself, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the screen. 8,500 words, 8,100 words, 7,500 words, 6,000 words. As dawn broke, sunlight flooded the room, banishing the chill. Chen Zhao had not slept a wink. The countdown on his computer screen continued to dwindle. 4550 words, 3,800 words, 3,100 words at 6 a.m. And again at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. 11 o'clock, 11:30. Meanwhile, in the Tomato Novel Network's editor chat group, the editors awaited Axe's submission. The chief editor remarked, "There are only 30 minutes left. I see Chen Zhao still needs 2,000 words. He won't make it in time." Editor Axe replied, "I just messaged him. He only needs 500 words. Let's wait a bit longer." Editor Shiguo interjected, "I don't think he can do it. He's been writing for a full day and night. Even a deity would be exhausted. 500 words in half an hour. How could he possibly manage that in his current state?" Editor Ling Dao added, "Even if he doesn't make it, his determination is impressive." Axe, why not hand this author over to me? I'd like to take him on. Editor Axe replied, sure, but you'll have to offer me 200 top-tier authors in exchange. Editor Lung Dao retorted, I don't even have that many top-tier authors under my wing. Editor Tang Yuan remarked, this level of determination is astonishing. Writing continuously for a whole day and night. 40,000 words in a single day. Who would believe that? An individual with such tenacity is bound to succeed. For next year's selection, we must ensure he is nominated in a few days. If there are openings for recommendations, let's arrange a couple for him. At 11:40.11:50 noon, Axe submitted a file, attachment, Book King candidate list. The chief editor immediately forwarded the attachment. After submitting, the chief editor opened the document to review it. Suddenly, he noticed that in the urban category, Chen Zhao, my avatar printed on the dollar, was prominently listed. This was outrageous. How could Chen Zhao's book be included? The chief editor fumed, tagging Axe in the group. Although his book has performed well, it doesn't meet the qualifications for selection. He qualifies. Axe replied succinctly. Qualifies? The chief editor paused, opening the Tomato Novel Network to check Chen Zhao's book, only to discover that a new chapter had been updated at 11:59, precisely meeting the entry word count. Chen Zhao had successfully completed his manuscript in the final minute before the deadline. He accomplished the remarkable feat of writing 40,000 words in 29 hours. Chapter 106. Hopeless for the prize. At this moment, Chen Zhao lay sprawled on his bed, utterly exhausted, resembling a lifeless pig. His phone displayed the chat interface with Editor Axe, the last message reading, all right, it's been submitted. After a grueling 29 hours of relentless effort, Chen Zhao collapsed in a slumber. Was it worth it? Indeed, this deep sleep lasted until dusk. When Chen Zhao finally opened his eyes, he realized the sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting the outside world into shadows, with distant streetlights flickering to life as night approached and a gnawing emptiness stirred within him, prompting Chen Zhao to roll out of bed and rummage through the refrigerator for a couple of croissants. That he heated them in the microwave and took a bite, simultaneously opening a box of apple juice to quench his thirst. Upon picking up his phone, he noticed 3 unread messages, all from Che Jie. Why weren't you here this morning? Why didn't you come to school today? Are you unwell? Pensive face, pensive face. It seemed Che Jie had sought him out in class. Chen Zhao felt a tinge of helplessness regarding the affections of this piano-playing beauty, that he typed a response. Sorry, I had to take a leave due to some matters. Initially, he contemplated adding, is there something you needed? But decided against it. What if Che Jie responded with a wistful, can I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? He would be at a loss for words. Thus, he opted for a straightforward explanation about his leave. After sending the message, Chen Zhao waited, but Che Jie took her time to reply. Perhaps she was in class. That he then visited the Tomato Novel Network's official website, and as expected, the promotional poster for the Book King competition had appeared. Clicking to view it, he was greeted by highly provocative slogans, such as who will be the king of online literature this year? Come vote for the books that keep you awake at night. A grand celebration and arena for monumental literary works. Following that were the competition rules. From now until 2 weeks later, evaluations would be based on big data and a judging panel, considering various factors to select the annual Book King in each category. Readers could enhance a book's popularity through reading, commenting, tipping, and voting, thus assisting their favored works in contending for the title. The extensive selection list revealed that up to 1,000 books were competing across more than 20 categories, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Chen Zhao scrolled down to find the list of urban novels, and to his dismay, his own work, My Portrait on the Dollar, was prominently listed. Counting the entries, he found a total of 60 urban novels participating. He meticulously noted the titles and authors of these 60 books and proceeded to search for them one by one. That this was a strategic move to gauge the caliber of his competitors. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. To ascertain his chances of winning the title, he had to evaluate the quality of the other entries. However, as he searched, Chen Zhao found himself sighing repeatedly. Among these 60 works, his stood out as the least competitive. His manuscript had just reached 700,000 words, while the others were predominantly over 3 million. With the shortest exceeding 210,000 points, 700,000 seemed trivial and powerless in comparison. Moreover, the other books had undergone the test of time and accolades. Some had been around for several years. growing more popular each year, while others had won numerous online literature awards, boasting accolades that filled their honor sections. That a few authors were well-known literary figures, familiar to readers far and wide. In stark contrast, Chen Zhao's work was freshly penned, devoid of awards and a long-standing readership, making him an obscure new author that he felt utterly outmatched, feeling somewhat disheartened, despite having anticipated his book's lack of competitiveness. Witnessing the chasm of disparity with the others was still disheartening. That he messaged Axe, "Editor, is it unlikely for my book to win the Book King title? Should I release more chapters?" Axe, seemingly available during office hours, quickly replied, "Indeed, the chances are slim, but participating in a competition will garner some website recommendations. You could release a few more chapters to attract attention. Typically, a chapter might earn you 100 or so, but now you could make 500 to 1,000. Chen Zhao sent an OK emoji in response. While it seemed he wouldn't secure the title, earning some extra recommendations was still a positive outcome. He resumed writing. This time, there was no pressing time constraint, allowing Chen Zhao to write at a more leisurely pace, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. Once finished, he uploaded his work. Meanwhile, in a certain writers' group, prominent figures from the online literature realm began to engage in casual conversation. Most of the authors in this chat wrote urban novels and had been in the field for many years. Lin Yong remarked, "Have you all seen the Book King competition? It seems like they've included nearly all our group's works." Piao Miao replied, "Yes. There must be 30 of our group's urban novels among the 60 total entries. That's half." Xiao Keliang added, "I reckon 32 chimes in Urban Leopard Spirit have the highest chances of winning. The former has reached 4 million words. The most in the urban category, while the latter has been the sales champion for 6 consecutive months. It's likely to come down to one of those two." Shiheng echoed, "I agree. 32 chimes in Urban Leopard Spirit seem to have better statistics than the other entries." Shengming commented, "The results will be out in 2 weeks. Let us wait and see which of these two prevails." Nung Li chimed in, "A few new books have performed decently too. Like my portrait on the dollar and busy fishing on the Golden Planet." Piao Miao countered, "No matter how well a new book performs, it can't possibly compete with established titles." Xiao Keliang concurred, "Exactly, in such comprehensive evaluations. New books merely serve as supporting roles, like green leaves accentuating the red flowers." Zhang Yo remarked, "That said, my portrait on the dollar is indeed impressive. It employs a completely novel format." Piao Miao acknowledged, "True, when this book first gained traction, we all dismissed it as subpar. Yet it continues to thrive, indicating it possesses unique merits. I've delved into it and discovered the author seems to have simplified the prose to a clear, easily digestible style, devoid of literary flair, yet accessible to everyone, from children to the elderly." Simultaneously, in the editor's chat group on the Tomato Novel Network, editor Tang Yuan inquired, "Chief Editor, how exactly is this Book King competition judged? The rules state that AI and our scoring are combined. How significant is our scoring in the overall evaluation?" The chief editor replied, "Our influence is actually minimal." Editor Tang Yuan responded, "Minimal? Isn't it stated that the judges' scores and system data are both considered?" The chief editor explained, "Judges' scores account for less than 10%. The majority relies on big data assessments." Editor Shiguai asked, "What are the criteria for big data scoring? Is it based on total fan count?" The chief editor clarified, "Not quite. It's based on the retention rate of 50,000 words. This means how many new readers have engaged with the book and read 50,000 words within 2 weeks. That's the primary metric. There are additional factors, but overall, the better the reader response, the higher the book's chances of winning." Editor Axe inquired, "Is there a way to view real-time, back-end data?" The chief editor replied, "No. We'll have to wait for the results in 2 weeks. At that point, it will be definitive who will claim the title of Book King, and who will not, will be clear." Chen Zhao returned to school. The major inter-school examination was approaching, and teachers had been assigning an abundance of practice papers to assist students in their preparation. The inter-school examination, a significant event for every third-year student, involved nearly 100 schools across 5 provinces, all taking the same test and subsequently graded uniformly. This examination resembled a grand military drill among various military districts, the larger the scale, the more revealing the true capabilities, distinguishing the capable from the incapable. Typically, the rankings from this examination would closely correlate with student standings in the college entrance exams, although referred to as the interschool examination. It actually involved only 80 high schools, akin to ancient claims of an army of 800,000, when in reality, there were merely 4 to 500,000, an exaggeration for effect. Nevertheless, 80 schools constituted a considerable scale, with nearly 100,000 students participating. During the break, Chen Zhao was summoned to the principal's office that he assumed it was the principal offering him encouragement to excel in the upcoming examination, especially since he was currently the undisputed top student in the school, carrying a significant portion of the institution's honor. However, to his surprise, it was not about that. "Principal," Chen Zhao knocked and entered. "Have a seat," the principal said with a warm smile. "With just over 2 weeks until the interschool examination. I trust you're aware?" the principal inquired. "Yes, nearly 100,000 students from 80 schools will be taking the exam," Chen Zhao nodded. "I've been intensively reviewing." "Excellent, very good," the principal nodded, suddenly opening a drawer and rummaging through it before handing Chen Zhao a stapled A4 sheet. Chen Zhao was taken aback, receiving it with both hands. It was a speech draft that a cursory glance revealed it was primarily about studying, filled with cliché lines like "do not squander your youth. The prime of life does not return, and flowers may bloom again. But youth cannot be reclaimed," all of which he had heard countless times during school. "You'll be delivering the speech at next Monday's flag-raising ceremony," the principal said, still smiling. Every Monday, a grand flag-raising ceremony was held, attended by all faculty and students, following which a speaker would address the assembly. Most often, it was a school leader, though occasionally a student representative would speak, a privilege reserved for the most outstanding students. Chen Zhao was immediately taken aback. A speech under the national flag, in front of the entire school, in front of thousands of students from the entire school. Such a significant task has been entrusted to me. What? Is it not acceptable? The principal wore a benevolent expression, reminiscent of a kind-hearted figure addressing a good student. "Considering your usual heavy academic workload, I have already prepared this speech for you. All you need to do is read it aloud, and it will be over in no time." Chen Zhao stood there momentarily stunned, instinctively nodding in agreement, still somewhat unable to comprehend the situation, that as he exited the principal's office with the speech in hand, he felt a bit dizzy. How could he have been selected to speak at the flag-raising ceremony? But upon reflection, it seemed rather normal. Previously, when his grades had languished at the bottom of the school, such an opportunity would never have crossed his path. Now, however, things had changed dramatically, that he was now at the top of his class. Having made a remarkable impression in national academic competitions, his reputation soaring, and thus, he certainly qualified to represent the students in a speech. Nevertheless, the thought of speaking before thousands still made Chen Zhao feel apprehensive. He was not an extroverted person. In fact, he was quite the opposite. Speaking for several minutes in front of such a large audience truly felt daunting. Fortunately, he had several days to prepare. After studying diligently for the morning, he had completed all the exercises in his workbook that he planned to visit the Xinhua bookstore at noon to see if there were any new exercises available. Typically, students would take months to complete a set of exercises, and just a couple of sets before the college entrance examination would suffice. However, Chen Zhao had nearly finished all the exercises available on the market. An unparalleled feat. Just as he reached the school gate, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Zhao Xiaobai. "Why are you out at noon?" "Off to grab some fried chicken," Zhao Xiaobai inquired, gesturing toward the milk tea shop at the gate. "Sure," Chen Zhao replied nonchalantly. "Let us go. I'll join you." Although I initially vowed to lose weight, I simply couldn't resist the temptation that I'll eat well first and worry about dieting later, Zhao Xiaobai remarked. By now, she and Chen Zhao had grown quite familiar, making it perfectly normal for them to dine together. Upon entering the milk tea shop, they naturally attracted the attention of many classmates. Now, the entire school recognized both Chen Zhao and Zhao Xiaobai. Two prominent figures together could hardly go unnoticed. Chen Zhao scratched his head, feigning ignorance of the numerous gazes upon him, and headed straight to order a burger and a cola. Then he and Zhao Xiaobai found a corner to sit and enjoy their meal. Zhao Xiaobai carried a small notebook filled with transcriptions of her mistakes. While eating, she did not engage Chen Zhao in conversation, instead focusing on her notes. Chen Zhao, didn't he find it awkward? True friends could comfortably share silence without worrying about being perceived as distant. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. A person appeared from behind Chen Zhao and plopped down beside him. Turning his head, Chen Zhao was taken aback. Zhao Xiaobai looked up, equally stunned. Che Jie. It seemed Che Jie had just styled her hair. Golden strands cascading like a waterfall, accompanied by a delightful scent of shampoo, perhaps a blend of grape and rose. She wore subtle makeup, and her profile resembled that of a radiant movie star. However, her expression was anything but friendly as she shot a displeased glance at Zhao Xiaobai. Chen Zhao thought to himself, "Oh no, Che Jie, please don't do this. It's as if you think I am clandestinely meeting Zhao Xiaobai behind my girlfriend's back. Are you two dating?" Che Jie asked, her voice soft yet filled with an imposing tone. Although she addressed both of them, her gaze remained fixed on Zhao Xiaobai. In days, Chen Zhao caught a whiff of an overwhelmingly potent scent of jealousy. "No, it's not what you think. We just happened to run into each other," Zhao Xiaobai replied, a bit startled, glancing between Che Jie and Chen Zhao. Suddenly, she picked up her tray and stood up, saying, "You two chat. I'll go eat over there by the window." Chapter 108. Earning over 10,000 a day, Chen Zhao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Zhao Xiaobai hurriedly retreated to the other end of the cafeteria. And judging by her demeanor, if there had been seats outside, she would have dashed out. Che Jie flashed a smile, seemingly pleased, as if she had triumphed over a rival, with a playful tilt of her head. She gazed at Chen Zhao, akin to someone admiring a trophy won in battle. Chen Zhao was completely bewildered. "This is—" Che Jie chuckled lightly, raising her pink cup to sip her milk tea. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Chen Zhao stammered, at a loss for words. "I'm just a simple friend to her, discussing academic problems and such." "Discussing academic problems?" Che Jie laughed softly. "You can discuss them with me. There's no need to involve her." Chen Zhao was left speechless. Che Jie, while appearing as graceful as a swan, possessed a surprisingly assertive nature. Moreover, her jealousy was palpable. Upon seeing Chen Zhao dining with another girl, she felt compelled to confront him that it didn't matter whether he had agreed to be her boyfriend. Chen Zhao was left in a bind, feeling as though he were being claimed by a formidable yet melodious bandit. In the future, refrain from dining with younger girls, that if you need company, just message me, Che Jie stated earnestly. Looking intently at Chen Zhao, that he felt quite embarrassed. "Che Jie, please don't say that. You're speaking at the flag-raising ceremony next week?" Che Jie suddenly shifted the topic. "How did you know?" Chen Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. The principal had just informed him during recess, yet Che Jie already knew about it. How was she so well informed? "I know everything," Che Jie replied with a slight smile. Chen Zhao felt as if he were being toyed with. "What are you planning to talk about? Have you written your speech? I'd like to take a look." Che Jie extended her hand. The principal wrote the speech. It's just filled with cliches about study methods and motivation. Quite dull. "Really, I tucked it away in my desk, and didn't bring it. I'll just read it out when the time comes," Chen Zhao confessed. "Have you heard about the new rooftop Ferris wheel that opened in the city?" Kiji nodded, seamlessly changing the topic once more. Chen Zhao acknowledged the news. Such a significant event was impossible for him to miss. That a commercial street in the city center featured a building crowned with a Ferris wheel. Quite a magnificent sight. Once atop, one could behold a substantial portion of the city that had recently begun trending as a popular social media check-in spot. "You should take a leave from evening study sessions so we can ride the Ferris wheel," Che Jie suggested, looking at Chen Zhao with eager eyes. While it felt cruel to refuse such a charming piano-playing girl, Chen Zhao had to decline. Firstly, he didn't want to grow too close to Che Jie. And secondly, he had a legitimate reason. "I don't have time in the evenings. I need to finish my writing and do a live stream," Chen Zhao explained, spreading his hands in exasperation. "Writing? Live streaming?" Che Jie looked taken aback. "Indeed, I'm writing a novel and also doing live streams. My evenings are completely packed. I truly don't have time to play," Chen Zhao admitted candidly. "What kind of novel are you writing? Can I take a look?" Che Jie perked up suddenly. "What do you stream? Do you stream your homework? What is your stream ID?" Search for author Chen Zhao on the Zhangxi Novel Network and on the Douxiong Mao live streaming platform. "Look for my name," Chen Zhao replied. Che Jie took out her phone, searching while chattering away. You have quite diverse interests, but the college entrance examination is approaching. The 100-school joint exam is next week. These hobbies want to put food on the table or earn you money. Mid-sentence, Che Jie suddenly widened her eyes. She found Chen Zhao's novel and was astonished to see it ranked first on the new book list. The #1 new book on the entire Zhangxi novel network. This was astounding. He was undoubtedly earning a fortune. Then, searching for Chen Zhao on the Douxiong Mao live streaming platform, Che Jie's mouth fell open in shock. A resident master streamer, over 300,000 followers. How could he be so impressive? Reflecting on her earlier words about how such hobbies couldn't pay the bills, Che Jie felt her face flush. How could they not? Being #1 in new releases and a master streamer not only could put food on the table, but also allow for a lavish lifestyle. This was a legitimate career. Well then, let us plan for another day. Che Jie nodded, her gaze towards Chen Zhao transformed, now tinged with admiration. You truly are talented. Oh, it's nothing special. I'm just playing around, Chen Zhao said, finishing his meal and standing up. You keep drinking. I'll be on my way. Chen Zhao worried that Che Jie would insist on accompanying him. But fortunately, she didn't cling to him any further, waving goodbye instead. The delightful aroma of bubble tea and fried chicken lingered in the air as boys and girls streamed in and out of the shop. Outside, the afternoon sun shone brightly, and the roadside plants bloomed with unidentified small white flowers. Before stepping out of the shop, Chen Zhao glanced back to see both Zhao Xiaobai and Che Jie watching him. He waved at each of them before stepping outside and heading towards the bookstore. After purchasing a new set of exercises from the bookstore, he studied diligently for the entire afternoon. That evening, Chen Zhao opted out of the evening study session, returning home to write and streamed at 7 o'clock. As he savored the egg noodles he had prepared, he refreshed the dashboard of his author account, eagerly waiting to see his earnings from the previous day. Checking his earnings each evening at 7 had become a habitual part of Chen Zhao's life. For the past few days, his daily earnings from the novel had hovered around 1 to 2,000 yuan, occasionally dipping to 15 or 1,600 yuan, but sometimes peaking at over 2,000. Today, however, his earnings seemed to be stuck, failing to refresh for a considerable time. Perhaps there was an issue with the back-end data statistics. Chen Zhao felt a surge of impatience. What on earth is the data department at Zhangxi Novel Network doing? It's already 7:05. 5 minutes have passed. Hurry up, dear. Where's my manuscript fee? Will I break 2,000 today? Finally, after Chen Zhao's anxious refreshing, yesterday's earnings appeared. Yesterday's earnings, 10,556.35. Chen Zhao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he saw the leading digit was a 1, that he subconsciously thought that yesterday's earnings had not surpassed 2,000. He had anticipated breaking that threshold, only to find it had not been achieved. The feeling of dejection lingered. However, upon closer inspection, Chen Zhao's body trembled violently. This number seems incorrect. Chen Zhao widened his eyes, looking at it repeatedly several times before confirming that it was not the familiar 4-digit figure. Today, it had transformed into a 5-digit sum. There was an extra digit. The earnings from yesterday were not merely in the thousands, but rather exceeded 10,000. Yesterday's earnings, over 10,000 yuan. This was utterly astonishing. It was akin to sweeping through an army, earning 10,000 in a single day. Can you believe it? A wave of euphoric exhilaration surged within him. Chen Zhao hurriedly took a screenshot, preserving this explosive revenue image. Such a glorious moment must be recorded, for whether to boast about it or to cherish as a memory, its value is immeasurable. Chapter 109. Brother, take me along. After a prolonged period of excitement, Chen Zhao finally composed himself and began to ponder a question. Could it be that I am on the verge of fame? It certainly appeared to be a possibility. Earning 10,000 yuan in a day implies a substantial readership. Does it not? Previously, his earnings had consistently hovered around 1 or 2,000, and yesterday they had suddenly skyrocketed to 10,000. Chen Zhao speculated that this surge was likely due to his book being featured in a recommended section. Following his participation in the Book King selection, his work was displayed on the recommendation list of the Tomato Novel Network, undoubtedly allowing more readers to discover Chen Zhao's writing, thus making an increase in earnings quite feasible. However, the magnitude of this increase had genuinely taken him by surprise. He had anticipated perhaps breaking 2,000, or if fortunate, nearing 3,000. Yet he was met with an astonishing extra digit. With the influx of money, Chen Zhao's enthusiasm ignited, and he swiftly opened his computer to type feverishly. 1,000 words, 2,000 words, 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 3 chapters. He wrote 3 chapters in one go before finally pausing. He then updated all 3 newly written chapters. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11 o'clock, that it was time to go live. Chen Zhao launched the game and checked his friends' list, discovering that Little Bamboo Shoot was currently in a match. Thus, Chen Zhao messaged Little Bamboo Shoot, "Hurry and die. I'm logging on." Upon receiving the message, Little Bamboo Shoot decided to meet her fate immediately. She was in a solo match on the desert map, taking cover behind a large yellow rock while engaging in a tense standoff with an enemy several hundred meters away, the atmosphere charged with excitement and adrenaline. Her fans eagerly anticipated Little Bamboo Shoot successfully eliminating her opponent. Some affluent viewers showered her with gifts to bolster her confidence. Yet suddenly, Little Bamboo Shoot stowed her sniper rifle, clutched a grenade in her hand, pulled the pin, and tossed it at her feet. Boom. Instant demise. The audience watching her live stream was left dumbfounded. What was happening? How did she self-eliminate? Just moments ago, she had been performing admirably, and now this. Seeing Little Bamboo Shoot exit the game, she promptly opened her friends' list and sent a team request to Chen Zhao. The fans finally understood. Her previous self-elimination was a ploy to team up with Chen Zhao. This was utterly absurd, ridiculously so. The viewers in the live stream erupted. Peng Li, you self-eliminated just to team up with Chen Zhao. Really, just like that? Little Bamboo Shoot, I no longer love you. Traveling companions. Little Bamboo Shoot is utterly under Chen Zhao's thumb. 3rd generation. So infuriating. When will Little Bamboo Shoot escape Chen Zhao's clutches? Little Bamboo Shoot, this is so disheartening, so heartbreaking. I want to reach through the internet and take down Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, I am sharpening my knives, seeking vengeance against Chen Zhao. This grudge must be avenged, or I shall not be human. Little Bamboo Shoot, of course, noticed the comments from her fans in the live stream. But she had grown accustomed to such chatter and remained silent, instead opting to chat with Chen Zhao. In a couple of days, there's a small competition. Brother, take me along. Little Bamboo Shoot cooed. What kind of competition? Chen Zhao inquired as he adjusted the game mode to the Desert Maps Duo format. The ITSA competition organized jointly by the Do Panda live streaming platform and the Hague live streaming platform, where both platforms will select certain streamer teams to compete against each other. Ultimately, a champion will be crowned, Little Bamboo Shoot explained. There will also be some external aides, mostly professional players, who will join the streamer teams at opportune moments. Chen Zhao understood now. It was a competition between 2 streaming platforms. How can I assist you? Chen Zhao remarked, with your skills, you probably wouldn't be selected for our platform streamer team, right? Little Bamboo Shoot, incensed, slammed her mouse that I'm merely speaking the truth. Chen Zhao muttered under his breath that I'm exceptionally skilled. I'm a renowned technical streamer. Little Bamboo Shoot boasted shamelessly. Then let us parachute separately, since you're a technical streamer. You should be capable of holding your own, that we'll meet in the final circle. Chen Zhao marked a point on the map. No, I want to jump with you. Little Bamboo Shoot immediately backtracked. The fans in the live stream began to spam "so delicious" as they boarded the plane and listened to the announcement of selling hacks. They jumped from the aircraft, with Chen Zhao steering Little Bamboo Shoot toward Picado. As they soared through the air, he explained, the rules of this competition dictate that streamers must find partners to form teams of 2 or 4, initially competing in internal matches, with the victors becoming the representatives of our Do Panda live streaming platform. Therefore, I wish to team up with you for the internal elimination rounds. Little Bamboo Shoot elaborated. Understood. You want to showcase yourself in the competition, but since your skills are lacking, you're seeking me as a partner, so you can coast to victory. Is that the gist? Chen Zhao queried. Yes, Little Bamboo Shoot bashfully conceded. All right then, I shall take you along. Chen Zhao readily agreed. After all, streaming was part of his routine, and participating in a competition could generate greater buzz and attract fans more efficiently. That is wonderful. I'll submit the registration tomorrow. Are you free at 9 tomorrow night for the first elimination match? Little Bamboo Shoot asked excitedly that I'm free. Who are we facing? Chen Zhao first inquired about the opponents. The DoPanda live streaming platform had numerous streamers, with many skilled ones among them. Chen Zhao had watched many streamers recorded live broadcasts and knew that some had exceptional skills that if they encountered such opponents, they would need to tread carefully. Otherwise, a single mistake could lead to elimination that I don't know that yet. It will depend on the draws after registration tomorrow night, Little Bamboo Shoot explained. So we might face renowned streamers or lesser-known ones. Chen Zhao acknowledged her words, landing and picking up a gun, an M762, taking down both enemies nearby with a burst of bullets. The slaughter commenced. Double kill, triple kill, pentakill. Within a brief span of 3 minutes, the entirety of Picado was cleared, and Chen Zhao had already amassed 8 kills. With an M762 in his hands and a Win-94 sniper rifle on his back, he became an unstoppable force, scavenging for resources before hopping into a pickup truck and driving towards the next safe zone. As Chen Zhao engaged in battle within the desert map, a daily meeting was underway in the editorial team of the Tomato Novel Network. The chief editor stated, "The recommendations for the Book King selection began yesterday, and most of the participating works are already featured on the recommendation list. However, I cannot yet provide data regarding readers' progress, so I cannot report on that. Nevertheless, I can share the daily earnings as increased readership correlates with higher daily earnings, thus offering a reference point. The more a book earns, the greater its likelihood of becoming the Book King." A chorus of editors chimed in, agreeing with the chief editor's logic, urging for the announcement to be made. Chapter 110. Explosive back-end data. The chief editor continued, given the multitude of entries. Announcing all of them would be excessive, so we will only disclose the top 10 daily earnings for each book category. Is that acceptable? Editor Axe remarked, "So, you're revealing the top 10 for each participating category?" Editor Watermelon noted, "That works. Beyond the top 10, it becomes irrelevant, as only those in the top 10 have a chance at the Book King title." Editor Coldblade added, "Let us see how my works are faring." The chief editor began to announce the top 10 in various categories, starting with the niche categories, which yielded largely positive news. Every participating book had made significant strides. For realistic fiction, the first place is The Remarkable Farmer, with daily earnings of 3,720 yuan, an increase of 800% compared to before being featured. For youth fiction, the first place is Faint Tears Flow, with daily earnings of 3,218 yuan, an increase of 200% from before the recommendation. For tomb raiding fiction, the first place is Ghost Wall, with daily earnings of 4,452 yuan, an increase of 400% from prior. For fantasy fiction, the first place is The Blade Walker, with daily earnings of 5,825 yuan, a 305% increase compared to before. One by one, categories were announced, with editors occasionally sharing triumphant expressions, clearly pleased that the works under their purview had secured prominent positions, or that many of their works had made it to the top 10 list. Finally, it was time for the urban fiction category. The chief editor declared, "I'm not going to reveal the top urban fiction book directly. I must build suspense that a remarkable book has emerged. Its performance is outstanding. Can anyone guess which book it is?" Upon hearing this, the editors became agitated. The chief editor was notoriously harsh with his evaluations. Mediocre works were deemed garbage, while good ones were merely labeled average. Only truly exceptional works could earn the chief editor's praise of not bad. Therefore, a book that could prompt the chief editor to call it remarkable and outstanding must be something extraordinary. But which book could it be? Editor Watermelon speculated. It wouldn't happen to be my book Master of Dumplings, would it? That one seems quite promising. Editor Tang Yuan. The Master of Pan-Fried Buns is merely a mediocre culinary narrative. How could it possibly be deemed a remarkable urban novel? In my opinion, the true contender is my work, God of Bluefish. Its accolades are widely recognized, and I need not elaborate further. Editor Lung Dao interjected. God of Bluefish has been around for years. It must surely be my own Dancing Ink of the Fiery Sun. The data for Dancing Ink of the Fiery Sun is simply stunning. The growth in followers is akin to riding a rocket. One editor after another chimed in with their titles, each believing their urban bestseller deserved the title of exceptional achievement. Finally, the chief editor spoke up. "None of you are correct. All of your guesses are wrong." A chorus of astonishment filled the room. How could none of these top urban literary works be the answer? Some had even been hailed as textbooks for urban literature. What then could it be? It is a book under Axman's guidance. Chen Zhao's my profile picture printed on the dollar. The chief editor sent a laughing emoji. Revealing the answer. Chapter 111. Thunder God and Rabbit God. The editors gasped in shock. Editor Shiguo remarked, Chen Zhao's book. Didn't he just sign on as a newcomer this year? Editor Leng Dao questioned, how well is it performing? Is it possible it has surpassed 5,000 in daily earnings? Editor Axman retorted, 5,000? You underestimate my author. Editor Tang Yuan exclaimed, what? Does that mean it's not just 5,000? Could it be reaching 7 or 8,000? The editors felt a chill of fear. After all, the top earners in other categories only pulled in 2,000 to 3,000 daily, and a few in broader categories managed 4,000 to 5,000 yet. These works paled in comparison to Chen Zhao's profile picture on the dollar. A new book with less than 1 million words, written by a novice, was outperforming numerous established authors' works on its very first day of promotion. The chief editor revealed, Chen Zhao's my profile picture printed on the dollar achieved over 10,000 in daily earnings yesterday, making it the #1 in urban literature and across all channels. The editors were left in disbelief. Daily earnings exceeding 10,000. That was equivalent to the total of the top earners from other categories combined. No wonder the chief editor had called it an extraordinary book. Such results were indeed remarkable. Despite not yet reaching 1 million words, one would assume the daily earnings would be significantly lower than those of tomes boasting millions of words. Yet it was quite the opposite. This demonstrated just how terrifying the reader retention rate for this book was. Though reluctant to concede, all the editors understood clearly, if Chen Zhao's profile picture on the dollar maintained this momentum, the title of King of Urban Literature was virtually assured. The disparity in talent was too vast. Editor Shiguo exclaimed, goodness, over 10,000. That's insane. Perhaps we should all quit editing and become authors ourselves. Editor Leng Dao added, this is too frightening. Chief editor, are you sure you didn't miscount by a digit? Editor Axman stated, I always believed Chen Zhao had the potential to make a mark, but I didn't expect it to happen this swiftly. I must meet him and learn from his system. The chief editor replied, Axman, what do you mean by learning from the system? It seems you merely wish to mooch off a success that as an editor. Is it appropriate to constantly covet the author's achievements? Editor Axman simply smiled in response. The following evening, Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein had assembled their team, awaiting the platform's announcement of the draw results. Registration had long been submitted by Zayas Hussein, and their team was named Bamboo Shoot Team. Chen Zhao, incensed, demanded to know why his name was absent. Zayas Hussein evaded his inquiries with a series of topic changes and playful antics, having already submitted the name. It was impossible to alter it, so Chen Zhao begrudgingly accepted the rather cutesy name Bamboo Shoot Team. Inside the live stream, nearly 1 million fans had gathered, and comments were flooding in. Bamboo Shoot Team will prevail. I've changed my username to signify my determination. Chen Zhao retorted to Zayas Hussein, curse be it. Why does Zayas Hussein insist on teaming up with me? Can't we be separate? The young player commented, I wonder who Bamboo Shoot Team's first opponents are. Chen Zhao's combat prowess is unquestionable, but Zayas Hussein is clearly a liability. Let's hope we don't face a strong team in the first round, or we might get eliminated. Jiang Hudrin remarked, indeed, we must avoid strong opponents. Ideally, we encounter an unknown team, so Chen Zhao can carry us through. Most fans express confidence in Chen Zhao's skills, while deeming Zayas Hussein's abilities lacking, hoping for a manageable first match against a weaker team to ensure advancement. With their expectations high, the platform finally released the draw results. Bamboo Shoot Team versus Thunder God Team. Room number 6708, Island Map, 0.5x Zone. The room number was created specifically for the team selection, featuring the traditional island map with the 0.5x zone indicating a faster shrinking circle. Given that there were only 4 players on the map, time was of the essence. A swift search for supplies followed by a decisive battle was the goal. Upon seeing their opponents, Chen Zhao felt a wave of confusion. Thunder God Team? Which team was that? It was understandable not to recognize them, as the team names were all hastily assigned, and none were familiar with the others. However, from the comments in the live stream, Chen Zhao realized that the situation might be more serious than anticipated. Zhao Gu is in for a challenge, facing Thunder God and Rabbit God, 2 professional players. The situation is dire. Right from the start, we encounter formidable foes. Thunder God and Rabbit God are perfectly suited to counter Chen Zhao. We're doomed. It seems advancement is unlikely. Time was pressing. With just 5 minutes left before the match commenced, Chen Zhao searched for the room number to enter. He queried his fans. Do you all know anything about Thunder God teams, Thunder God and Rabbit God? What are their credentials? Fans bombarded the chat with messages, but Chen Zhao couldn't keep up with the flood. However, Zayas Hussein recognized the opponents and, pale-faced, desperately explained, Thunder God and Rabbit God are nicknames in the Battle Royale community. Both were once professional esports players with outstanding achievements. But for various reasons, they've transitioned to being streamers. Their skills are exceptional. Their nicknames reflect their combat styles. Combat styles? Chen Zhao was puzzled, unsure how this was relevant. Thunder God tends to fill his backpack with various throwing weapons while carrying minimal ammunition and health supplies. Once combat begins, he hurls flashbangs and smoke grenades with reckless abandon, disorienting enemies and causing chaos amidst the smoke that he then launches grenades to finish off foes trapped within. Zayas Hussein analyzed. Thus, facing Thunder God often means you won't get to showcase your impressive shooting skills. Instead, you'll likely fall victim to his tactics. Wait, how does that even work? Chen Zhao was bewildered. And what about Rabbit God? There are no rabbits in a battle royale game. The title Rabbit God describes his elusive nature. Akin to a rabbit's agility and cunning, that there's a saying. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, indicating how difficult they are to catch. Zayas Hussein elaborated. Rabbit God is hard to spot during matches, even if detected. His movements are incredibly nimble, allowing him to evade bullets with finesse that he is quite the challenge to deal with. Therefore, both Thunder God and Rabbit God will likely avoid direct confrontations with you, meaning your marksmanship won't come into play. They will choose to ambush you instead, Zayas Hussein concluded. Chen Zhao's expression turned grave, that he had initially thought the preliminary rounds of this streamer selection contest would be simple, merely requiring casual play to advance, but he had not anticipated facing 2 such troublesome professional players, that he needed to approach this with utmost seriousness. Taking a deep breath, he noticed the room was now filled with 4 players, with Rabbit God and Thunder God in position. The countdown to the match's start dwindled to just 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Chapter 112. Entering the final circle, the familiar quality plaza materialized on Chen Zhao's computer screen. However, unlike the usual clamor of voices typical of the plaza, this time it was eerily silent, devoid of players crawling like caterpillars, shouting obscenities, or those swinging their fists in anger. Only 4 individuals stood present. Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein occupied one side, while Thunder God and Rabbit God stood across from them, a distance of several meters apart, neither making a move, merely observing one another. The countdown concluded. The players boarded the plane. Chen Zhao and Zayas Hussein began discussing strategy. We have 2 options. The first is to watch Thunder God and Rabbit God jump, follow their lead, and land to gather weapons for a swift resolution. Chen Zhao quickly assessed, however, this approach carries inherent risks, as following them means we will touch down a few seconds later, which could be quite dangerous. The second option is to let them jump first, then we leap in a distant direction to gather equipment before converging for the final showdown, Chen Zhao proposed. Yet, this method also has its drawbacks. If they spot us first in the final circle, we could be in serious trouble. After all, in a showdown among skilled players, every second counts. We should jump further away. Following them would be too risky, Zayas Hussein said, her voice tense, clearly anxious about becoming an early casualty. Agreed, Chen Zhao nodded. Suddenly, 2 shadows leaped from the plane. Thunder God and Rabbit God had made their descent. Chen Zhao quickly shifted his perspective to observe their trajectory. It seemed they were headed for Peace City. The terrain of Peace City was intricate enough, and both Thunder God and Rabbit God were seasoned ambushers, making it an ideal battleground for them. Moreover, Peace City was rich in resources, ensuring they would be well equipped if they secured the area. Their choice to land there was logical enough. Upon opening the minimap, a marker was placed at her city, and Chen Zhao, accompanied by Little Bamboo Shoot, leaped forth. Unlike previous occasions when deploying the parachute necessitated a cautious survey for potential enemies, this time the global player count stood at a mere 4. Subtracting their teammates left only 2 adversaries, rendering them entirely unconcerned about ambushes upon landing. Hurry and gather supplies, then find a place to hide. Bring along more throwable weapons. A few medicinal items will suffice, and there is no need to carry excessive ammunition, Chen Zhao instructed. Understood. Little Bamboo Shoot nodded in agreement, performing a roll upon landing and dashing toward the nearest building. Chen Zhao's strategy was rooted in sound reasoning that in a typical game scenario, one would frequently encounter varying numbers of enemies, leading to exchanges of fire of differing durations. Thus, possessing ample ammunition and medical supplies becomes paramount. Running out of bullets mid-conflict would be exceedingly awkward, and finding oneself out of healing items after taking a few hits while taking cover would be even more mortifying. However, with only 2 enemies present in this match, any gunfire would likely culminate in a decisive confrontation. Consequently, healing items were virtually unnecessary, and the focus shifted toward acquiring more throwable weapons to engage in a contest of explosives. Oh, Thunder God, you fancy throwing grenades, do you? We'll gather a multitude of grenades to hurl as well. Let us see whose arsenal is greater. Chen Zhao and Little Bamboo Shoot scoured for supplies independently, fully aware of the distance to their enemies, yet still moved with remarkable speed. After all, the sooner they completed their search, the sooner they could prepare for the impending encounter point. 10 minutes later, our city had been thoroughly searched. Chen Zhao donned a level 3 helmet and level 2 armor, wielding an Uzi and an AKM, while his level 3 backpack was filled with hand grenades, flashbangs, and smoke grenades, save for a medical kit and 2 painkillers. Little Bamboo Shoot sported a level 2 helmet and level 3 armor, brandishing a fully equipped M416 and S686. Her backpack similarly stuffed with throwable weapons. Is that a level 3 armor you're wearing? Chen Zhao inquired. Indeed. What of it? Little Bamboo Shoot replied. Take it off and give it to me. Upon this declaration, both Chen Zhao's and Little Bamboo Shoot's live streams erupted with fervor. The viewers' comments cascaded like a waterfall. Damn it, Chen Zhao, you rascal. Little Bamboo Shoot. Don't heed his words. What a bandit. What a rogue. Chen Zhao is bullying Little Bamboo Shoot so shamelessly. I'm unfollowing. Chen Zhao is bullying Little Bamboo Shoot so shamelessly. I'm following. Shocking. A renowned male streamer audaciously demands a female streamer to strip during live broadcast. Are you from the Shock Brigade? After a moment of hesitation, Little Bamboo Shoot approached Chen Zhao and obediently removed her level 3 armor, tossing it to the ground. Chen Zhao promptly picked it up and donned it, discarding his previous level 2 armor for Little Bamboo Shoot to wear. The atmosphere in Little Bamboo Shoot's stream was filled with lamentation. Little Bamboo Shoot, how could you lack such backbone? You're nothing but Chen Zhao as puppet. This is infuriating, to watch a goddess being bullied by a scruffy lad. Seeing her fans' dismay, Little Bamboo Shoot managed a wry smile and shrugged in resignation, explaining, I have no choice. My skills are lacking, and equipping it myself would merely be a waste. If I provide Chen Zhao with better gear, perhaps he can lead me to victory. Chen Zhao, overhearing Little Bamboo Shoot's words, refrained from rebuttal or offering reassurance, and instead nodded earnestly. Little Bamboo Shoot is correct. In this match, her role is simply to carry the level 4 backpack and serve as a target to draw fire when necessary. Little Bamboo Shoot pouted, rolling her eyes incessantly. The poisonous circle contracted at a pace twice as fast as usual, swiftly enveloping several zones. As they descended lower, it ultimately settled on the right half of Peace City. The distance between our city and Peace City was not excessively far, and Chen Zhao urged Little Bamboo Shoot onward as they sprinted toward Peace City's periphery. The closer they approached Peace City, the more tension mounted within Chen Zhao, likely mirrored by Little Bamboo Shoot. Thunder God and Rabbit God had indeed hit the jackpot. Not only was the circle favoring them, but their playstyle was well suited to urban warfare. And now the final circle had narrowed to the densely clustered buildings of Peace City. The scales of victory appeared to be tipping increasingly in favor of Thunder God's team. Were this a showdown in an open plain, Chen Zhao would feel confident in dispatching them with a few well-aimed shots. However, within the labyrinth of buildings, surrounded by cover and potential hiding spots, his chances of victory plummeted. There's a restroom over there. Let us take refuge inside, Chen Zhao proposed. They slipped into a restroom on the outskirts of Peace City, having already been searched. The door stood ajar, and both crouched behind it, peering through the gap outside. "Should we close the door?" Little Bamboo Shoot asked. "Leave it open. It'll give the impression that no one is here," Chen Zhao replied. "Now, we simply wait to see where the next circle contracts, and we will adapt our strategy accordingly. Ideally, we can wait for an opportunity to ambush Thunder God and Rabbit God, springing forth to unleash a barrage of gunfire to conclude the battle. If that doesn't materialize, we'll throw smoke grenades, shrouding the final circle in chaos before engaging at close quarters." "Understood." Little Bamboo Shoot's eyes widened with anticipation, nervously fixating on the computer screen. Chapter 113. Instant kill of Thunder God. Fortune began to smile upon Chen Zhao and Little Bamboo Shoot as the poisonous circle gradually shrank. Yet their hiding place remained well within its bounds. The safe zone continued to diminish, and enemies were about to appear. Chen Zhao held his breath, eyes glued to the screen while his ears strained to catch any sounds through his headphones. Suddenly, a smoke grenade arced through the air, exploding not far from the restroom, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of white. Following that came a second, a third, and a fourth. Someone was indiscriminately tossing smoke grenades. Without a doubt, Thunder God had arrived. Thunder God likely believed that with the final circle upon them, the enemy was within striking distance, necessitating the creation of a smokescreen. Chen Zhao remained fixated on the restroom's exterior, attempting to trace the trajectory of the smoke grenades to ascertain Thunder God's position. But despite straining his eyes, he could discern nothing. Thunder God's throwing technique was exceedingly elusive, rendering it impossible to pinpoint his actual location. "Little Bamboo Shoot, you throw as well," Chen Zhao suddenly instructed. "First, toss a smoke grenade at the restroom entrance, then step outside and hurl smoke grenades all around you. Empty your entire stock." Little Bamboo Shoot quickly retrieved a smoke grenade. Tossing it at the restroom door, the smoke billowed in. She bent down and stepped out, utilizing the smoke as cover to hurl grenades in all directions. Chen Zhao followed suit, throwing 2 grenades of his own. The entire safe zone became enveloped in smoke, resembling a dense fog where visibility was virtually non-existent. Yet thus far, neither side had caught sight of the other, though both could palpably sense their presence nearby. The viewers in the live stream were rife with anxiety. "You are my vitamin. This situation is shrouded in mystery." Second generation. Thunder God already revels in tossing throwable weapons during the final circle. The chaos is already overwhelming. And now Chen Zhao and Little Bamboo Shoot are joining in complete pandemonium. Enamel tea jug. I fear Chen Zhao's chances of victory are slim. In an open area, his marksmanship could easily take out both enemies. But now, with visibility obscured, winning is a distant dream. Chocolate cup. It's utterly hopeless. Thunder God and Rabbit God always triumph through such smoke screens and flashbangs. Watch for Little Bamboo Shoot's imminent elimination. Shang Bouillon. I too do not hold much hope for Little Bamboo Shoot's team. In this urban environment replete with smoke grenades, it's evidently Thunder God's territory. Chen Zhao paid no heed to the tumult in the live stream, wholly concentrated on locating the enemy. At last, the next circle moved beyond the restroom. Only 6 meters away, Chen Zhao crouched and cautiously stepped outside, carefully navigating through the smoke to swiftly re-enter the circle and conceal himself behind a bush near the wall. Footsteps. Chen Zhao caught a faint sound of footsteps, just as he was about to discern their direction. A thunderous explosion rang out. "Ah, I've been knocked down!" Little Bamboo Shoot shrieked as a grenade landed right at her feet, instantly depleting her health. Boom! Another resounding blast followed. It's over. I'm done for." Little Bamboo Shoot exclaimed in terror and indignation. "How could I not see them? Yet they could see me." "Fear not. Your historical mission has been accomplished," Chen Zhao reassured. Unfazed, he had never counted on Little Bamboo Shoot to play a pivotal role. She had exhausted all her smoke grenades, creating an extensive smokescreen, thus fulfilling her task. However, the fact that she had not even caught a glimpse of the enemy before being taken out by consecutive grenades left Chen Zhao somewhat rattled. Indeed, Thunder God was formidable, a master of explosives. The opposition was strong and challenging to confront. In the live stream, many viewers who had previously rooted for Little Bamboo Shoot's victory now found their morale plummeting. Hardly anyone believed in their chances anymore. The little girl eating stars. It's over. It's gone from 2 against 2 to 1 against 2. Victory is impossible. Food eater. If the opponents were average players, Chen Zhao might still have a chance, but they are professional players. In a firefight, 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. The bookworm, little bamboo shoot, truly was a liability. Had she been paired with a different teammate, at least she might have seen the enemies before perishing, rather than dying in vain. Aja and Aja. It's over. To be eliminated in the first match is a significant loss for Chen Zhao. I was hoping to see him unleash his prowess in the finals. Brain axe. Let us disperse. It's all over. Chen Zhao was now at the peak of anxiety. The arena was rife with flying grenades, sounding as though they were in the heart of a bombing zone, with explosions erupting all around. Thunder God and Rabbit God were systematically clearing the safe zone with their grenades. Where were the enemies hiding? Chen Zhao continually adjusted his breathing, striving to calm himself that in such a perilous situation, panic was the last thing he could afford. Only by remaining composed could he perform miraculous feats. The smoke grenades he had previously thrown had begun to dissipate, revealing more of the surroundings at last. As a cloud of smoke cleared in the distance, Chen Zhao spotted a figure sprinting. His AKM was raised in an instant. Bang, 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 3 7.62mm bullets sliced through the air, piercing the remaining smoke. All 3 shots struck true. You have knocked down Thunder God with a headshot using the AKM assault rifle. In a mere second and a half, Thunder God had gone from appearing to being shot down. Chen Zhao once again demonstrated his extraordinary marksmanship and lightning-fast reflexes. Thunder God is down. There's one more, came the excited voice of Xiao Zhuzuan through the headset. Chen Zhao tossed a grenade beside Thunder God, eliminating him, and continued to survey the area with his AKM, searching for the last enemy. Meanwhile, in another live stream, Thunder God stared blankly at his computer screen. That it had all happened too swiftly. He barely registered the events before he had been shot down. And just as he clumsily attempted to hide behind a wall, a grenade exploded in his face, instantly turning the screen from color to black and white. What the hell just happened? How did I die? Thunder God muttered in confusion. Be careful. Rabbit God. That Chen Zhao is as formidable as the rumors suggest. One encounter, and you'll be eliminated. Try to sneak around from behind. Do not confront him directly. Thunder God suddenly recalled something and hurriedly contacted Rabbit God through his headset. Understood, Rabbit God replied, his tone clearly tinged with anxiety. The instantaneous elimination of his comrade had indeed rattled him. Thunder God was no slouch either. He hadn't even had the chance to fire back. Just how formidable was his opponent? Chen Zhao threw several more smoke and flashbang grenades, enhancing the confusion in the area, then stealthily moved into the brush, distancing himself from his previous firing position. As expected, just seconds after he had left, a series of explosions erupted where he had stood, clearly the work of Rabbit God. Had he not vacated the spot in time, the game would have already ended. Chapter 114. Saving the drowning victim. The fans in the live stream were practically in a frenzy. The more critical the moment, the more fervently they cheered. It's the final showdown, 1 against 1. Who will triumph? The live-streaming maestro Chen Zhao, or the professional player Rabbit God? I initially thought Thunder God's team would win, but after Chen Zhao took him down, it's anyone's game. Stay tuned. The outcome will be decided in under a minute. Whoever is faster and more accurate will claim victory. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhao, as he crouched in an inconspicuous patch of grass, he remained vigilant, watching the buildings and smoke around him, waiting for Rabbit God to appear. Chen Zhao had reached the edge of the next safe zone. This was likely the final circle, and any further shrinking would result in elimination. Rabbit God had yet to show himself. He certainly had not entered the zone. All that was left was to wait for his prey. At last, 2 smoke grenades sailed in from behind a wall, creating a cloud in the center of the circle. Rabbit God vaulted over the wall. Chen Zhao raised his weapon to fire. Simultaneously, Rabbit God spotted the concealed Chen Zhao and unleashed a volley from his M416. Due to the smoke's obstruction, pinpointing each other's exact locations was nearly impossible. Chen Zhao could not aim for Rabbit God's head. He could only fire at the general area. The 7.62mm rounds from Chen Zhao's AKM and the 5.56mm bullets from Rabbit God SM416 intertwined in the air, both finding their marks. sending sprays of blood erupting from both adversaries. In the midst of the fierce gunfire, Chen Zhao's computer screen suddenly displayed the victory screen. He had won. He had executed a perfect kill on Rabbit God through the smoke. Xiao Zhuzuan squealed with excitement. For Chen Zhao's victory signified her own advancement. The live stream erupted as fans flooded the chat with 666. Zhaoge is awesome, and Zhaoge is a legend. Numerous affluent viewers sent gifts, either 66 or 99 gifts at once, displaying their generosity. After a mere 2 minutes post-victory, Chen Zhao checked the back-end statistics and saw that he had received over 10,000 yuan in gifts. All right, the next elimination round will be tomorrow evening. So I will sign off for now. See you all then, Chen Zhao declared, disregarding the pleas of Xiao Zhuzuan and his fans as he decisively ended the stream. Recently, Chen Zhao had been limiting himself to just one game per day. Playing daily and winning consistently had begun to wear thin on him. Furthermore, his recent focus had shifted towards his writing endeavors. Suddenly remembering that he had become so engrossed in the elimination round that he had yet to check his novel's daily earnings. He hurriedly opened the back end of the Tomato novel website to view the previous day's earnings. What the heck? Chen Zhao exclaimed. A bold line of black text illuminated his computer screen. Yesterday's earnings, 687.65 yuan. 12,687, an increase of over 2,000 from the previous day's earnings. This was astounding. Chen Zhao felt a surge of excitement. He had never anticipated earning so much in a single day. A daily income of 10,000 was more than sufficient for everyday expenses. Noticing the late hour, Chen Zhao resolved to send some money to his parents tomorrow for them to spend. He certainly could not do so now. If he called them at this hour, they would likely be startled and restless, bombarding him with questions. Just then, he felt a jolt from the system ring on his hand. Moments later, a line of text materialized in his mind. Emergency task. Save the drowning victim. Task details. A drowning victim is about to emerge at the park's small lake. Please proceed to rescue. Saving a life is more valuable than constructing a 7-tier pagoda. The host must depart immediately. Task reward. An increase of 10 days to the high intelligence experience period. Chen Zhao trembled. A drowning victim? Go save a drowning victim? This was a matter of great importance. Saving a life. Since time immemorial, human lives have been paramount. However, there was a significant problem. This issue, if unresolved, would prevent Chen Zhao from successfully rescuing the victim. System. I cannot swim. Chen Zhao exclaimed, frantically rubbing the system ring. Indeed, this was quite critical. Chen Zhao was unable to swim. He was a complete novice. Those who cannot swim should never attempt to rescue someone drowning. It could cost them their own life. Attempting to save a drowning person from the water is extremely dangerous, as the drowning individual may instinctively grasp onto anything within reach, pulling the rescuer underwater with them. Numerous individuals lacking swimming skills rashly jump into a river to save someone, only for two bodies to later float to the surface. The water depth at the park's lake is 1 meter, allowing the host to stand safely within it. Swimming is not required, the system replied. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Only 1 meter deep. Surely someone could climb out of 1 meter of water immediately after falling in. What a farce. As if sensing Chen Zhao's thoughts, the system's text reappeared in his mind. The drowning victim is inebriated and unable to stand in the water. Some individuals can even drown in a basin of water. Over 1 meter of water is sufficient to drown a drunkard. The host must hurry to rescue them. Time is of the essence. Given that the system had stated so, there was no room for hesitation. Without even changing out of his pajamas, Chen Zhao slipped on his sneakers, grabbed his keys and phone, and burst out the door. He sprinted to the entrance of his community, panting heavily as he hailed a taxi. To the park, quickly, Chen Zhao gasped. I have an emergency. The driver hesitated. At this hour, it's quite congested. I'll give you 600. Can you make it in 10 minutes? Chen Zhao asked directly. Buckle up, brother. We're taking off. The driver's expression instantly hardened, and with a firm push on the accelerator, the old taxi's engine roared as it sped away. Indeed, the seasoned driver was swift. Every taxi driver with a decade of experience possesses the soul of a race car driver. This old-looking taxi, despite its age, surged down the midnight highway with the speed and smoothness of a brand-new luxury sports car. Chen Zhao fastened his seatbelt, gripping the armrest to prevent being thrown about. As the driver navigated the bustling traffic, shifting gears and steering deftly, the engine roaring forward. Upon catching sight of the park's entrance from a distance, Chen Zhao scanned the driver's QR code and paid 650 yuan. The taxi screeched to a halt at the park entrance, and Chen Zhao flung open the door, dashing off. Time was of the essence when saving a life, especially in drowning scenarios. Arriving even 10 seconds sooner could mean the difference between life and death. Chen Zhao had never run this fast, even during his physical education exams. His legs felt as if they were flying. He poured every ounce of his energy into his sprint. The park was nearly deserted at this late hour, with a solitary streetlight flickering far off, casting shadows in the stillness. Chen Zhao could distinctly hear his own labored breaths and the wind whistling past. Faster. He urged himself onward. At last, he reached the edge of the small lake in the park, gradually slowing his pace as he scanned the shore, but there was no sign of anyone struggling in the water, nor did he hear any cries for help or splashes. Where could they be? Had they already lost consciousness beneath the surface? Or had he arrived too late? Chapter 115. The grim news of Deng Taijun, just as Chen Zhao was about to rub the system ring to inquire further. He suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. The silhouette was on the far side of the lake, and from afar, it appeared to be a woman clad in a flowing white dress. Her long golden waves cascading down her back, her figure curvaceous. However, her gait was clearly unsteady, swaying precariously. It was evident she was in a dazed state. This must be the inebriated individual the system had mentioned. Chen Zhao hurriedly raised his voice in an attempt to shout, urging the inebriated woman to move away from the lake's edge. However, before he could utter a word, the woman in the white dress suddenly swayed to the side. And with a resounding splash, she plunged into the water. Damn. He was a step too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhao dashed towards the lake to rescue her. The drowning woman was already flailing about, struggling for breath, intermittently letting out weak cries for help. The water at the lake's edge was only a meter deep. If she had attempted to stand, she wouldn't have needed to fight against the water. Yet, in her drunken state, she could barely manage to walk on land, let alone cope with the panic of being submerged. The park was deserted at night, devoid of any illumination, and under normal circumstances, this woman might have drowned. Fortunately, Chen Zhao had arrived just in time. He rushed to the lakeside without hesitation, leaping into the water with a splash. The spot where the inebriated woman had fallen was not far from the shore, and Chen Zhao quickly grasped her arm, pulling her towards the bank. The woman, in her frantic state, continued to struggle, landing several slaps on Chen Zhao's face, nearly swelling it with the force of her thrashing. After considerable effort, he finally managed to haul her onto the shore. "You're safe now. Stop kicking," Chen Zhao shouted, soaking wet. The woman continued to flail for a moment before finally ceasing her movements, rising to cough and retch. It was evident she had ingested a significant amount of water, and her vomiting was copious. As Chen Zhao patted her back to assist in her expulsion, he suddenly felt an unsettling familiarity. This woman looked vaguely recognizable. By the light of the moon and the distant street lamps, he squinted to see her more clearly and gasped in shock. This woman was none other than his landlord, Deng Zixin. Landlord? Chen Zhao was taken aback. Deng Zixin looked up at him, spitting a mouthful of lake water onto his face. Chen Zhao lowered his gaze to wipe his face, only to discover strands of waterweed clinging to him. Yet it was undeniable. This was indeed Deng Zixin. That a twist of fate, he mused. What were the odds of being summoned to rescue someone only to find it was his own landlord? After several minutes, Deng Zixin had finally finished coughing and retching, her expression weary as she looked up at Chen Zhao, her gaze much clearer than before. "What brings you here?" she asked, her tone lacking its usual fiery edge, now tinged with fatigue. "I was passing by and saw someone thrashing in the water, so I jumped in to rescue them. Upon bringing you back to shore, I realized it was you," Chen Zhao explained. Shrugging his shoulders, Deng Zixin stared intently at him, her brow furrowing as if sensing something amiss, though unable to pinpoint what it was. Chen Zhao felt a twinge of unease under her scrutiny, and suddenly recalled something, beginning to rummage through his pockets and then searching through the grass. "What are you doing?" Deng Zixin asked, perplexed. "My phone is gone," Chen Zhao exclaimed after searching for a while. a hint of despair creeping into his voice. I didn't zip my pocket, so it must have fallen into the lake when I dove in to rescue you, damn. He sighed heavily, sitting down, feeling utterly disheartened. While the phone itself was not particularly valuable, the contents within were irreplaceable. Photos, drafts, study materials, cherished videos, all lost. I'll get you a new phone later, Deng Zixin offered. That would be great. Chen Zhao nodded, relieved that his affluent landlord was willing to assist him in replacing it. His leap into the lake wasn't entirely in vain after all, although he was still dripping wet. Shall we head back? You seem to have sobered up, Chen Zhao observed, tilting his head towards Deng Zixin, who was now pulling strands of waterweed from her hair. I feel awful. Let me rest a moment longer, she replied. Chen Zhao had no choice but to sit beside her, realizing that he might need to help her home. Leaving her to fend for herself would be irresponsible, and he was determined to ensure her safe return. What compelled you to drink so much? Chen Zhao recalled the critical inquiry. If I hadn't passed by tonight, you could have drowned, even with the water being only a meter deep. When I'm feeling down, I drink, Deng Zixin sighed. What is you feeling so low? Chen Zhao was taken aback. You're so beautiful and wealthy. What could possibly trouble you? Did your boyfriend leave you? My father is ill, Deng Zixin stated bluntly. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned, unprepared for such news, unsure of how to respond. Deng Taijun was sick. If it were just a cold or a mild fever. Deng Zixin wouldn't have resorted to drowning her sorrows in alcohol. It must be something serious that in fact, it could very well be cancer. Chen Zhao had previously met Deng Taijun. They had shared a meal together, and he even had his WeChat contact. The last time they met, Deng Taijun had appeared in good health, looking like a robust elder. Chen Zhao had believed he would live a long life. Yet, not long after, he had fallen gravely ill. Was Deng Zixin drinking to cope with this? What is the situation? Is it serious? Chen Zhao felt compelled to inquire. They haven't determined the illness yet. Deng Zixin gazed silently at the calm surface of the lake, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, uncertain if they were from sorrow or simply remnants from a recent plunge. They haven't figured out what's wrong. Chen Zhao was incredulous, with modern medicine being so advanced. How could there be an undiagnosed illness? He is covered in pimples the size of mung beans, layered on top of each other. Deng Zixin spoke slowly, her voice filled with sorrow. At first, when the pimples burst, white pus oozed out. That wasn't too concerning, just itchy. But after a few days, the pus drained away, and then yellow fluid began to seep out. That my father started experiencing excruciating pain, unable to eat or urinate. It would take over an hour just to have a bowel movement, requiring the use of a glycerin suppository. What is a glycerin suppository? Chen Zhao asked, puzzled. It's a small bottle filled with lubricating glycerin, inserted rectally to aid in bowel movements, Deng Zixin explained. Chen Zhao nodded in understanding. Since the day before yesterday, the pimples have multiplied, nearly covering his entire body. What is coming out now isn't pus or fluid. It's blood. He has been bleeding profusely. That night, he was admitted to the ICU, undergoing continuous blood transfusions. This afternoon, they issued a critical condition notice, but later his condition stabilized. That my brother is there to care for him. I've been looking after him for several days and just stepped out for a breather. Deng Zixin remarked, I've worn them for several weeks. It's time to toss them. Chen Zhao was momentarily speechless. Indeed. A wealthy woman is just that. She nonchalantly deemed her shoes, which cost over 8,000 yuan, as acceptable, and after a few weeks, they were already deemed disposable. If I possessed a pair of shoes worth 8,000 yuan, I would never discard them into a parts garbage bin merely because they had been soaked. Instead, I would showcase them at home, adorned with fruit and incense, bowing to them 3 times a day. Upon reaching the park entrance, Chen Zhao assisted Deng Zixin in seeking out the elderly gatekeeper, requesting his help in hailing a taxi. The gatekeeper, who was dozing off, was startled to see 2 drenched individuals, causing his complexion to pale. Without further thought, he hurriedly fished out his phone to assist in calling a cab. The taxi was nearby and arrived within minutes. The driver, cigarette in mouth, furrowed his brow at Chen Zhao and Deng Zixin, waving his hand in refusal. I just replaced the seat covers. You'll soak them. Wait for the next one. Here, Deng Zixin said, removing the watch from her wrist and tossing it to the driver. The driver, bewildered, caught the watch and asked, "Why are you giving me a watch? Is it valuable?" "It's worth half your fare," Deng Zixin replied bluntly, opening the car door and pulling Chen Zhao inside. Her foot planted firmly on the passenger seat. Drive. After a considerable effort, Chen Zhao finally helped Deng Zixin to her doorstep, but another inconvenience arose. Deng Zixin patted her skirt pocket, retrieving nothing. "Where is the key?" Chen Zhao inquired. "It has gone," Deng Zixin responded, gazing blankly at the security door. "Gone?" Chen Zhao covered her face, marveling at the park's lake's peculiar enchantment. Her phone had fallen into the lake, and now Deng Zixin's keys had too. "It truly is gone," Deng Zixin reiterated after checking her pockets again. "I think I left it at the barbecue place." A moment of silence ensued, and the motion sensor light in the hallway extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Chen Zhao stamped her foot to rekindle the light. "So what do we do now?" Chen Zhao asked. "Should I call a locksmith? I could borrow a phone from the gatekeeper at the community entrance. Do you still have your keys?" Deng Zixin queried. Chen Zhao checked her pocket and produced her keys. "Let us go to your place." Deng Zixin waved her hand dismissively. Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback. "What? We'll crash at your place for the night." Deng Zixin sneezed. "I am exhausted. Let us skip the hassle and get some sleep." "Isn't that rather inappropriate?" Chen Zhao stammered. "Hurry up. Stop dawdling. I'm completely worn out, that I'm a woman, and I'm not afraid. So what are you scared of?" Deng Zixin kicked Chen Zhao lightly. Left with no choice, Chen Zhao assisted Deng Zixin downstairs and opened the door. Deng Zixin returned from the park with muddy feet, but made no attempt to wash them. She simply flopped onto the bed and pulled the covers over herself. Chen Zhao felt she should at least dry her hair. Sleeping with damp hair would surely lead to a cold. Yet before she could voice her concern, Deng Zixin was already snoring evenly. With no alternative, Chen Zhao turned on the air conditioning, set it to heating, and settled onto the sofa for the night. The following morning, as Chen Zhao awoke, she was greeted by the sound of running water. "Water? Why is there water?" Chen Zhao froze for a moment before realizing Deng Zixin was showering in the bathroom. Chapter 117. The doctor's professional mission. Instinctively, Chen Zhao swallowed hard, quickly calming herself, focusing on her breathing to regain composure. Hungry, she ventured into the kitchen to fry some eggs. Typically, Chen Zhao would fry 2 eggs for herself. But considering Deng Zixin's presence, she opted to prepare an additional 2, hoping she might be willing to take a few bites. Just as she finished transferring the eggs to a plate, 2 pale, damp hands suddenly reached over and seized the plate. "Thank you," Deng Zixin said, dashing away with the plate, clad in Chen Zhao's t-shirt and sweatpants. Surprisingly, it fit her quite well. Likely her own clothes had been soaked, prompting her to borrow from Chen Zhao's wardrobe. Chen Zhao had intended to mention that she had set aside eggs for herself, but Deng Zixin was already digging in, devouring them ravenously, clearly very hungry. With no choice, Chen Zhao fried herself another 2 eggs and sat down across from Deng Zixin to eat. "I borrowed your clothes for now. After I finish eating, I'll head to the hospital. I need to stay with my dad for the next few days, that I'll be busy with the funeral arrangements too, so if you don't need anything urgent, please refrain from contacting me for a while." "We can talk later," Deng Zixin said without looking up. "All right," Chen Zhao nodded. These were minor matters. After saying her piece, Deng Zixin hurried out, slamming the door behind her. She had many tasks ahead. Chen Zhao felt a pang of sympathy for her, so young and already facing the loss of a father. The coming nights would undoubtedly be filled with her tears. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Zhao, and she rubbed the system ring. System, is there any way to cure Deng Zixin's father? The system, with its vast powers, might possess a solution, perhaps a prescription that could heal him. However, the outcome left Chen Zhao profoundly disappointed. The host's abilities cannot currently facilitate a cure. Indeed, illness can strike like a mountain falling, and Deng Tianjuan's condition had reached a critical stage. Even the system had no remedy. Miracles remained an unrealistic luxury. Yet unexpectedly, the system continued, panting in its speech, revealing a second part. However, the host can activate the extra professional task option to provide a cure for Deng Tianjun. Chen Zhao's body jolted. There was a way. There truly was a means to heal Deng Tianjun. The system was indeed remarkable. What does this extra professional task entail? What must I do to cure Deng Tianjun? Chen Zhao pressed the system ring. her expression urgent. Soon, the system's text appeared. Extra professional task entails the host researching a new profession and maintaining that professional identity for an extended period. For instance, if the host chooses the medical profession, they can unlock the doctor skill system, purchasing relevant medical skill points to provide treatment for Deng Taijun. Detected willingness from the host to treat Deng Taijun. Would you like to initiate the doctor professional task? Instinctively, Chen Zhao wanted to agree, but hesitated, sensing the complexity of the situation. The system wouldn't offer medical skills without a cost. Opportunities rarely fall from the sky. To gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice something else. If I agree to initiate the doctor professional task, what exactly will I need to do? Chen Zhao inquired. The host must accept specific medical tasks to save lives for particular targets. Chen Zhao thought to herself, as expected, according to the system, if she accepted this task, she would be required to treat patients. However, this was not an unacceptable proposition. To save a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. Having the ability to heal and save lives is undoubtedly a good thing. Reflecting on how Deng Taijun had once hosted a banquet for her, she felt compelled to repay even a small kindness. Now that Deng Taijun was gravely ill, if she could help, there was no reason to stand idly by. Even if the cost was steep and she would be directed by the system to save lives, it would be worth it. Come on. System, grant me the medical skills. I want to save Deng Taijun. Chen Zhao pressed the system ring. Her gaze resolute. In response to Chen Zhao's fervent call, the system text began to appear. Successfully initiated the doctor professional task. Professional task 1. Save the dying Deng Taijun. Required, advanced herbal medicine knowledge skill book. Would you like to deduct fame points to exchange for the advanced herbal medicine knowledge skill book? Chen Zhao was taken aback. A deduction of fame points. The system had previously informed her that fame points could be exchanged for high intelligence time, a precious commodity, equivalent to real money. Unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to spend her fame points. Yet, the urgency to save Deng Taijun outweighed her reluctance. Not to mention spending fame points, she would even be willing to spend money. Deducted. Chen Zhao declared, waving her hand grandly, though in reality, her heart ached. Deductions complete. The host's remaining fame points balance is 1. Acquired item. Advanced herbal medicine knowledge skill book. Chen Zhao beheld a grand book materializing within the system ring. Quietly suspended in her palm, the IT was a rather ethereal tome composed of countless points of light, thick enough to span several thousand pages. Undoubtedly the advanced herbal medicine knowledge skill book she had just exchanged her fame points for. Clenching her fists suddenly, the massive tome shattered into myriad points of light, converging from her palm into her brain. Chen Zhao closed her eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooding into her mind. Pangolins. Calla lilies, kudzu, white perilla seeds, white mustard seeds, turmeric aristolochia, Qingyang ginseng, emerald cloudgrass, wisteria, Chinese dogwood roots, white quartz bitterstone lotus, lovage, nightshade, red resin, pearl ginseng, oregano. Thousands of herbal medicines, each with its properties, effects, side effects, and prescriptions. An overwhelming torrent of complex knowledge rushed into Chen Zhao's mind like a river. For a moment, she experienced a splitting headache. The sheer volume of knowledge felt insurmountable, taking her a while to regain some comfort. Before her eyes flashed various medicinal properties and images of herbal medicines like a slideshow. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhao, the knowledge imparted by this skill book could fill half a library, a depth and breadth of understanding that even seasoned doctors in their 80s might not possess. In essence, Chen Zhao's knowledge of herbal medicine had reached the level of an exceptionally rare medical expert. Armed with this knowledge, she could find a way to treat Deng Taijun. First, she needed to assess Deng Taijun's condition. After all, one must prescribe according to the diagnosis, not randomly dispense medication. While some medications can indeed prolong life, their side effects are often exceedingly severe, resulting in considerable harm to the body. That a competent physician should refrain from prescribing such treatments to their patients. Chen Zhao contemplated calling Deng Zixin to inquire about the hospital where Deng Taijun was being treated, but upon searching, he remembered that his mobile phone was missing. Chapter 118. Disguised as an elder. He realized he needed to purchase a new phone. Chen Zhao quickly changed his attire and rushed downstairs. Pushing open the door to the mobile phone store at this early hour, the shop was sparsely populated, with only a stout man sporting a protruding belly seated at the repair counter, yawning as he awaited customers that a few saleswomen, dressed in white blouses with rolled-up sleeves revealing their jade, bracelet-adorned wrists, stood behind the counters, waiting for potential buyers at this moment. Chen Zhao appeared rather disheveled. Having jumped into the lake the previous night, his hair was soaked and unwashed, tangled and matted, with mud clinging to his neck, presenting the image of a scruffy youth from the streets. Consequently, as he entered the store, the sales clerks merely cast him a cursory glance and, with a perfunctory remark of, "Take a look at our new phones and cases," fell silent. Such street urchins typically lack the means to purchase high-end devices, rendering the sales staff disinterested. Chen Zhao discerned their disdain, but chose not to dwell on it. "One foldable screen, please," he stated directly to one of the sales clerks. The clerk paused, visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen Zhao to request a foldable model. "Would you prefer the standard version at 18,888 yuan or the pro version at 21,000 yuan?" the clerk inquired. The question was less about the actual model and more about the pricing. The emphasis on 18,888 and 21,000 was unmistakable, revealing the clerk's assumption that Chen Zhao, a mere boy, was unaware of the exorbitant costs associated with foldable screens. Hoping to deter him with the steep prices, "I'll take the pro version," Chen Zhao replied, pulling out his wallet and placing his bank card on the counter. "Swipe it. I want it now." The clerks finally recognized the arrival of a significant customer. Foldable phones were prohibitively expensive. With very few sold in the store, only 5 units in total. Over the past several months, only one had been sold, and now this young man intended to purchase another. The sales staff sprang into action. Some hastily retrieving the card reader, others rushing to the stockroom for the device, while others offered Chen Zhao tea and attempted to upsell accessories. After acquiring the foldable phone, Chen Zhao turned on his heel and left, powering it on to download QQ and WeChat, logging into his account. His SIM card had been lost in the lake along with his previous phone, rendering him temporarily unable to make calls. Although he could still utilize QQ for messaging, he located landlady Deng Jie in his contacts and, just as he was about to call, remembered that Deng Zixin might be busy and unlikely to answer. Thus, he opted to send a message instead, conveying that he had found a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor and wished to inquire about Deng Taijun's hospital and ward number. After sending the message, Chen Zhao headed straight to a photography studio by the roadside. This establishment was quite large, offering a variety of photographic services. Class presidents booked graduation photos here, couples nearing marriage reserved wedding packages, and seasoned travelers engaged photographers for their adventures. Upon reaching the front desk, Chen Zhao inquired, "Can your makeup artist transform me into an elderly man?" The receptionist appeared momentarily perplexed. "What? I need to be disguised as an elderly man. Can you do that?" "It must be very realistic," Chen Zhao pressed. "I have a special purpose and need to temporarily appear as an elderly gentleman that I noticed you cater to various artistic transformations, so I thought to ask if you could make me look like an old man." "I am willing to pay." The receptionist, still slightly bewildered, nodded and said, "I'll call the makeup artist to check. Please hold on." Chen Zhao waited nearby as the receptionist picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Brother Ma, there's a handsome young man here who wants to be made up as an old man. Can you manage that?" After a brief conversation, the receptionist nodded, hung up, and said to Chen Zhao, "Please follow me." She led him upstairs into a makeup room, where a trendy young man with a small braid was already waiting, wearing an employee badge that read Ma Rila. His name suggested an ethnic background, but he appeared no different from the average person, apart from his flamboyant hairstyle. Those in the arts often had such eccentricities, as makeup itself is a form of artistry. "Brother Ma, can you make me look like an elderly man? The older, the better. Ideally, something resembling an immortal sage." Chen Zhao requested that A Rila assess Chen Zhao's face, nodded, and motioned to a nearby seat. "Have a seat. My fees are quite steep, but I can assure you that the transformation will be indistinguishable. Money is no object." "I appreciate your effort," Chen Zhao replied as he sat down. Ma Rila began to draw fine lines on Chen Zhao's face with various makeup tools, preparing for the extensive process of disguise. Such a significant transformation required meticulous preparation and time. May I ask why you want to be made up as an old man? Marilo inquired as he organized his supplies. Our school is preparing for a graduation ceremony, and there is a skit recruiting actors for a role of an elderly man. The auditions are this afternoon, and I believe that if I can present myself as a convincingly realistic elderly character, I will secure the role. Chen Zhao explained that Marilo nodded, seemingly convinced. Rest assured, I will ensure that your classmates won't recognize you. Chen Zhao was entirely fabricating this story. There was no graduation ceremony, no skit auditions. His true motive for disguising himself as an elderly man was to treat Deng Taijun. If he approached Deng Taijun in his actual form, he would undoubtedly be turned away by the family, who would question the competence of a mere child in medical matters. They would likely summon security if he attempted to examine or prescribe anything. Even if he managed to examine Deng Taijun, the family would certainly refuse to allow him to take the medicine. However, if he transformed into an elderly man, a venerable traditional Chinese medicine doctor with white hair, a hunched back and a cane, his chances of successfully examining and prescribing for Deng Taijun would vastly improve. After all, in the medical field, age often equates to credibility. Young doctors tend to inspire less trust, while older physicians exude a sense of reliability. Desperate families are quick to grasp at the hope offered by a mysterious old doctor. Thus, Chen Zhao needed to disguise himself as an elderly practitioner before seeking out Deng Taijun. This was the plan, but whether it would succeed remained to be seen. That Marilo continued his work, employing various tools to alter Chen Zhao's appearance. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, and finally an hour and a half. Chen Zhao watched as his reflection transformed in the mirror, increasingly resembling a frail, white-haired elder. Chapter 119. The pulse begins. Deng Zixin finally replied to the message. You found an old Chinese medicine doctor? What is his background? Is he reliable? Chen Zhao typed back. He is a miraculous doctor who has cured several terminal illnesses that I paid a hefty sum to hire him. Please send me the ward number. After a moment's hesitation, Deng Zixin responded, Well, let him try. I don't expect him to cure him, just to prolong things a few days so my father can say what he needs to say or to make him a bit more comfortable. She then provided the hospital and ward number, clearly indicating Deng Taijun's location. Deng Zixin's words filled Chen Zhao with sorrow. She had lost hope for Deng Taijun's recovery. After all, a critical condition notice had been issued, akin to a death sentence in medical terms, leaving only the question of when the end would come. Deng Zixin's sole wish was to delay that moment. Chen Zhao clenched his fists. He was not there to merely prolong death, but to intervene and save Deng Taijun from the clutches of illness. Chen Zhao's makeup was nearing completion, and Marilo's skills proved exceptional. Now, when he looked in the mirror, he could hardly recognize himself. Wrinkles, age spots, sagging skin, enlarged pores. He appeared as an octogenarian that a touch of white hair and a white beard would make the disguise even more convincing. An hour later, Chen Zhao arrived at the entrance of the city hospital. At this point, he had completely transformed. Leaning on a jujube cane, clad in coarse cloth shoes and a black robe, with slightly disheveled white hair, his face bore the unmistakable features of a man in his 70s or 80s from any angle. His back was hunched nearly at a 90-degree angle, and his gait was slow yet steady, perfectly aligning with the common perception of a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. The hospital entrance was bustling, and many curious onlookers were watching the old doctor, but fortunately, none approached to question him. Chen Zhao entered the hospital building and made his way to the inpatient department, taking the elevator upstairs. He had arranged to meet Deng Zixin at the elevator. But upon its opening, he glanced around and saw no sign of her. What was happening? Where was she? Had he taken a wrong turn? Feeling somewhat bewildered, he decided to ask a passing young woman for directions. After inquiring, he confirmed he was indeed in the right place. However, where was Deng Zixin? He resolved to wait for a few minutes. If she didn't appear, he would reassess. He tried to avoid pulling out his phone. As an elderly doctor, shouldn't he possess a modern foldable device? Finally, after 2 minutes of waiting, Deng Zixin appeared, her expression anxious and weary as she searched the area. Chen Zhao approached, cupping his fists in salute. May I inquire if you are Miss Deng? As he spoke, Chen Zhao deliberately lowered his voice, attempting to mimic that of an elderly man. After all, Deng Zixin was quite familiar with his voice. Without such disguise, His ruse would be easily exposed. Deng Zixin paused in surprise. "Are you Dr. Li?" Chen Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment. In a previous message to Deng Zixin, he had fabricated a false identity as the doctor. Calling himself Li Shucheng, he hadn't anticipated that Deng Zixin would directly address him as Dr. Li. "Did I dare not claim such a title? Simply call me Dr. Li," Chen Zhao replied with a slight bow. "Please lead me to assess your father's condition." Observing that the so-called Dr. Li was having difficulty moving, Deng Zixin assisted him along the way. Chen Zhao played his part convincingly, taking slow, hunched steps akin to a large shrimp. "Didn't Chen Zhao come to see you off?" Deng Zixin remarked. "Had I known, I would have gone to fetch you myself. It's quite a chaotic scene at the hospital. It's rather disrespectful to have you come alone." "No need for such formality. It is but a trivial matter," Chen Zhao nodded. "Now please enlighten me about your father's condition." Deng Zixin began to describe Deng Taijun's illness to Chen Zhao. He had already heard a general account while at the park by the lake, but now, as she was speaking to a doctor, she included many intricate details that were immensely helpful for assessing Deng Taijun's condition. Chen Zhao listened intently, committing each word to memory, while simultaneously searching his vast reservoir of knowledge for corresponding symptoms and remedies. As Deng Zixin concluded her description, they arrived at the door of Deng Taijun's hospital room. The room was a VIP single suite, a luxury easily afforded by the Deng family's wealth, allowing for better rest and more convenient communication among family members. Upon entering, Chen Zhao beheld relatives clustered around the bed. Most appeared bewildered, while some, having close ties to Deng Taijun, had reddened eyes, evidently having wept recently. Deng Taijun had just undergone a critical rescue and had narrowly survived. "Please make way," allowed Dr. Li to examine him, Deng Zixin instructed. The family members parted, creating a path for Chen Zhao. He finally laid eyes on the central bed, where Deng Taijun lay. The moment he saw him, Chen Zhao was taken aback. Indeed, he was startled. Deng Taijun bore little resemblance to a human being. His entire face and the exposed parts of his hands were covered in yellowish-red lumps, resembling a gigantic lizard in human form. Various tubes were inserted into his body, and numerous white paper-like substances were adhered to him, likely intended to staunch bleeding or combat infection. That if those paper-like materials were wrapped any more densely, Deng Taijun might appear akin to a mummy. The situation was undeniably grave. Deng Taijun's life hung by a thread. Without further ado, Chen Zhao seated himself beside Deng Taijun, grasped his wrist, and commenced taking his pulse. Pulse diagnosis is an exceedingly profound skill. Even the slightest changes can alter the diagnostic outcome. For a novice, mastering the basics of pulse taking would require years of study. However, Chen Zhao needed no such foundational learning. He had a system that had equipped him with ample knowledge. The moment he touched Deng Taijun's wrist, Chen Zhao's expression turned solemn. His brow furrowed as he became acutely aware of the feeble and chaotic pulse of Deng Taijun. If an ordinary person's pulse resembles the rhythmic drops of water upon a surface, then Deng Taijun's pulse at this moment was akin to a scattered drizzle, interspersed with gusts of wind that stirred ripples on the water. It was exceedingly difficult to assess. As Chen Zhao recalled the knowledge imparted by the system, he remained silent, intently sensing Deng Taijun's erratic pulse. Meanwhile, the family members behind him began to murmur. "Who is this old man?" Zixin brought him. "You should ask her that a friend of mine invited him. I heard he cured a terminal illness. So we thought to let him try." "You believe that? We've enlisted so many top specialists from the hospital, yet a frail old man thinks he can just take a pulse? Impossible. Let us prepare for the old man's final rites." Chapter 120. An intriguing prescription. Is this not absurd? We're here treating the old gentleman, and you've summoned an outsider. What will the primary physician think? This old man likely doesn't even possess a medical license. Alas, let us send him away quickly. Chen Zhao overheard the various criticisms directed at him, the majority of which were expressions of skepticism. It was evident that Deng Taijun's family held little faith in him, which was understandable, as they perceived him merely as an obscure old man. Ignoring the chatter, he continued to concentrate on taking the pulse, attuned to the turmoil within Deng Taijun's ailing body. The situation was exceedingly chaotic. As Chen Zhao felt the pulse, it was as if he were untangling a disordered ball of yarn. If only he could find the loose thread, Deng Taijun's ailment could be resolved. Yet, time was of the essence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The family members grew increasingly restless, noting that this so-called Dr. Li had remained motionless for an extended period, resembling a statue, and still had not produced any results. With Deng Taijun on the brink of death, their anxieties surged, and their remarks turned more vehement. Is he not just a charlatan? What kind of Dr. Li is this? A true physician would have reached a conclusion by now. Let us drive him out, pay him off to leave so the old man can rest peacefully. Where did this pretentious old fellow come from? Deng Zixin, too, appeared perplexed. She retrieved her phone to message Chen Zhao, seeking to ascertain the legitimacy of this Dr. Li. However, after waiting a considerable time without a response, she recalled that Chen Zhao might be in class, and reluctantly put her phone away. At last, Dr. Li released Deng Taijun's pulse, exhaling a deep sigh. The family members fell silent, as despite their earlier intentions to expel him, they instinctively wished to hear the diagnosis. Yet after a protracted wait, Dr. Li uttered not a word, instead producing a piece of paper and a pen, beginning to write a prescription. Chen Zhao's knowledge from the system allowed him to prescribe medicine, but he could not perform acupuncture or similar techniques. Having gleaned a basic understanding of Deng Taijun's condition, he was now ready to compose the prescription. Countless herbal remedies swirled in his mind, with various pharmacological properties emerging in abundance. Formulating a prescription is a complex endeavor, requiring multifaceted considerations and intricate calculations, especially for such a challenging ailment. However, with an IQ soaring at 400, Chen Zhao's response time was extraordinarily swift, and after a brief contemplation, he began to write. 1 herb, 0.3 herbs, 0.5 herbs, 0.10 herbs. The names and dosages of the medications multiplied on the page, and Chen Zhao continued writing until he had nearly filled half the sheet. Administer 2 bowls daily. And do not exceed this dosage, Chen Zhao declared, rising to his feet. Prepare the medicine strictly according to my prescription, neither more nor less. Once his mental state improves and he expresses a desire to eat, I shall return. With that, he departed with nary a word, not even mentioning a fee, for after all he was still on his way to class. In the ward, a throng of family members passed around the prescription. After much scrutiny, they reached a unanimous conclusion: utter incomprehension. Many who had previously taken traditional Chinese medicine began to murmur. These names are all so peculiar. I can't make heads or tails of them. When I was postpartum, I sought an old Chinese doctor for herbal nourishment, but I've never encountered these herbs. When I sought treatment for a rash, the doctor prescribed traditional medicine, yet I've never seen these ingredients. This prescription is exceedingly strange. And why are there so many ingredients? There must be nearly 100. Indeed, who writes so many lines for a prescription? After lengthy discussion, the more they deliberated, the more dubious they felt about the prescription. Furthermore, that Dr. Li seemed somewhat suspicious. He merely took a pulse, penned a prescription, and departed without a word. He failed to mention any symptoms, causes, or contraindications. Nothing that resembled a professional Chinese medicine doctor. Typically, a physician would inquire about the situation during diagnosis. Would they not? They would discuss precautions. Would they not? This so-called Dr. Li had said nothing. Ultimately, they decided, for prudence's sake, to disregard the prescription at noon. A group of doctors entered the room, all wearing glasses and bearing serious expressions. Among them were Deng Taijun's primary physician, several doctors responsible for the surgery, the head nurse, and even the hospital's vice president. Deng Taijun was the most esteemed patient recently admitted to the hospital, so it was only natural for the vice president to pay a visit. The doctors first attended to Deng Taijun's drip, meticulously reviewing the various monitoring equipment and records before engaging in conversation with the family, inquiring about Deng Taijun's condition. Suddenly, one doctor noticed the prescription on the bedside table. Picking it up for a closer look, he exploded in anger. What is this? How did a prescription end up here? A family member hurriedly explained the situation regarding Dr. L. Is this not madness? The primary physician fumed. How could you administer medications indiscriminately? You brought the patient to us, and you must fully cooperate with our treatment plan. Inviting some unknown individual from outside to write a so-called herbal prescription is irresponsible if adverse reactions occur, exacerbating the patient's condition. Who will bear the responsibility? The family members hastily apologized, with Deng Zixin receiving a reprimand from her elders. while the family members were apologizing to the primary physician. The vice president, intrigued, picked up the sheet filled with herbal prescriptions and began reading. The vice dean also hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, being born into a family renowned for their ancestral practice of herbal healing. Thus, he possesses a discerning eye for herbal prescriptions. Among the physicians in this room, only the vice dean has delved into the study of traditional Chinese medicine, making him an expert in this field. Consequently, he exhibits a keen interest in the prescription at hand. Initially, a hint of mockery graced the vice dean's countenance that in this day and age, there are far too many self-proclaimed miracle healers who engage in charlatanry. And it is likely that Deng Tiejuan's family has fallen prey to such a fraud. Typically, these imposters concoct prescriptions that are utterly ineffective yet harmless, allowing patients to consume them as casually as water, neither severe nor curative. The vice dean has encountered such deceit far too frequently. However, upon examining the first line of the prescription, the sardonic expression on his face swiftly dissipated. This prescription differs from his expectations. Intriguing. After scrutinizing more than 20 herbal ingredients, the vice dean's demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness. This prescription is far from ordinary. The individual who crafted it possesses considerable skill. There is a strong possibility that he is not a mere quack, but rather a genuinely capable traditional Chinese physician, one with substantial expertise in the art of healing. Nevertheless, the vice dean is unable to ascertain the specific efficacy of this prescription. He cannot determine its potential benefits. He can only infer, through the combination of several herbs, that this is no simplistic concoction. Whether it will prove effective remains a matter of uncertainty.